Today, I am being tasked with trying to become the greatest coach in NFL history, and to do that, we have to replicate or surpass the success of head coach Bill Belichick of the New England Patriots in the 24-year run he had in New England. Of course, he had Tom Brady and a great defensive mind to do that with. So for us, we gotta figure out if we can find our GOAT quarterback and accomplish all the things that we have here. Here is the resume that we have to surpass by Bill Belichick. A 68% win percentage in the regular season, 30 playoff victories with a 71% win percentage, 3 coaches of the year, 17-time division winner, 97 Pro Bowls, 3 MVPs, 6 Super Bowl wins, and 9 Super Bowl appearances. And then when it comes to offenses and defense, he had 10 top 5 offenses, 8 top 5 defenses. A little caveat, I would say, with the top 5 offenses and defenses is I calculated them a little bit differently, because generally they'll just have it be like if you have top 5 in yards or top 5 in least amount of yards allowed, that's what qualifies. I did yards and points because there was instances where if you look at his resume, it was like he had the 6th most yards, but like it was like number 1 in points. That's a top 5 offense. I feel like that's pretty fair to say if you're 6th in yards, 1st in points. So it's going to be yards and points averaged out. So I'm running with the Miami Dolphins. I want to be in the AFC East. I think I want to try to replicate as much as I can about the New England run, having a quarterback in Tua that is, we're not married to Tua. He's on a big contract. When New England, had Bill Belichick, they had Drew Bledsoe, who's obviously better than Tua, but a long contract, big contract quarterback, and obviously they weren't tied to him forever, and they have some intriguing pieces. Now, we are making some trades to start things off. We're not trying to win a Super Bowl off the bat year 1, because that's probably not realistic. We traded Jalen Phillips on an expiring contract for a 2nd round pick, and then we trade Zach Sealer for Jalen Petrie. And the reasons for that is we have Bradley Chubb, who unfortunately is on a very big contract that I have to kind of keep. And you're going to just roll with Chop Robinson and Bradley Chubb for now. So Jalen Phillips with an expiring contract, odd man out. He gets sent away. Zach Sealer, good player, but want to go and hand the reins over to Kenneth Grant, the 1st round draft pick, who's going to be one of the main building blocks of this video. Want to just give him the out-and-out number 1 role at the defensive tackle spot and pick up a really good and cheap player in Jalen Petrie, who's going to be helping out the secondary. The secondary is the weakest part of this team. They traded Jalen Ramsey for Minkah Fitzpatrick. We went and signed Stephon Gilmore, who should absolutely have a job in the NFL right now, so we went and gave him one, and then had Jalen Petrie in at safety. That's all we're going to really do for year 1, where we don't have a great season, of course. And I mean, the thing with this team is the contract situations, it's a little rough. They paid guys like Tua, obviously, but Tyreek Hill's on a big contract. Bradley Chubb's on a big contract. Jalen Waddle got paid. A couple of other players have some money tied to them, and we're going to try to kind of, get past the point where we can get rid of guys like Tua and Bradley Chubb, because I don't think it's going to be any surprise that I don't want to have Tua be the quarterback for the duration of this video. We're rolling with him this year, but we're going to look to replace him as quick as possible. And obviously another issue in Miami about Patrick Paul allowing 22 sacks for in the 1st season, where they've just not had good offensive line play. We're going to try to fix that as well. As this video, what I will say, also, we're not going to have it be super hyper realistic. If you want to see a more realistic rebuild, I did a Jets video a couple weeks back where I did a realistic rebuild of them. This is just going to be me trying to maximize as much as I can and do just what I did in the college football version of this, where I just try to farm as much talent, get as much as I can, because we're going to need at least 6 Super Bowls in this duration, and it's not going to be easy. It's not like in college football where I could just go and mindlessly go and grab 10 to 15 5-star players and then just watch them develop because they have, star and elite dev, and they're obviously going to be good. I have to work with the salary cap. I have to make good draft picks. I have to do what I can to try to work around the limitations that you get given. We're going to make a couple of cuts here, Austin Jackson being a big one. Speaking of money we had tied up into him, $13 million gets cleared right there with a little penalty, but we have about $50 million going into the year 1 free agency, where there's not a lot to really go crazy about. Christian Wilkins is there, obviously was a Dolphin, but I think what we want to do with the money that we have early on is just try to fill out this offensive line. Patrick Paul, you've seen, allowed 22 sacks, so we're going to try to do what we can to mitigate some of the offensive line troubles that we have. Braxton Jones, top left tackle, available, and let's go after Taylor Moton, who's a really good right tackle, and see if we can bring those guys in. As we're going to do per usual with these videos, we're going to be spectating, You know, we're not hopping in and playing any games. It's purely just spectating, and I have to be at the mercy of the players that I draft and that I sign to try to do the job for me, because if I were playing these games, it'd be far too easy to go and win 9, 10, 11 Super Bowls. It's too easy to do it playing. The challenge is trying to actually do this without having any on-field input. Now we're going to trade Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's 88 overall. He's 32 years old. He's regressing, and I honestly just don't want Tyreek Hill on my team just in general. Even if he weren't regressing, I just don't want him on the team. He's getting paid a lot of money. So the trade that we're going to put together, Raiders need some wide receiver help, and I think grabbing a second-round pick in Michael Mayer sounds pretty good to me. Michael Mayer, obviously sitting behind Brock Bowers. We need a tight end. The whole Darren Waller thing ain't working out, so we're going to go and grab Michael Mayer. And grabbing a second and a fourth on top of that, I think is pretty nice. And we're going to go back into free agency and see what else we can do with some of the extra money that we freed up. Ivan Pace going to be a player we're going to try to bring in. Martin Emerson, John Mechie, a couple of nice key, you know, buy low players and see if they can hit some upside. As Emerson and Mechie, they don't decide. And when it comes to guys like the two tackles, Moton and Jones are coming in, but Ivan Pace does not accept his offer. And then for Martin Emerson, we really do need cornerback help. Stephon Gilmore was only a one-year Band-Aid. We also put in a contract offer for Tutu Atwell, just because I want some more receiver depth, but no Martin Emerson coming over, which is brutal. And then for Atwell and Mechie, it's not looking like they're going to come in either. We make a couple of other low-stakes signings. Cook and Jonathan Jones are coming in. And how about, you know, I know he's a joke right now after what happened in the Rams game, but maybe not a bad time to buy low on Adonai Mitchell, who, I mean, is a young player, 75 overall, costed us basically nothing. He was sitting on the trade block. I mean, it's a really low-risk reward situation here, but what we're really looking at is the quarterbacks. We have a top pick in the draft. Russell Covington is the most talented quarterback here, who is a round 1 to 2 talent with great throw power, solid athleticism to him, but I don't know if this is the quarterback I'm necessarily looking at as the guy for us. We have Jalen Clark here, who's a 2nd to 3rd round talent, also has some good athleticism, great throw power as well. And, you know, I don't think the gap between Covington and these other guys are too big. Denzel Maynard from Colorado, a number 1 speed quarterback, great throw power as well, but he's got elite excel, elite change of direction, elite jumping, great speed. I think the athleticism there definitely goes to Maynard. And then when you're looking at some of the other attributes to him, even though his talent, which means his overall, is going to be lower than that of Covington, I kind of like Denzel Maynard as maybe the quarterback for this team. They're all the same archetype. I think that, you know, if it's between spending maybe the 3rd pick on Covington or spending a little bit later of a 1st round pick on another guy like Maynard, I think I'd rather go Maynard. Also, we've uncovered a top 5 wide receiver talent in Nick Sierra, who's a deep threat. And I mean, a top 5 talent's obviously going to be something we try to prioritize pretty greatly, especially after getting rid of Tyreek. We have Jalen Waddle, but not really anything else. I don't think we want Adonai Mitchell to be the number 2 receiver, but here's what we got to work with. We have a 2nd round pick from Tampa Bay and a 2nd round pick from Las Vegas. The trades for Jalen Phillips and Tyreek Hill. So let's hop into the draft where we have the number 3 overall pick and we're on the clock. We could take Russell Covington, who day 1 overall wise is going to be the best quarterback. But I just don't think I want him. I actually think I prefer one of the other 2 guys. And I think Maynard's the one that I'm really eyeing. And I would love to get to work with that level of athleticism at quarterback. And you can get a lot for the number 3 overall pick. So looking at our trade options, I mean, we're getting offered like this for the Texans, moving down to 19 and then picking up another 1st round pick next year. We're going to go for that. So we move down to 19. We advance ahead in the draft. And then when we get to pick 17 is where I'm going to try to trade up. I want to jump the Seahawks. Sam Darnold isn't really all that high of an overall, and they're the only team that really threatens me when it comes to taking a quarterback. So it is an interdivision trade. We do have to give up a 3rd in Nick Westbrook-Akine, but to go and lock in our quarterback, the overall trade being we have to give up Nick Westbrook-Akine in a 3rd, but we also got that extra 1st round pick from the Texans. We are going to have our choice at Clark and Maynard, but we are going with Denzel Maynard at quarterback, who ran basically a 4.5, has a lot of fun athletic tools to him, and I think does provide us with just enough when it comes to his arm to give us stuff to be excited about, to be even a day 1 quarterback for this team. So we're going to make the pick, And we have our guy coming in, getting announced at the podium. You know, I'm not going to do this for every draft pick. I'm mostly going to kind of skim through a lot of draft picks and a lot of stuff like that. But, I mean, when you're trying to go out and pick our franchise quarterback, I think if anyone deserves a little presentation here, it might be the guy who, you know, maybe he could be our Brady. I don't know. Maybe this video will be like a rocky ride when it comes to trying to find our quarterback, as Denzel Maynard is a B- draft pick, they call it, 52nd in true talent. But the all-important thing, he has hidden development, 89 speed, 92 throw power, and like I said, really good athletic tools. 21 years old as well, from Colorado, so maybe Coach Prime's got him treated right down there and is a lot better than Shador. We'll see what we have here, though, because I know this is maybe a little bit much to give up to move up just a few picks, but we really, really need Nick Sierra. And it looks worse than what it is. We're just trading down in the second round to go like into the third round. Like it was a 10-pick trade down and then a couple of day 3 picks, but it's to go and grab a top 5 talent in Nick Sierra, who's got hidden development. He's the 5th talented player on the board, 94 speed, really athletic player here, and we have other picks as well. Our other second round pick, I was kind of shocked to see this guy here, Jonathan Jones, so we can go and grab 2 Jonathan Jones because we already signed the cornerback, but he's the number 6 player on the board. And I would like a Bradley Chubb successor at edge rusher, a finesse moves. I mean, the 6th overall player, typically when a player falls, it's because they probably don't have good development or high upside or something like that. He's 23, but a Michigan edge rusher who is supposed to be somebody who should have been in the top 10, and I do think looks pretty good, yeah, we'll take him. He has normal development, kind of expected that, but normal development isn't a death sentence for a player. I think he could still be pretty nice for us. We'll also go later on in the draft with our 3rd round pick and go and grab Jerry Brown, who's the number 1 speed D tackle. I'm at elite speed at D tackle. He's not too good though, so you know, not every draft pick is going to be a home run hitter, and we'll have to see what we can do here as we're going to go and make some other trades. We're trying to stockpile draft picks, and as we get later on into the draft, like I said, I'm not going to show you every single draft pick because that'll just take forever, but how about a hidden kicker with 96 kick power? We'll take that, and he's from Miami, so he gets to stay home. It's kind of one of the reasons I wanted to pick him, but here's the draft class that we put together. The day 3 picks were nothing special, a bunch of mid to high 60s, but Jonathan Jones being a 75, Sierra being a 78, Maynard being a 73, and our kicker being, you know, hidden, a 73 fullback as well. The first offseason or two is obviously going to be the longest one because we're trying to set the foundation of the team, but very quickly we're going to see if we can try to get into some gameplay action and get into the playoffs. Maynard's going to start. Tua, I obviously could trade him, but even though I'd probably get more value for him if I traded him right now because he's a year younger, a year extra on his contract, we need a pretty big penalty. We can't feasibly get rid of Tua without getting destroyed by the cap until next season, so he's just gonna like sit on the bench for a year. One of the only other things you'll see throughout the season though is like the key re-signings. Devon Achane, I think, is a very valid signing, 24 years old, a 5-year extension at only like $8 million a year. Also, we'll give Aaron Brewer a 2-year extension, but all the other stuff like training camp and, you know, the little roster cuts here and there, no need to show those. We went 7-10 on the season, so really not too bad, especially considering the rookie season Maynard had, throwing for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns. Definitely a good building block to get him going and, you know, try to get him that Rookie of the Year award, especially as Jalen Waddle goes back to 1,000 yards, Sierra for 800 yards. No 22 sacks allowed by any one person. Braxton Jones, though, still allowing 16. We'd like to get those sack numbers down and also get these defensive numbers up because the defense is brutal. You should not be having that many guys get that many tackles. Chop Robinson, though, getting 13 sacks is what you love to see. We'll obviously be tracking all the Pro Bowlers and stuff that we have throughout the video as well. Denzel Maynard is going to end up winning Rookie of the Year, and Jonah goes 4th in best lineman. So couple of nice things there, as Denzel Maynard mainly is the big mover. He was star dev, but winning Rookie of the Year gets him to superstar, and Chop Robinson gets X Factor off of his season. So that is massive to get a superstar quarterback who had 11 upgrades win Rookie of the Year. That's a big reason why we wanted to start him, to try to chase Rookie of the Year as well. Minkah Fitzpatrick, definitely want to keep him as we go into the second offseason. This is where we're going to try to really make our push to get to the playoffs. I we have to match a near 70% win rate. We can't be having losing seasons. We can't be having some 5-year plan. We have to kind of make a push in year 3 to make the playoffs. So, going from, the number 3 overall pick, we go and win 7 games, rookie of the year quarterback. Now we kind of got that window open up where we got that ultimate cheat code, which is a rookie QB contract. And for a quarterback that we presume is pretty good after having the season that he had and the upgrades that he had. So we got money to spend. And when we get Tua out of the building, we'll have even more money to spend. So let's go and get Tua out of here. There were only a couple of teams that had the money to take him on. I mean, the Jets were one of them, but I didn't know if I really wanted to trade him in division. And funnily enough, the only other team that made sense was, well, the Raiders, because Geno Smith is gone. And, well, funnily enough, Tyreek Hill's already gone. So I guess Antonio Brown himself out of the Raiders organization already. And we will not get a huge haul, but Darian Porter and a 2nd-round pick is something I'm very happy with. We also have another trade to make. Bradley Chubb is now tradable to where we can actually move his money. I want Jordan Davis, and Jordan Davis being a player who's primarily just a run-stopping D-tackle, we're going to have to trade Bradley Chubb and more, so we're giving up a little bit to do this, but I think this is a worthwhile trade to make. Bradley Chubb plus a day 2, a high day 2. This is a high 3rd-round pick. So I think that's worthwhile. And an 84 overall Jordan Davis, who's 27 years old, let's pair him with Kenneth Grant to make a really fun interior D-line duo with Chop Robinson on the edge. And it's a big free agency class as well. Kyle Hamilton is here because the game never updated to actually have his contract be put into the game. So, hey, Kyle Hamilton's available. We're not exactly a high-level destination for him, but his biggest motivation is he wants money, so we'll give him money. We'll try to see what we can do there. Also available was Aiden Hutchinson, and my philosophy here is we have money. Let's just go and take a shot at the big people and see if we can hit one of them. I mean, if we can land either Aiden Hutchinson or Kyle Hamilton, that goes a long way, especially if you look at Aiden Hutchinson, how great this defensive line would be if we landed him. We can figure out the rest later if we go and land one of these superstar defensive player of the year caliber players. So we still have a bunch of money, even independent of that, because of the Tua contract and because of the Bradley Chubb contract. I mean, that was a cumulative, like, $80 million that we cleared up. There's still some penalties involved in it, but it's a lot of money cleared up. Jacorian Bennett, let's go try to bring him in to get some cornerback depth. I like Jacorian Bennett a decent amount, but here is the verdict. Aiden Hutchinson didn't decide, but Kyle Hamilton is coming to Miami. We actually landed Kyle Hamilton at 26 years old on a 5-year deal. And now my thought process is, can we land both of them? Can we really go all in? We have a quarterback on a rookie contract. Let's send all of the money for Aiden Hutchinson, one of the highest paid defensive players in NFL history. We landed him for $42 million a year, just shy of what Micah Parsons just made for the Packers. It's big money, a lot of money that we just gave up. But I think we can just turn this defense around that has been atrociously bad. And now you look at our defensive line. It is Aiden Hutchinson and Chop Robinson off the edge, and Jordan Davis and Kenneth Grant in the middle. We got a safety duo of Minkah Fitzpatrick and Kyle Hamilton. And to get one more little piece on this defense, linebacker was the biggest need. Bobby Okereke at 31 years old, not quite as good as he was, but still 82 overall. And Michael Mayer being, a 1-year extension to keep him around at tight end. We really went all in on defense with our money. And then we got the number 5 overall pick from the Texans, and the Texans, they want their pick back, and they're willing to give us 2 more first and a second. The Houston Texans, I don't know what they're really on right now, but I mean, if they want their pick back so bad, we'll give it to them. Here, take it. And they want the number 5 overall pick so badly to take a running back. I don't know what's going on in Houston, but yeah, I mean, keep not protecting CJ Stroud. We go to the number 17 overall pick, which is our original pick. We picked 17 last year, and there's some interesting pieces here. A lot of wide receivers available, but what caught my eye was this tackle, Darrell Irving, with elite excel, elite agility, elite change of direction, great athleticism, good stats, maybe can be your Teron Armstead replacement. I know Teron Armstead wasn't quite as athletic when he landed in Miami to where he was in New Orleans, but can we get that type of tackle back here? His talent, 70th, which is fine, but the thing that hurts is he's actually just a normal development. So, you know, not every first-round pick's gonna be, you know, a heavy hitter superstar, but again, normal development. It's still, you can overcome that. We go to the second round. If you thought we should have taken the tight end that I showcased there, Felix, or a wide receiver, well, you're in luck. All of the receivers are still here. I scouted all the cornerbacks. None of them are good. So we go back to wide receiver, and you know, when I was looking through them, Damian Scott's pretty nice, but none of these guys really caught my eye at the very top. When I was going through and really looking at everybody, I know the statistics aren't going to reflect it, but when you go to the athleticism, you see a couple of elite speed guys, but one guy in particular, how about Tracy Stockton is the one that caught my eye. He has elite speed, elite agility, elite change of direction. The athletic tools are there. His receiving is a step below some of these other guys, but Tracy Stockton's the one that interests me. 15th in true talent, hidden dev, 98 speed. There's your Tyreek Hill replacement. And to go to our next second round pick, the tight end Cordell Felix is still there. So, I mean, I passed on him like 2 times already, and I've eyed him, so we'll catch him on the third go-around B-plus pick, and a hidden dev, so maybe he'll be, you know, the eventual Michael Mayer replacement. But that is what the team is going to look like going into year 3, and we have expectations of a playoffs. I know the first, like, 20-ish minutes in the first 2 seasons has been all roster building, drafting, signing, and trading, but I think we're ready to get into some gameplay here because Tracy Stockton might be injured. So when I show the team here, you know, we'll have to factor in Stockton being involved. But I think the team is ready to make a playoff run. Maynard is an 89 overall already with superstar dev. Achan's pretty good. Like I said, the D-line is looking awesome. Okereke, Dodson. You know, the cornerback room could be a little bit better. I still kept Jalen Petrie around to be our nickel corner because Petrie and Hamilton and Fitzpatrick really are all guys who have a lot of versatility, can play nickel, can play in the box, can play up top. So we're going to have a very versatile safety trio and to try to help, you know, combat the cornerback room. But Chop Robinson is going to be getting a big extension once that time comes, 4-year deal, and we're paying our edge rushers a cumulative $75 million, but I think it'll be worth it. We go to the playoffs, and once we get to the end of the season, we are in a 12-5 record for the Miami Dolphins. We'll be taking on Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, who barely snuck in at the 7th seed. We are the 2 seed, so let's get into some action finally here as Patrick Mahomes has to travel to Miami, and we can try to go on our first run. We have a lot of division titles, a lot of playoff appearances, a lot of stuff to try to get done here in these next 2 decades. But let's see if we can start it off hot as Mahomes, down by 5, will throw to a completion for Xavier Worthy's 3rd down and 6. Mahomes gonna run it, and Mahomes with an open lane, and he's running a couple of times already on this drive. 9 minutes to play in this 4th quarter. He's gonna keep it again, and a slide for 7 as Mahomes on 3rd down and 3. He's gonna try to run again. He gets past. We gotta spy this guy, and Porter brings him down inside the 10 as Miami got a goal to go defensive stand. Can they get there? Well, Ray Davis is running through this team and getting 6. 2nd and goal. Handoff. Touchdown. Kansas City. And if you want to star hot in this video, you got to take down the Mahomes dynasty in round 1. They might be an 8 seed, but it's still Mahomes as the completion there. Maynard delivers. Tracy Stockton, he's a wide receiver who's our rookie 1st round pick. He picked a pretty curious number. I don't see many wide receivers out there wearing number 24. Let's see if that's good for him, though. A handoff to Achan, and Nick Bolton, you're not fast enough to catch him. Achan for a 1st down to the 26-yard line with 6 minutes to go. Maynard throws to the outside, got the completion, and one of many receivers, Sierra, with the grab as we go handoff up the middle. Achan got inside the 5 and down to the 2. He's running it well, 59 yards on 11 carries, spreading the field from the 2. Maynard to the air. He's gonna throw, end zone, touchdown, and it's Ollie Gordon who lined up out wide and just snuck his way in between the zones for a touchdown. And we now have the lead with 4 minutes to play, as that's going to be a completion for Mahomes to get back some lost yardage. 3rd down and 5 as Mahomes is checking one deep. He wants it all. Mahomes underthrew it for Worthy, and we get the football back on a 3-and-out. Maynard throws it underneath for Achane, and Devon Achane for 7 yards. He's played a big role, and he'll continue to play a big role. He reaches, and he gets the first. We can really start to run some clock now as Achane is gonna have another good run. Hey, this improved offensive line is putting in some work right now as Maynard underneath the Sierra, and our second rounder from last year is doing his thing. Another first down for Achane, and we're running out this clock, and we make them burn all their timeouts, and we take down Mahomes. What a playoff debut. If you want to be the greatest coach of all time, how about your playoff debut being a game in which you take out Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes? Maynard, again, if you want to be great, how about a playoff debut where you put up 3 touchdowns through the air, 1 on the ground, Sierra 99 yards on 9 catches, and the defense, Aiden Hutchinson with 2 sacks, Jordan Davis and Chop Robinson with a sack. That's what we're looking for from this pass rush. Tyrell Dotson also got an interception. We get to move on and take on Tua and the Raiders. So we traded Tua to the Raiders, and maybe you thought that was a little bit of an iffy move. They went and traded for Tyreek Hill. They traded for Tua. Tyreek doesn't stick. Tua does. And the Raiders go and win 12 games and make the playoffs. So they're going to try to see if they can prove us wrong in making the move that we did. As Achane, look at the power from him getting 6 yards. And I'm impressed with Achane being a lead back here. And he's got a big run up the middle. And a first down and more. We are up by 8 and looking to drive for a 2-score lead as we're sticking with Achane for another 6 yards. 3rd down and 2 for Maynard. He's going to try and scramble for it. He's close. They call it 4th and inches. Offense still out there. And the handoff gets blown up. And that is a missed opportunity as Tua hands it. Genty, a familiar sight, not getting a whole lot of blocking from the Raiders. 2nd and 13. Tua to the air. He's going down, and Hutchinson with his second back-to-back playoff games. And that's where the Tua money went. We went to spend money to attack Tua as Chop Robinson gets a sack on the next play. And that's what we're paying $75 million for. Chop Robinson and Aiden Hutchinson stops that drive. And now we go to Achane. Good field position as Achane gets 10 yards and a 3rd and inches. Maynard sneaks it, gets the first down as we sweep it. And that's going to be a massive hit as the Raiders force 3rd down and long from the 45. Maynard throws it, and he had an open man. Sierra for the first down into the red zone. 3rd down is Maynard over the middle. Caught, falling into the end zone. It's Tracy Stockton, the rookie. And the Raiders down by 2 scores. And they need Tua to make a comeback here with just 4.5 to go. As Tua outside gets Brock Bowers. And a completion for a first down, a big drive starter. Now we get the tee off, though, and really let these pass rushers go to work as Tua's actually going to run it, and Tua's got room. He's not that fast, but when he's got that much space, he'll get a bunch of yards on the play in the Raiders to the 33-yard line as Tua is going to go to the outside, and Jack Besh for the first down. Gain of 12 as now Tua puts them in the red zone. And 3 minutes to play. Completion inside the 10 as they got all their timeouts still as they'll hand it. It's Brock Bowers on the handoff and a touchdown. And that was interesting, but Brock Bowers is going to score, and the Dolphins have it with 3 minutes to play. They got to run the clock out. Raiders burn their first timeout, but a gain of 9 is huge as Achane gets the first down, and one more can do it. As can we go to a conference championship in the first year of our big-time playoff run. Devon Achane, 60 yards, touchdown, and the dagger for the Dolphins. And we're going to a conference championship. Devon Achane, what a move, and the speed to be tracked down by absolutely nobody. We get to take revenge on our former quarterback for taking all our money and giving us all a bunch of nothing in the playoffs. Denzel Maynard and this team are going all the way to the conference championship. Maynard with 4 touchdowns. Achane 166 yards on the ground. Sierra 143 and 2 touchdowns by air. What a job from this offense. And then Hutchinson and Chop combined for 4 sacks. Darian Porter gets a pick. And how about what's going on right now in the conference championship? Look at Jamar Chase getting swarmed. It's 21-0 on the Bengals as Burrow's getting sacked by Hutchinson, who's got more double sack games in the playoffs to offer us. As 4th and 19, we could be looking at a blowout, a shutout, something here as Burrow way short, and they don't get it on 4th down. As with a 21-0 lead, Maynard throws an interception. And the maybe first mistake of the playoffs for the Dolphins comes when we're up 21-0, but we still have to worry about Burrow and Chase being able to come back and do something at any point. They can hit big plays as Chase Brown gets the sweep, and Chase Brown inside the 10, Brown to the 5, and to cut this down to a 2-score game, Burrow spreads the field, quick pass, caught and a touchdown. Bengals put up 7 finally, and now Miami takes over. Can't let the momentum get too far out of hand if you let them get a big stop here, but Achane's helping us out with a big run. 3rd down and 2 for Maynard. He's going to try to run for it. He's got the 1st down. He's got more, and Maynard, look at him run! And Maynard goes for 25 on the scramble, gets the 1st down and into scoring range where a field goal could even just end this game to put it back into 3 scores. Maynard goes down on 3rd down, but we will, like I said, get that field goal. Kick is good. 24-7 as the Bengals' first play of their next drive. Here goes Chase Brown, makes a cut, and Chase Brown is outrunning everybody. Hamilton can't catch him, and a 75-yard Chase Brown touchdown keeps the Bengals' hopes alive a little bit longer. They are barely hanging on by a thread, but they are still in it with 4 minutes to play a 3rd down. As that pass is caught, it's Stockton. Can it go? It's Tracy Stockton. 68 yards. And the Dolphins keep on responding. Miami, let's go to a Super Bowl led by this incredible team already being put together as Burrow puts a touchdown on the board all the way down with a 1.5 minutes to go. So they're going to need the onside kick, of course. They do not get it. And down by 10 with a 1.5 minutes, Stockton gets the onside, and the Dolphins are headed to a Super Bowl in year 3. And if we can win a Super Bowl that early, you might be thinking, man, that's really impressive. Well, Bill Belichick did that too. I mean, the thing with Belichick is he won 3 out of 4 Super Bowls in a short span of time, and then they went on that pretty long drought in the mid to late 2000s and then even the early 2010s, and then they won another 3 Super Bowls in a short amount of time. So even if we win early, we're only keeping pace with Belichick and his resume as we head to a Super Bowl matchup where we get to take on the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love, Micah Parsons, Josh Jacobs, and the whole gang of Green Bay Packer players that are going to make a huge impact in this game. Can we get our first ring? We get to play it at home because the Dolphin Stadium is a popular pick for the Super Bowl, so we might get some home Super Bowls if we make enough of them. We get one here. It's in the rain, so we get a rainy Super Bowl game. And can we get this big first one? That would be so awesome, especially because, you know, the whole rookie quarterback contract thing, it's very real to where, I mean, we got a nice team right now where we're able to pay Chop Robinson and all these guys money. But, I mean, once we got to pay Maynard because he looks like he's the guy, yeah, you can go and take 50, 60, 70 million off of our cap space. So it'd be nice to get one while the rookie contract is kicked in and not have to worry about getting one later on where we might be in a financial bit of trouble as we are down 14-7 right now, but we got the ball with 10 minutes to play. 2nd down and 13 from close to midfield as that pass is caught by Jalen Waddle, who fumbles the football, and Waddle gives the Packers the ball, and that is awful to see. The rain probably plays a factor there, but man, you can't fumble it in the Super Bowl in the 4th quarter in a 1-score game. Jacobs and the offense take over and they lose the yard. 3rd down and 11 as Love goes to the outside. That pass is caught and the defense forces a 3 and out, so that's huge to try to get us the ball back in, maybe try to match our field position that we were once in at midfield as we are going to get the completion, and that is Sierra with a tough grab. Now Jalen Waddle on the a run, and Waddle can't do anything on the jet sweep as Maynard on third down gets the completion, and that's a big play from Jalen Waddle. That's what we want to see. 20 yards and back into enemy territory as we hand it to Ollie Gordon for a 9 as second down and 1. Back to Achane on the ground, who goes wide, and not many players can get the speed to the edge like that to get the first down. From the 30, 6 minutes to play, Ollie Gordon runs through a man, and he has 6 yards. Second down and 4 as we go back to Achane. It's the ground game doing the work. We're at the 10-yard line. Second and 9, hand off to Achane, who gets stopped in the backfield. Loss of 2, third and 11 for Maynard. What has he got? Going to the end zone. It's incomplete. And we'll settle for 3 with 4 minutes to play and needing our defense to come up with a big stop again. Jacobs gets stopped in the backfield. Jordan Davis and Kenneth Grant, all these guys are doing a phenomenal job as Love delivers a big play to the outside. It's been a clean game for Love. Just 14 points on the board though. Defense has come up big when they've needed to. Love gonna scramble, and Love's coming up big when he needs to. Gets him in enemy territory. We gotta start burning timeouts as Love scrambling again. Jordan Love, red zone. And now we're at a timeout. Second down. Jacobs down to third and 7. We'll be left with just a little bit of time to go. If we can stop him here as Jacobs fumbles the football. We picked it up. And guess who? Aiden Hutchinson picks up the football. But not only that, we paid Aiden Hutchinson a lot of money in free agency. But you know who else we paid a lot of money to? It was Kyle Hamilton forcing it. And our dynamic duo of free agents give us a chance in the Super Bowl. Can we pull it off? Denzel Maynard, the young quarterback, first round draft pick. Can he get it done? There's Achane on a big run. And Devon Achane for 13. We got to go 74 more yards in under a minute. Pass to the outside's caught. And a gain of 9. Second and 1. They go sweep. It's Sierra. First down. We can't really afford to get many plays like that. Short plays with inbounds implications that kept the time running down like that. Third down and 5. 30 seconds to play. Pass to the outside's caught again. And he gets out of bounds. 26 seconds to go from midfield. Maynard outside. It's caught out of bounds. Another 8 yards. As Maynard with 20 seconds. Pass. I don't like that at all. Third and inches, 15 seconds to go, and they're gonna spike it, so it's gonna be fourth down and inches with just 9 seconds to play. A lot of things you can do here. How do you play this? Do you take it all now, or do you try to get the first down? He gets a completion, but I don't know why you throw that. Packers win the Super Bowl on a fourth down stop. It wasn't an easy situation to go 90 yards in a minute with no timeouts, but once you got to around midfield, you needed to play it a little bit better than that to give yourself a chance. Packers win the Super Bowl, and this young offense needs to maybe grow up a little bit more. So we fail where Bill succeeded. He won his Super Bowl early on, and you know, went on obviously winning 3 and 4 years, but we have to go and stomach a loss early on and see if we can bounce back. Maynard overall played a pretty fine game. It was just a low scoring game though. This is more defensive, as you know, Kyle Hamilton though forced that fumble. Aiden Hutchinson, what a playoffs for him. He had a sack and a half or 2 sacks, 2.5 sacks in every single playoff game. We end up having the 14th offense. Still overall not like the best defense, but the 6 scoring defense does help us out a lot. Offense did a good job putting up the points, and you know, I think we are still ahead of schedule though, because I wasn't expecting to go from 7 wins all the way to the Super Bowl. Obviously picking up who we did is huge, but you know, we had a lot of work still to do on this team, I felt like, and you know, we got some players that need to grow a little bit, and obviously our quarterback, our 2 young receivers, the offensive line still trying to come together. But I mean, yeah, I'll still take everything that happened this season. We can definitely be happy with that, and going into our off season where we got $50 million in cap space, some draft picks to work with, and Kenneth Grant, we are going to reject his option because I would just prefer to get a big contract on him done before he becomes even more valuable. Kenneth Grant's one of those players that's going to be a core building block. We're not going to let Kenneth Grant go. If everything goes well, we'd like him to retire in Miami. So James Daniels doesn't want to stick around. Braxton Jones, I don't think we need to keep around. He's, you know, kind of replaceable. Michael Mayer doesn't need to stick around. Adonai Mitchell didn't really pan out as like some big star player, but we drafted well at receiver. The only guy I'm really trying to keep around, Taylor Moton for another year, and then we go to free agency. Xavier McKinney being the top guy, we don't need Xavier McKinney, obviously. Rashawn Gary, don't need that. Wan'Dale Robinson, Robert Spillane is here at linebacker. I do think we need a linebacker. And Tyrus Knight, I think, can be a nice little pickup for us. $5 million a year for a young player. But I think where I'm looking is cornerback is the next spot where we just need a true guy out there, like a really great player out there. And I mean, how about going out and getting Cooper DeJean, 90 overall, 25 years old. He wants $23 million a year. I think we can go and give that to him. And you know, we'll be in the running with the Patriots and the Seahawks, but I think that is definitely worthwhile. How about also trying to maybe attack Brandon Coleman at an 80 overall, you know, 27 years old. So we'll see if we can get that to work out. As Coleman, I mean, I don't love paying, you know, 13 million maybe for a guard who's not great, but we need offensive line where we can get help there, as Coleman doesn't really make a decision. But we do get Tyrese Knight and we get Cooper DeJean to come in. So another big free agency signing. And like, we're using our money, as even though we had the best offer on Brandon Coleman, he does not want to join us. So that's unfortunate. But Houston is really fumbling hard, man. Houston gave us the #1 overall pick. So they gave us the #5 pick last year. They traded their first round pick again to get their #5 pick back, just so they could get the #1 pick. And look who the top player is on the board. How about a top 5 talent, left tackle? CJ Stroud is punching air. If I were him, I'd be demanding a trade, because this is miserable. You lost Laramie Tunsil, you trade all your picks, and when you get another great tackle to potentially help you out, you trade the pick that would have been him. Adrian Bridges, I don't think I need to think too hard about this one. #2 in true talent and a hidden dev player, 22 years old. He looks spectacular, and we might have found our franchise left tackle to step in, as we will go and trade our 31st overall pick, because I didn't really see anybody else I was loving on the board. And then when it comes to the rest of our picks, I know Jordan Davis isn't really going to be a player on this team that I'm going to pay big money to, especially when I'm going to pay big money to Kenneth Grant. So I'm going to keep Jordan Davis while I can, but then in the background try to develop some other guys. Brooks Baldwin, hidden dev defensive tackle. And then, I mean, you can find some really good guards and interior offensive linemen. So how about Luke Brooks, a #50 overall talent drafted in the 4th round, hidden development. And we'll go and get this being our draft class where we go and grab another 74 guard. We grabbed a long snapper as a 75. So a good overall draft for us. And Bridges at tackle is an 82 overall. So day 1, he's better than Braxton Jones. And as if we couldn't get any more excited about what this team's going to look like, we got ourselves a franchise left tackle. And, you know, go into next season, Maynard's a 93, Sierra, Waddle, Stockton, Felix is a superstar dev tight end, Achan 88. The offensive line looking a little bit better, as Bridges is going to help out tremendously. And then on defense, Hutchinson, Robinson, Hamilton, Fitzpatrick, now Cooper DeJean, Kenneth Grant, Jordan Davis. Everything just looks awesome. So we'll go into year 4, where we are aiming to go all the way back to a Super Bowl. Jonah is going to get an extension. Kenneth Grant, yeah, like I said, I want a massive extension for Kenneth Grant. How about $24 million a year? Maybe even bump that up to 25. So 24.5 for 6 years. We go make the playoffs as the #5 seed, and we'll be taking on the LA Chargers. So we both go 11-6. Maynard comes 3rd in MVP, which is very impressive to come that close to winning MVP. And then how about Defensive Player of the Year? It was a 2-man race, and it was between 2 Dolphins, Aiden Hutchinson, Chop Robinson. Cooper DeJean wins Best DB. Let's get into playoff action, as this game against the Chargers, we're up 19-10, and it's the first play of the 4th quarter. Devon Achan big touchdown run. As this Dolphins offense was really putting things on display here, because Achane is not going to get the 2-point conversion, but after the big run to go up by 15, a failed attempt at a 3-score lead is going to lead to Herbert going outside, completing a pass for a gain of 7. But can we shut the door on this one? Because Ego get the football back, get some more points on the board. A 3-score lead might be too much to overcome. Herbert's not had a good day, and when he got 2 Defensive Player of the Year candidates on each side rushing, it's going to be difficult to do much. Lad McConkey with the big grab to the 29-yard line as Herbert throws to the outside, caught, and a first down inside the red zone they go, looking to finally get some more points up there, as they've only got 10 so far, and a completion. He's got 5. It's 3rd and 4 from the 10. Herbert, it is he's throwing, and they actually just settle for the field goal with 7 minutes to play. They were actually content staying down by 12 as Waddle with the big grab. That ball comes out late. We hang on to it, and now 3rd and 7, 6 minutes to play from the 45. Nice throw. Jalen Waddle for 24 more as the offense looking to throw. That ball just thrown in the dirt. I actually think that was pretty smart if there was nothing open there on that screen as you go in the slant route, and Tracy stopped into the 5-yard line. Goal to go. It's Maynard sacked on the play. Loss of 8 as it's 2nd and goal. Hand off Achane. Gets past 1. Gets a nice 9-yard play to the 4-yard line. 3rd down and goal as Maynard runs it, and he spins off a defender, and he's in for the touchdown. Dolphins up by 3 scores late in this one, and we could be moving on as the Chargers, with 2.5 to go, eventually do find the end zone. Amarian Hampton gets a touchdown. You're thinking, hey, if a lot of things go their way, they could pull this off, but we get the onside kick, and not only that, immediately after, look at Maynard lofting one deep, and Stephon Achane out of the backfield. 30-yard touchdown to put an end to it. As what a job Achane has done in these playoff games. 39-20 your score, and the Dolphins move on to the next round, where they will try and take out another team on their road to trying to get back to a Super Bowl. Achane has over 100 all-purpose yards, 3 touchdowns, and the defense, Aiden Hutchinson, has had at least a sack and a half in every playoff game as a Dolphin. We move on to take on the New York Jets, who are the 1 seed. We didn't even win our division. We were down here at 11-6 because the Jets went 12-5, won their division, but right now in a foggy, rainy game on the road, it's 31-20. Miami up top of Breece Hall, running through a defender, and Breece Hall to the 30-yard line. The Jets trying to cut this down to a 1-score game as the handoff to Breece gets 4. 3rd down and 7 from the 26. As a pass outside, it's knocked away by Minka, and will force the field goal try. Kick is good, and 31-23 your score, so still an 8-point lead for the Dolphins as Maynard hit as he's throwing. It'll be incomplete. 3rd down and 10 as Miami. He's gonna load up and try a deep ball, but where was he throwing that one? It must have slipped out of his hands in the rain. It picked off. That was a wildly inaccurate throw as Breece Hall stopped in the backfield. Aiden Hutchinson comes up big. 3rd down and 8. Screen to Hall, and he's got the first down. Lot of room there as the Jets quarterback Slaughter has thrown 4 interceptions. I mean, that could be the difference here, as we are going to be back out here for another 3rd down situation. Slaughter is going to run, and even though Chop Robinson was in hot pursuit, he couldn't catch him. And a first down to the 28. Quick slant, first down, and now in the red zone as they're looking for the tie. Pitch it out. There's Breece, and Hutchinson got in there again. 3rd down and 13 as he's hit as he's throwing, but he gets it off, and the completion to Jalen Coker gets 11 yards. 4th and 2. Breece Hall, touchdown, Jets. And Breece Hall can tie this game up with the 2-point conversion. They go read option, and it's stopped. 29-31, Miami keeps the lead as we take back over, and needing, Maynard to just settle down a little bit after that bad interception. Pass is incomplete, and we go 3 and out. That is brutal in this situation, as Slaughter is going to have the ball knocked down and put into the hands of Minka Fitzpatrick. He wanted Garrett Wilson, but that's the 5th interception from the Miami defense, and we take back over. What a job from the Miami defense. 5 turnovers forced, and Devon Achane with the run. He gets to the 35-yard line, and the Jets just 2.5 minutes to go. Screen, and Felix, the tight end, got the first, and Jets using timeouts now. 2nd down and 10. Achane gets by and will get 5. 3rd down as Maynard running. He's tracked down. 4 yards shy, and they'll kick the field goal. Kick is good, but now the Jets need a touchdown. 34-29, under 2 minutes to play as Slaughter completes one to Garrett Wilson. He'll have his 3rd down and 2 as Slaughter is going to run for it. He's a good mover, and he's got a lot of room on the run, and a 20-yarder. Just about 45 seconds to play. Slaughter, quick pass, it's just dropped. Rain playing a factor. 3rd down and 10. Slaughter stepping up. He's running. He's got the first down, but they got no timeout, so they got to hurry back to the line. 29 seconds to play from the 27. Pass is caught. He's brought down in the field of play in an 8-yard gain. 22 seconds, and they're hurrying back to the line for a trip to the AFC Championship. 17, 16. He gets the snap off. Slaughter rolling, throwing to the end zone. It's caught! Jalen Coker over the defense, and a touchdown for the Jets with just 10 seconds to play, and Miami could be stunned on the road as the 2-point conversion. It is no good, but with just 10 seconds to play, Maynard has got nothing to do except defeat. 35-34, and the Jets are moving on. And after a Super Bowl appearance, how about a heartbreaker in the divisional round where Maynard just doesn't play a great game? Slaughter, I mean, I don't even know what you consider that. You threw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, including the game winner, but you also threw 5 interceptions. But even though as a defense you catch 5 interceptions, you allowed 35 points. Just a weird game all around as Minka got 2, Porter got 2, Hamilton got 1. Maynard, though, how about 4,400 yards and a huge season? Achane, 1,100 yards and 10 touchdowns on the ground. How about Tracy Stockton? 1,400 yards and 50 touchdowns. He's having his breakout campaign as Sierra also went for 1,000 yards. The offensive line was pretty all right. On defense, Aiden Hutchinson, his defensive player of the year season, sees him get 19.5 sacks with 19 tackles for loss. Chop Robinson got 16 sacks, so what a dynamic duo. And Cooper DeJean goes and grabs 4 interceptions. Speaking of Cooper DeJean, his Eagles made the Super Bowl, but they lost to the Jets, so the Jets actually won a ring. Denzel Maynard, we're going to reject his 5th-year option. It's $82 million. I just want to get the extension done. $82 million option. Might as well just sign him to a big contract if it's that much. So we only have 1 year left of cheap quarterback play, maybe even for a long time in this video, because I really feel like Maynard kind of is showing that he is the guy for us. I don't feel like we have a reason to replace him unless he falls apart. Jalen Waddle, speaking of replacing, I think it's time we let Jalen Waddle walk in free agency. We did re-sign a couple of players, but I think Jalen Waddle's time is up, especially with Tracy Stockton being a 1,400-yard receiver and then also having an 1,000-yard receiver in Sierra. He didn't even want to really re-sign with us anyway, but we go in free agency. Demetrius Knight. How about also, though, I do want another receiver, but how about somebody who actually does want to be here and who has produced 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons for Brandon Ayuk? And, you know, in terms of healthy seasons, he's had 6 straight 1,000-yard seasons when healthy. So let's bring in Brandon Ayuk on a 1-year deal to try to see if we can get a nice trio of receivers and get some complementary skill sets. Also, Cam Scatabo sitting in free agency. I think that's a nice compliment to Devon Achane, a little smash and dash combo. So we bring in all those guys. And then when it comes to other things, we're going to restructure a couple of contracts, just some minor stuff, because Chris Lindstrom is sitting in free agency with no offers, and like we are on the fringe of having enough money. So a couple of like under $1 million restructures to give Chris Lindstrom a pretty, you know, low ball-ish offer to chase a ring with us. I mean, no one else is offering, so, I mean, if he wants to play somewhere, he's going to be playing in Miami on a 1-year deal, so, you know, obviously not a long-term piece, a 32-year-old, but to get Chris Lindstrom for 1 year is going to be huge. We have the 27th pick in the draft. We traded the 26th pick for some assets next year. We're just kind of, picking and choosing when we want to select somebody. But how about another wide receiver? We signed Brandon Ayuk to a 1-year deal, but after Ayuk's gone, we're going to need somebody to take over that role. But how about a top 5 talent, Pat Myers, hidden dev 96 speed? So our wide receivers are going to be pretty good. Also at linebacker here in the next pick, we have a really talented player, Alec Blackburn, who's going to be 79th in true talent, hidden dev with the 58th overall pick. He looks pretty nice. And then how about some more good offensive lineman talent? 4th round, we get a hidden dev, 74 overall. We also drafted a backup quarterback and a couple other depth pieces. So we're going to be moving into the next season, and this feels like it could be the year. Chris Lindstrom coming in. Bridges, another year of development. Maynard, X Factor, 95 overall. Stockton, Ayuk, Sierra, Myers, a stacked receiving core. And then Cooper DeJean, Darian Porter, all these other players developed in their primes. We have our guys set in position to go all the way, but we'll have to, cross this bridge right here with Denzel Maynard. No reason not to give him a big contract. I mean, I'd give him a 10-year deal if I could. Let's just give him as big of a contract as we can. A $60 million a year contract for 7 years. Denzel Maynard is going to be sticking around here for a very long time. And we go 15-2 on the season and a first round bye, which is huge for us, as our only losses were to the Falcons and a 3-point loss to the Bills. But then we go, and I mean, we did a phenomenal job, and we are on an 8-game win streak or something like that. Like, it is a big time hot streak for us, as we will be in the divisional round taking on the Bills, as Aiden Hutchinson goes a back-to-back on defensive players of the year. And my goodness, what a pickup Aiden Hutchinson has been, as we are in a game 20-17 against Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, a division rival matchup, but a Super Bowl implication matchup as well. As Josh Allen, I mean, could we be very Brady-like and Bill Belichick-like in terms of stopping all these talented AFC quarterbacks from ever winning a Super Bowl? As Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, all these guys, super talented. Could we make sure none of them ever touch a ring? As Burrow, we beat him already in a conference championship. We haven't yet run into Lamar. We'll probably do that eventually. But now Josh Allen, can we keep him out? As down by 3, that's a big play to get into the red zone. From the 15, Allen, quick drop. Pass inside is going to be caught by Keon Coleman for a gain of 7. As it's 2nd and 3, Allen with the keeper. And he's going to power through a defender and get to 3rd and inches, where Allen sneaks in, but he doesn't get it. 3rd and inches, and the defense stops the sneaking, and Kenneth Grant and Jordan Davis stopping that sneaking, and it's a tie game instead. Deep pass, and can't bring it into Stockton. 2nd down and 10 as Maynard throws, and that's a fumble, and we scooped it up. Felix ran through a defender but put the ball on the ground. We'll get the first down still, though, as Maynard, play action, caught, and a first down for Sierra. Maynard will spread the field, and he'll find Tracy Stockton wide open underneath, and that's also a fumble! And 2 fumbles on this drive. We don't get lucky and recover the second one like we did the first. And the Bills will take over from the 47 in a tie game, and the run game's going to get them 10. And it's from a 2nd and inches screen. We'll get the first down. 5 minutes to play, as Allen's played a nice game, as he typically does in the playoffs. As I was speaking, I guess I jinxed him. It's a Kyle Hamilton interception. Offense, just hold on to the ball and get down the field. As a completion underneath, that's Felix. He runs through and gets out of bounds, and not putting the ball on the ground like he did previously. As a handoff, Achane is going to get 8 yards as we cross midfield with 4 minutes to play. Achane on the ground again. He'll have 8 more. As from the 41, play action. Maynard standing on the logo as he throws for a completion to Felix. We'll have 3rd down and 2. Maynard, quick pass, as he just is so decisive with getting the ball out. He is quick. He is just quick not only with his feet, but with his arm. And speaking of quick, Achane for a first down. 7-yard line. Maynard outside. Stockton. Gain of 3. 3rd down and 2. From the 4. Spreading the field once more. As a pass outside. It's caught, but it's 4th and inches. and will kick the field goal. Man, as it'll be 23-20 with 2 minutes to go in the kick return for the Bills. He'll find a little bit of room, and it gets past the 40 and close to midfield. As from the 47, Josh Allen will have a very short field with a chance to tie this game, as they'll go quick outside for 7 in Dolphin territory already at the 2-minute warning. Allen throwing on the run, and that's Khalil Shakir to the 21, and they are in field goal range now, looking for the win, as a 7-yard gain will have them to the 14. Bills down to 1 timeout. Allen got it to goal to go. It's Keon Coleman to the 7-yard line with 45 seconds. Allen, end zone intercepted! Kyle Hamilton, dagger, ends it, and Kyle Hamilton with 2 fourth-quarter interceptions will put an end to Josh Allen's Super Bowl dreams, and the Dolphins will move on to the conference championship, and Kyle Hamilton and Aiden Hutchinson playing pivotal roles in this team's chase for a Super Bowl. Maynard had a pretty nice day, and, Sierra 2 touchdowns, but it was the defense again. Grant and Robinson with the sack. Hamilton's 2 interceptions. And speaking of Kyle Hamilton, how about a conference championship against the Baltimore Ravens that ends 38-8, a dominant victory. I said we'd eventually run in to Lamar Jackson. Well, that eventually was right now, and it wasn't even close. So Burrow was beaten previously, and this year, Allen and Lamar go down. Maynard, Dolphins, Super Bowl. Will it be? Second try going our way, as Sierra goes for 176 on the game. But this is the crazy part. Jordan Davis and Aiden Hutchinson had 5 sacks each. What is going on? Jordan Davis is not a sack specialist. How did he have 5.5? Who is on that offensive line of the Ravens to let that happen? I am so sorry, Lamar. That is another not his fault moment. But it would, oh my goodness, the narratives around that game would be so frustrating if Lamar got sacked 10 times and 5 of them were by Jordan Davis. Oh my goodness. Well, let's move on to the Super Bowl. We're taking on the Detroit Lions. No Jared Goff, as they got a new quarterback in town. We're in Minnesota for this one, as we get our second chance at a Super Bowl ring, and our last chance to get one while we still have a cheap quarterback, because Denzel Maynard is proved to be every bit the franchise quarterback we have hoped he could become. 17-14 is your score against a 14-3 Detroit Lions. It's Tyler Shuck at quarterback for the Lions. I don't think I would have expected that. How did this happen? Tyler Shuck is throwing on 3rd down and 6. Over the middle, and it's caught. First down to the 46-yard line, as they may be down by 3, but they got Jahmyr Gibbs on the ground for a first down. A little Aiden Hutchinson also revenge game. Can Hutchinson come up big here, or will it be Detroit stand-up touchdown? As Detroit 21-17 on top now. Miami takes over, as Devon Achane had a tough game so far. 10 for 24. That means it's going to be up to Denzel Maynard, delivering throws like that to the outside, and a completion to the 42. Handoff, Achane up the middle for 6, as it'll be 2nd down and 4. Going back to Achane on the ground. Achane, big run, and Kirby Joseph has to track him down. 29-yard line as it's 3rd down. Maynard down the middle. Touchdown. Brandon Ayuk puts it in, and we are up by 3. As now Tyler Shuck's got to respond. 3rd down and 7 now with 5 minutes to play. Shuck is pressured. He's sacked, and Chop Robinson forced it, and it's scooped up by Cooper DeJean, and we got the football in scoring territory as Achane to the 5. 3rd down and 1. Achane down to the 2. 1st and goal. 4 minutes to play. Handing it off. Achane, touchdown. Devon Achane gives us a 2-score lead as Jahmyr Gibbs, don't know how many more touches he has left, but he's making the most of the ones he's getting. To the 47, he's up over 100 yards on just 10 carries, but down by 10 with 3 minutes to go. You're going to need to throw it a lot as Sam Laporta for the first down. Lions in field goal range to cut this to a 1-score game as they'll go once again to Laporta, first down, as they'll be at the 21-yard line. Just got to hold on to those timeouts as Shuck rolling, and see Chop chasing him, and Chop Robinson with another sack. 3rd and 19 with 2.5 to play. Shuck, deep pass, end zone, incomplete. Lions got to settle for a long field goal as the kick on its way. It's no good. No good to cut into a 1-score game, and that might be what does him in as Brandon Ayuk for a first down. But how do you miss a 48-yarder in that situation? Lions fans may never live that one down, but you might not even ever get the football back because Achane running for a first down. 2-minute warning. Maynard running. Room. First down. Inside the 15. Down inside the 10. And that's going to run out the rest of this clock. The Dolphins win the Super Bowl. We get to check off the first of hopefully many as Kyle Hamilton, Aiden Hutchinson, especially for, getting to beat his former team, and all these other players get to hoist their very first, as I am really excited to see where this team continues to go, because we still have a lot of years left, and I think we've built a really nice foundation for this team to continue to compete for many years, even if Maynard's going to be making an extra $50 million a year. But we get to hoist our first. It took us our second try to win one, but we have one ring. We still need to win another, 5 if we want to tie Belichick. But Ayuk, what a game. We're not going to be able to keep him around, but we thank you for your services. Hutchinson gets a sack. Davis has 3. Chop Robinson gets 2. And Maynard, we actually had to go to our backup quarterback for 2 games, it looks like. But Maynard still had a nice season. Achane with 1,000 yards on the ground again. Stockton, 1,300 yards on 109 catches. Sierra goes for 1,100. Ayuk just shy of 1,000. So the passing game was crazy, even though also Bridges was hurt for a couple of weeks. But look at the sack production. Hutchinson goes back-to-back 20 sacks, and we go Chop with 10. Kenneth Grant with 14. I mean, Jordan Davis only had 6 sacks in the regular season, which is pretty good for Jordan Davis, but then he goes and gets 10 in the playoffs. That's crazy. But yeah, look at what we have to do here. Sierra and Jordan Davis and Brandon Ayuk. So we're not going to be able to keep Jordan Davis. We're not going to be able to keep Lindstrom. We knew that. But Minka too. I mean, Sierra's going to be a bit of a must-keep player because he's going to command some money from us. Not a lot, though. We're going to want to keep our kicker as well. So, I mean, with just $4 million of cap space, we're going to do a little bit of restructuring to try to keep our kicker for 1 because I see no reason to go and switch kickers. He's pretty good. Kyle Hamilton, a little bit of restructuring, free up $5 million. Tyrese Knight, clear up about $700,000, free up a little bit more. Bridges, $1.7 million. Sierra only wants $12 million, $11 a year for a guy who's been, a back-to-back 1,000-yard receiver and a nice number 2, because Stockton's all the way up at 91. Yeah, he's our number 1 guy. Ayuk's going to be gone. Pat Myers will be our 3. So, I mean, Sierra for $12 million, we're pretty happy with that. But yeah, Ayuk's got to go. Lindstrom's got to go. If we can franchise tag one of these guys, because you can go into the negatives to franchise tag. But in terms of who's going to be the hardest to replace, and if I can only get one of these players for 1 year, looking at my options, actually think that Minka Fitzpatrick should probably be the guy we stick with. Lindstrom's the best overall, but we've drafted well on offensive line. I think we just let some of those guys play out. Defensive tackle, we have Kenneth Grant. A number 2 D tackle isn't as important for us. Minka Fitzpatrick at starting safety, I think is important for us to get or keep and have be our guy. Now, speaking of safety, you got to get a future plan here. Michael Sheffield is going to be the pick, the last pick of the first round, 21st in talent, hidden dev. So he'll be our number 3 safety for now, and then eventually take over for Minka. We'll get some more D tackle depth to replace Jordan Davis, but there's no free agency because we had to go into the negatives to franchise tag Minka. You get negative money. We're not able to do anything in free agency, and there's going to be a number of seasons like that where there's just nothing we can do. But how about this guy, Kirk Johnson? He was an undrafted projected player, but he's 20th in true talent with hidden dev. Yeah, we'll take that. And how about the Mr. Irrelevant pick? I wouldn't show the Mr. Irrelevant pick for no reason. We drafted him and the draft immediately ends and we don't get to see his like development or true talent or anything, but he does have hidden dev. And not only does he have hidden dev, you'll see eventually. It's like the greatest Mr. Irrelevant pick I've ever seen in my life, but he's a 69 overall hidden dev for now. But yeah, you'll eventually see that Milton Sullivan is a little bit more than just Mr. Irrelevant. But you can see what this team looks like going into the next season. We're going to be starting, Kirk Johnson, a couple of these younger offensive linemen. Bridges still going to be our kind of mainstay tackle. We're going to try to prioritize keeping him. Blackburn at linebacker going into his next season. He's a superstar. We still have Darian Porter on the outside. We have $19 million, and Aiden Hutchinson's contract's up. So, we're going to have to try to play this smart. Cordell Felix is going to be somebody at superstar tight end, 24 years old, 81 overall. We're going to want on a long-term contract. Just kind of buy low on him. Tracy Stockton, we are going to go all in to give him a big contract that he absolutely deserves. He's been incredible, and we're going to go and pay him. And then with just $8 million left, Darrell Irving's not really been a good hit for us so far at right tackle, but I think we could stick with him. A 7-year deal for $4 million as maybe like a weak link on the offensive line. Tracy Stockton dislocated his ankle. He's out for a while, but we'll go into the playoffs with the #1 seed once more. So we're going to have to do it without Stockton. Hutchinson, runner-up in defensive player this year, almost three-peated. But we'll be taking on the Texans in the divisional round this year. Not to dismiss winning a bunch of Super Bowls, but one thing I do want to accomplish is to have that dynasty-like run where, Bill had 2 separate instances where he won 3 Super Bowls in a close amount of time. He has a back-to-back on his resume. I want to have a back-to-back. I want to maybe even three-peat. I want to have, a sustained level of dominance for a couple of years. I don't want to just have sporadic random Super Bowls as, even if that would check off the checklist of 6 Super Bowls. I want to have 2 or 3 in a row. So let's go on that run, as we already got one last year. Let's get one this year. 13-6 your score with 10 minutes to play. Maynard just moving in the pocket around and buying time to get a completion for 7 yards to set up 3rd down and 12 as Maynard is moving up. He's gonna run, and he's got the 1st down as he's a really good scrambler. We don't design many runs for him. He's very like Jaden Daniels in that sense, where you don't design many runs for Jaden, maybe 1 or 2 a game, but all of his rushing production is very scramble heavy, which is really fun to watch, as that's going to be a 10-yard completion, 3rd down and inches. He'll sneak it and not only get the 1st down, Maynard gets the touchdown on the ground as we take a 2-score lead. And this defense is hitting its stride because it is looking better than ever. When you go out there and you have the #1 overall defense, #1 scoring defense, we are across the board defending at a dominant level. And CJ Stroud, I guess, the Texans also, remember, did hand us a couple of 1st-round picks, and this running back was one of the picks that they wanted so badly, and he's almost getting to the end zone as they traded 2 1st-round picks to go back up to get their own pick back at #5 overall to get that running back. Stroud runs it in for a touchdown, but in doing that, they handed us the #1 overall pick, which turned out to be our left tackle, who's out there as one of our best players. So I don't know if I'd call it a win-win trade because the Texans are sitting here in the playoffs, but hey, the Texans didn't turn out so bad, I suppose, as we got to try to lock things up with 4 minutes to play, and we are still up by 7 for now as 3rd down and 8. Maynard is going to try to run for it, and there's another scramble, another 1st down and a big run, and he's got 25 into the red zone. Under 3 to play. Achan is running for 7. We got 3rd and 2. Screen set up, and Achan with room. He's met at the 2, and to try to put this one away, Achan, touchdown! As the Texans just had no answer for our dynamic rushing attack. And with just 15 seconds to go, Stroud will get stopped at the goal line, and we win it 27-13. and move on to a conference championship appearance once more. As Maynard, 72 completion percentage. I mean, the running back, hey, he did a good job. 114 yards on, 6.7 a carry. So he was every bit worth it. He's a 92 overall as well. So he's a great running back. So I no hate there, but maybe Stroud would love to have a franchise left tackle instead of a great running back. Hutchinson, especially when he's getting 2.5 sacks and Chop Robinson's getting a sack and a half. You'd like to have somebody blocking him. But we are pretty injury riddled as Stockton is still gone. We're missing our center. We're missing a couple of other players. We're going to have to do this without some guys as we take on the Chargers in a rainy Miami atmosphere as we are up 20-10. As we were able to take care of business the last time we took on the Chargers. And right now we're taking care of business again as a first down. Maynard to the 28-yard line with 9 minutes to play as the completion is Sierra for 7. Third down and 4. Maynard, he's going to get sacked. He kind of just ran into pressure there. That's on him. But we'll take the field goal to go up by 13. And Herbert's got to respond. Herbert, yet another quarterback. We could just kind of, make sure doesn't touch a ring. The AFC is definitely a lot more difficult when it comes to the quarterback talent out there. I mean, you got Herbert, you got Burrow, you got Mahomes, you got Allen, you got Lamar, we got Maynard, and we got a #1 ranked defense to try to make sure none of these guys ever see a ring again. In Mahomes' case, I guess I should say. We don't want to see Mahomes ever see a ring, and none of these other guys see a ring as Amari and Hampton on 4th down gets the conversion. He's running it well, 9 yards a carry, but you got to throw it down by 13. You can't run it too much as Herbert, Dave. Nice completion and a nice pass from Herbert to the 11-yard line. Hampton taking the carry, and Amari and Hampton gets a 7-yard gain to 2nd down and 3. Back to Hampton, and Amari and Hampton puts it in the end zone, and a 1-score deficit for the Chargers. As can Miami hang on to this one. Hampton gets his team back within 6 with under 5 to play as the check down on the outside. As Achane slips a little, he'll still get 5 yards on the play. Back us up to 3rd down and 6. Wide open man and a completion to Sierra. Sierra comes up big in certain moments, as even though he's not making all the biggest plays like Achane or Tracy Stockton's made some big plays. Sierra's there when we need him. As we sweep it outside, and our backup running back is going to get a double-digit yard run. Everybody getting involved. Keep it on the ground as Scattaboo is going to just be typical Scattaboo and not go down on first contact. As we're going to stay with them. Scattaboo inside the 10, and Cam Scattaboo down to the 1. As what a smash and dash combo as Maynard has got the completion for the touchdown. And what a drive from Miami to try to lock up this game. 2-point conversion for a full 14-point lead as Maynard slips, gets sacked, and we will be up by only 12. But the Chargers got 1 timeout gone. Herbert, he's slipping around, but he's gonna run. And Herbert, well, that's a nice run from Herbert, who's still going. Okay, Justin Herbert just went for like 30 yards on the ground. As Amari and Hampton, they're still running it because it's working. As it's really hard to move because of the rain. We've already seen a couple of guys slip. So, it's working, but you got time running out. You only got 2 timeouts, so you can't afford to not get an onside kick. Herbert from the 11, scrambling inside the 10, down to the 1, and they burn the timeout. So from the 1, handoff, Hampton, it's in, but it's down to the onside kick for a chance at the Super Bowl as the kick is going to be scooped up. Maybe I was a little worried because of the rain and some of the slipping we've seen, but we get it and we kneel it out, and the Dolphins are going back to a Super Bowl, our 2nd in a row, and we are now really pushing for that back-to-back. What a game from Maynard. Only 3 incompletions, and he had 3 touchdowns. Also a random receiver on our team, Harper, who's filling in as he's our #4 receiver. He had 10 catches for 93 yards. We weren't expecting him to go off. Chop Robinson with a sack, Cooper DeJean with an interception, and we will be without Stockton and without Cash, our center. So, we got some of our guys back, but missing our center and missing our top receiver hurts. In the Super Bowl, though, we will not be meeting the Detroit Lions and Tyler Shuck this time around. We will not be meeting the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love this time. How about Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers? So we got to see if we could take on Tet McMillan and Chuba Hubbard and all these talented players that seemingly have come together and developed well. I know Nick Scorton in this game has become a monster, at least in this sim. I remember Nick Scorton ended up with like 150 career sacks. He ended up becoming a monster, so Scorton is going to be a problem. Princely Uman-Mielen and Derek Brown, all these talented players for Carolina, they are the last thing standing in our way of a back-to-back. We go to the fourth quarter. It is a low-scoring 13-7 game as a play action. Maynard has the ball. They'll check it down off the rollout, and he'll be at the 35-yard line after the first down. Screen. Sierra has about 7 on the bubble. 3rd down and 3 for Maynard. They send the extra man, and it's Nick Scorton with his 2nd sack of the game. Yeah, Scorton's become a monster as they are going to hand off. Chuba Hubbard is going to have it, and he's turned into an even better player than he is already, as he's got X Factor. Bryce Young, superstar level player, as he's going to go play action, roll out, get the tight end on a catch and run, and a completion for a 1st down into Dolphin territory. Handoff and a stiff arm, and he's stopped shy, 3rd and inches, but Bryce Young, he might be little, but he sneaks through for the 1st down, as Bryce is going to step and throw for a 1st down to the 21, as they'll hand it off. Again, this ain't even Chuba Hubbard, but he's still stiff-arming us and getting a gain of 5. 2nd down, play action, chop obliterates the running back, but keeps the ball as Bryce, who delivers to Xavier Leggett to the 4-yard line, and a handoff. Defense gets the running back down. 3rd and goal. Bryce Young, we send pressure. He slips through. Bryce Young, touchdown. Taking the lead by 1 point, and Maynard in the offense got to respond. What do you got for us? Maynard throwing it deep down the field. It's caught, and he breaks off, and he's tracked down at the 32. What a grab. It's Russell Harper, the backup receiver, the unlikeliest of heroes, as Maynard on the scramble. He's going to run, and that's how you turn that into 2 yards with Scorton chasing you down. More play action. Maynard underneath. He's got Sierra. 1st down to the red zone. Sierra's up over 100 yards. And now give it to him on the sweep. Here goes Sierra. Inside the 5. Down to the 2. From the 2 now, 1st and goal. Play action. And it's a sack as they back him up. 3rd and goal from the 11. Maynard slips through just like Bryce Young, but he's hit at the 1. And they'll kick the field goal. It's good, but 1 yard shy of the touchdown. Miami has the lead with just 2:20 to play, and Ted McMillan with the grab. He's got 8 yards. 3rd down and 2 for Bryce Young on the run, and it's caught. Ted McMillan again, as now from the 44 with 1.5 to play. Bryce rolling on the run again. He's got Leggett, and it's for 10. 3rd and inches. This time play action to the tight end, and it's a 1st down with 1 minute to go. Closing in on field goal range. Bryce Young shot down the field. It's caught. Leggett down to the 11 with just under 1 minute to go. They're in the position to take the lead, and they do. Touchdown. Dolphins down by 5 with just 50 seconds to play. We got just 2 timeouts and 77 yards of field ahead of us. Maynard pressured. It's too far out. What does Maynard have for us? From the 23, 2nd and 10. It's caught by Sierra. He makes a guy miss. And Sierra has got the speed. And Sierra, touchdown. Are you serious? 77 yards in the Super Bowl and take the lead. And the 2-point conversion on its way. How do you let that happen if you're Carolina? 77 yards, and Bryce Young needs a field goal in just 30 seconds. Leggett for 10. 34-yard line. Bryce is going to find an open man. It's Ted who gets around the defender and gets out of bounds. Carolina holds on to that final timeout. 16 seconds from midfield. Need maybe 10 to 15 more yards. He's got that right there. It's 11 yards, and that'll be enough. Field goal try from 56, and we are going to overtime. This game has been a wild back and forth, and we are going to get the football first. Remember, both teams have a chance at this one. Touchdown does not end it, but we got to make sure we put points up on the board to put the pressure on Carolina as Maynard scrambling, and Maynard gets a nice run all the way for 15 at the 47-yard line as we'll go with the play action. It's Ben Maynard doing it all himself as he is going to run it again. He wants to put the team on his back in this overtime period. Handoff, Achane finally letting someone else run the football. 7 yards for Achane. He's gonna throw, and that's going to be a completion for a first down at the 11-yard line. So close to finding the end zone. Maynard is gonna run. He's got 6 more. Carolina has no answers for the ground. It's Maynard throwing now. It's a touchdown. Sierra, he was the hero to end regulation, and now he could be the overtime hero as Bryce Young goes down. Chop Robinson. It's a loss of 7, and this Panthers team, they're running out of hope. Bryce throws for a completion. He's got 7. 3rd down and 10. Young to the air. We're sending DeJean on the blitz, but he goes down. It's a sack. It's 4th and 17 for the back-to-back. Can you shut the door on it? Young is throwing, but he is down. Kenneth Grant finishes him off, and the Panthers go down. Dolphins go back-to-back, and we got number 2 as Kyle Hamilton, Aiden Hutchinson, and all these players get to celebrate another one as we got 2 out of 6, and Maynard, what a job from him and Sierra. We were down Tracy Stockton, our best receiver, and everybody else stepped up. Sierra with a 77-yard touchdown with like 30 seconds to go in regulation. Even when we go to force overtime, Maynard puts the team on his back in overtime with running the football up and down the field and then delivers to Sierra. Maynard has 90 rushing yards to go with his over 300 passing yards. Sierra goes for 195 and 3 touchdowns on the game. Are you serious? This guy was unbelievable. And, you know, it's a 2-man race. They give Maynard the MVP just because he's a quarterback, but you could have given it to Sierra too, as Maynard throws for 4,500 yards. Achane with 1,200 yards and 9 touchdowns on the ground. Really nice season from him. Sierra fills it nicely as the number 1, takes over, gets 99 grabs for 1,200 yards. And we are now in a spot where, hey, could we three-peat? Could we three-peat a Super Bowl run for the 3rd year in a row? Because I really don't feel like we are going to be losing much on this team. I mean, we don't have money. That's a problem. Yeah, we don't have money, but we are going to go far into the negatives to franchise tag Aiden Hutchinson, which means, again, we're not going to have free agency, but I mean, if the options are restructure a bunch of contracts and lose Aiden Hutchinson, or, you know, be at negative 76 million, I think we'll keep out Hutchinson. We'll keep things how they are. We'll just kind of, you know, use our draft picks. And how about this guy, Ashton Ferguson? He's sitting here as a round 1 to 2 player, but a top 5 talent. And this is one of the best guards I've ever seen. How about 43 reps on the bench, a bunch of A's? And at the 17th pick, I mean, offensive line isn't the biggest need, but when you find a player like this, who literally the scouting report, it says generational prospect. I've never even seen that before, where it just straight up says generational prospect like that. He is unbelievable. How is that not an A+? What I'm asking, who's the number 1 player in the draft? Because how is he number 2 when he's a generational prospect? But Ferguson, yeah, he is an 85 overall guard. I did end up looking. The number 1 player was the typical USC run support safety who was like an 86. So, you know, nothing crazy there. It's typical stuff. But, man, an 85 guard joining the Super Bowl winning team. Yeah, that's insane. So, yeah, we might be negative 75 million, but we still added a premier player to this squad. Kenneth Grant sitting at a 96 overall. Chop's at a 95. DeJean's at a 95. This team is amazing. I did talk about Milton Sullivan a little bit because he was like a backup last year, and I didn't really see him. And then I go into this season when I'm setting the depth chart, I'm like, he's an X Factor? Yes, my Mr. Irrelevant pick from last season is an X Factor linebacker. What? I've never seen that before. That's cool. But Cooper DeJean is going to get a contract extension. He is well earned it. He's one of best DB for us. He helped us win a Super Bowl. We also just don't have a lot of cornerback talent on this team. Kyle Hamilton, I mean, he's 30 years old, so we're not going to give him a big contract, but just 2 years. Chop Robinson, yeah, I'd like Chop Robinson to be on this team for another couple of seasons with what he's done. He wants, $45 million a year. We'll give him a little less than that. He'll stick around. Achane, I did not expect Achane to stick around on this team the way he has. I thought we'd just be out getting him away from this team. You get another running back who can maybe handle the load, but hey, he's been here. He's been awesome. We get the #1 seed because we go 16-1. And you know what? I thought just for a special occasion, 16-1 divisional round game against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, let's bust out the rivalry jerseys. I know they're not meant to be worn here, but when else are we going to get to see these jerseys? I want to watch these jerseys in action. So we're up 26-17, and Achane with the run, and he's got the first down and more to the 3-yard line. 27-yard gain, looking to go up by 3 scores. Maynard running left, he's sacked, and it's going to be 4th and goal. We'll settle for the field goal. That's okay. And we will be on to defense, up by 12 against Lamar, where he's going to have his pass swat at the line. 3rd down and 10. We send the blitz. That pass knocked down. Nice play. And the defense gets the 3 and out. And Achane is going to run for another nice gain. I mean, he's just been so awesome for this team. And we haven't even really needed to bring in another running back to help him out. We had Scadaboo for like 2 years, and he helped, but they didn't even need him. We let Scadaboo go, and Achane is still here doing his thing at 29 years old, too, as Maynard to throw, and he'll find a receiver shy. It'll be 4th and 1. We'll take the field goal. It'll still be a 2-score game, and the kick is good. So we are up by 15. Lamar will hand it, and that's going to be 9 yards on the play. They got 6 minutes to go, so running out of time. Lamar needs to do something here as he gets the first down. 5 minutes to go. Lamar throwing. Only a 3-man rush from the defense. It'll find an open man eventually. Rashad Bateman for the first down. Rashad Bateman is still here. It's like what year are we in? Rashad Bateman still making plays for the Ravens, and that's a touchdown. A deep pass, and Lamar delivers for a 1-score deficit. They wait on the 2-point conversion, so it's going to be an 8-point game, and look who it is on the big play off the play action. Sierra got about 50 on the play as we're right back in scoring range as Achane on the screen, and he'll have 8 more. As that's a fullback dive. I mean, why not? Let's run it with the fullback. He'll be at the 12-yard line. We're running clock. Toss it out. Achane on the edge with speed. Malachi Starks was no match, and he outruns him to the corner for the touchdown. 39-24 as Lamar, I am sorry, your defense can't buy you a stop right now. We got 39 points on the board as Lamar throwing over the middle for a first down and a big play. But, I mean, we're playing that top-down defense. We don't need to really do anything too aggressive. Just keep the clock moving, keep things running. The Ravens are burning a timeout, so, I mean, if they score, they got to get this onside kick, and we'll let them go inside the 20-yard line. 1:18 to go. Lamar, middle, caught, inside the 10, down to the 5. A minute to play, and it's a touchdown for the Ravens. But it all comes down to the onside kick, and we are able to recover 39-31. We win it, and at 16-1, we are moving on to the conference championship. Can we reach our 3rd straight Super Bowl? As Maynard throws for 344, Achane has 96 yards. Sierra with another 100. Stockton goes for 92 and a touchdown. And Aiden Hutchinson, just a single sack for the defense. But Cooper DeJean also got a pick as we get another conference championship. Our first conference championship and Super Bowl appearance came after beating Joe Burrow and the Bengals to see if we can do it again. 14-10 your score. So we're looking good, and that three-peat I wanted so badly. Come on, Maynard, as he's going to complete the pass short of the line. So we'll have to punt the football away, but at 16-1, it would also be awesome to cap off a season which we can win 19 games on the year as Burrow delivers for a first down, looking to spoil things for us as the pass is caught for a first down, and Burrow driving the Bengals down into Miami territory as he'll throw over the middle, and another completion. That's for 9. 3rd and 1. Sneak it. First down. The Bengals offense tough to stop right now, as finally we get a run stop to force another 3rd down where Burrow converts again, and time is down to 7 minutes to play as Chop Robinson sacked and they picked up the fumble. So it's 3rd and 21 for Burrow. He's escaping. He's throwing on the run. Oh, did he complete that? Touchdown right in front of Kyle Hamilton. That was incredible by Burrow, and now the offense for the Dolphins has to respond. Down by 3. Maynard completes it, and he has a 3rd down conversion of his own from the 46. 5 minutes to go. Screen to Achane. Gets wide. Gets the first down. Achane up the sidelines. And a big gain. 26 yards. Maynard is going to complete another one. Tracy Stockton for the first. From the 11, 2nd and 8, got it to Felix, he's met 3rd and inches, from the 3, Maynard sneaks it for the first, it's goal to go, from the 2, Achane is in, touchdown, and another lead change, as Burrow's got 2 minutes to go, and he's gonna flow one for a first, and a big gain. Bengals not going down that easily. Burrow on the run. He's completing everything. Joe Burrow. How is he just escaping the rush, throwing everything on the run? Got another completion. There's Jamar Chase out of bounds for 6 more. There is 36 seconds to play. Burrow to Chase. Inside the 5, down to the 2. Is he going to pull it off? Handoff. He's in. Touchdown, Bengals. They have pulled off maybe the impossible if we can't get into field goal range. Stockton timeout, 10 yards. 20 seconds to play. Maynard running. He's past midfield. He's got us to the 45. No timeouts, but you need another play to get into field goal range. Maynard underneath. Achane just got to get down. He's in field goal range. We got 9 seconds. Got to get back to the line. Got to spike it. Can he get there in time? Offense, hurry it up. 3, 2, 1, spike! We have a second to go! And we're going to overtime with the field goal! Kick from 48 is up, and we're not done yet! Overtime! How have we gotten here as the Bengals? What do you gotta do to beat us? Burrow, throw in, deep pass on 3rd down, incomplete, and now we're in sudden death. Next score wins. We got the ball back, and Felix is going to run through a defender. He'll have 13 on the play as Maynard swings it out. He's got a chance, but he can't make a move in the open field. He loses yards. It's 3rd and long as Maynard is gonna fire incomplete. And both teams trading punts in overtime now. As Burrow, the offense, taking over in a run to the 33-yard line. Burrow, completion, shy, and the catch and run is going to get just 5 on the play. It'll be 3rd and 4 as Burrow is going to have it knocked out. Incomplete and another punt. 3 overtime punts as Maynard, they didn't get the block on the edge, a sack. 3rd and 17, and they'll just play it safe with a draw. And that is brutal. Bengals force a stop, and now the defense is coming up big as Burrow has got a completion. They're maybe 10 to 15 away from field goal range, and a completion to the 42 now. It'd be 59 from here. Run has caught a good gain. 3rd and inches. Could this be it? Burrow is throwing. Can he get sacked? He's got the first on the ground. This is not looking good. The hopes of a 3-peat are slipping away. 3rd and 5. Handoff. Another first. And things are just going to end like this. They're sending out the field goal unit from 38. Kick on its way. It is good. And the Bengals stun us in overtime. It took 5 possessions in overtime. And, I mean, we were just so close. I mean, we almost didn't even make it to overtime if we had 1 less second. But no Super Bowl appearance this time. Burrow will do it and bring the Bengals all the way to the final game of the season, and our quest for not only the three-peat, our third Super Bowl ring, but our fourth Super Bowl appearance as a whole is over. Maynard throws for 45 touchdowns at 4,600 yards. HN with another great season. Stockton with 100 catches and 15 touchdowns. I mean, incredible year from these guys. Sierra goes for another 1,000 yards on the season, and I mean, the offensive line was awesome. Defense was great because Chop Robinson had another 16 sacks, Hutchinson 13, Kenneth Grant with 12. Number one offense, number one defense type of stuff, and just weren't able to get it done. As Burrow wins the Super Bowl, wins Super Bowl MVP, well deserved, I would say, as we once again have to go into the negatives to keep Baden Hutchinson on a franchise tag. I don't think he's complaining about getting $46 million every single season and sticking around, even if he'd like the long-term contract. I think he'll be all right. But in this draft, we have the number 4 overall pick, actually. So, you know, this is one of the years where we kind of lucked out, and we need a cornerback. There's 2 top 5 talent corners available to us. It's a matter of picking the right one. And DeMarcus Burton being the number 11 overall player, I think we're going to select DeMarcus Burton. I mean, they're both pretty good. Bibbs got the excel, but Burton's got the jumping and the change of direction. So 6'2" out of Texas, DeMarcus Burton with the number 4 overall pick, 4th and true talent, and he is just normal development, which really hurts, but we'll still take it. He's still a really talented player, but that's unfortunate. We're going to go back and double dip at cornerback because we really need it. How about 6'4", great athlete, physical profile? He's got hidden dev, so maybe we can, you know, figure things out there when it comes to trying to find the next elite corner. And late in the second round, I mean, a top 5 QB is still available. Obviously, we don't need a QB, but I mean, nothing wrong with investing in a backup quarterback. I mean, how about a hidden dev, 6'6", 94 throw power? I mean, he's pretty good. Like, why not go get a backup quarterback for cheap? So I know that's maybe not the most optimal pick, but he was definitely the best player on the board for us. And going into the next season, Stockton at a 95, Sierra 89, 99 is Maynard. HN's got X Factor. Offensive line's looking awesome, especially on that left side. Grant's got X Factor. Hamilton, Hutchinson, Sullivan, all X Factor. Chop, Blackburn, and DeJean are all superstars. We are now not going to go 16-1, but we do win the division, number 3 seed, and taking on the Browns as Denzel Maynard wins MVP, which is awesome. Aiden Hutchinson wins his 3rd Defensive Player of the Year award, and in our first playoff game of the season, 30-14 is your final. It was 30-6 for a majority of it. A dominant game in the wild card round, so we get to move on to the divisional, as you know, Kyler Murray on the Browns, and did not go too well, as we'll see if we can move on once again, try to get back to another conference championship. Cooper DeJean had a sack, or half a sack, and a pick in the game. How about 28-14 against the 12-5 Houston Texans as CJ Stroud goes down, and we are already up by 14. Got them in a long distance to go. They go and make it a 3rd down and 8 after a 9-yard completion. As Stroud outside, completion, short though, 4th and 3. They go for it. Stroud is rolling, pressure on the run. It's caught, and he actually got the 1st down, hung on to it as Stroud outside, and that's a tackle for DeJean for a loss. 3rd down and 12. Stroud stepping up and just too much pressure. 4th down and long, and this is a bold one. 59-yard field goal. That's a lot of risk, and it's good, but it's a lot of risk for a field goal that if you miss or make, it's still a 2-score game, and if you miss it, you give us good field position. It works out for them, though. 11-point game. Maynard gonna get sacked on 3rd down, so it really works out for the Texans to get us on a 3-and-out, and Stroud taking back over and a 1st down completion, as now on this drive you could settle for a field goal if you have to, as DeJean, nice play, forces 4th down, And with 7 minutes to go, they're going to go for it. 4th and 10 from the 39. Hutchinson got in, and he has to throw it short, and it's not going to happen. And the Dolphins take over. Short pass, and there's Felix, the tight end. And we are at the 25-yard line. A touchdown probably ends this one as Achane is going to get through. First down. 12 yards to the 12-yard line. 3rd down and 9 as he's floating for the end zone. Incomplete. 2 guys down there on Stockton instead. Just take the field goal. 31-17 your score as CJ Stroud still got a bit of a chance in this one. Nice swat at the line. 4th down and 10 for Stroud as pressure in, gets the completion, and he keeps it going. First down. 4 minutes to play for Stroud as he's stepping up, throwing on the run, and that's a beautiful ball. It's caught. DeJean couldn't do anything about it. And first and goal from the 9, pop pass as he's down to the 3. Stroud, he's playing as good as he can given the circumstances. On the run, touchdown. And Stroud makes it a 1-score game. They're going for 2 here, and they'll get it. So a touchdown and an extra point could give them the win. They have 2 timeouts and make it 1. 3rd down and 5. 2 first downs will do it. As Maynard to the air. A quick pass. Felix, first down. 1 more to end it. 3rd down as Denzel's going to step up. He's throwing it deep. He's gonna have it. Caught. Are you serious? It was Devon Achane Moss, a defender. Wow. What in the world, Devon Achane? Didn't know you had that in you. Just mossing a defender for the game. I mean, that's ill-advised to chuck it deep to Devon Achane in a gotta-have-it situation. But it worked, I guess. So I can't complain about it. 5 sacks from the defense. Maynard throws for 5 touchdowns, and we're on to the conference championship, taking on a 14-3 Pittsburgh Steelers. 14-11 your score. It's been a low-scoring defensive battle in between, a top defense in the Dolphins and a top defense in the Steelers. It's kind of what you'd expect here, as in hostile territory. Sierra for the first down. And it'll be 9 minutes to play. Another 3rd down spot for Maynard as he'll throw short. He'll have it 4th and 3 from the 39. It's a really close call. Do you go for it? Do you kick it? As they will send out the field goal unit from 56. Kick is no good for the tie. He missed it. Tough kick, but still disappointing to not get that tie, as the Steelers will take over and will throw for a first down. And now they are in a spot where things could look really dangerous for us, as that is Josh Allen at quarterback. How did Josh Allen end up in the Steelers? I don't know what's going on here, but I mean, he goes to the Steelers and makes them 14-3. Maybe a new change of scenery will help them out as they go for a field goal. They do not get a first down on the 3rd down spot, and their field goal is good from long distance, and now it's 17-11, so we need a touchdown with 6.5 to play. Sierra for the first down from the 43. Maynard is going to throw. No, he's going to try to run, but the defense holds him back. 3rd and 11. It's not a lot lost on the sack, but still a sack as he throws it deep. What a throw and a catch. Sierra to the 12-yard line, just staring down that fan base. 2nd down and 11. Caught on the slant. It's Stockton for 9. 3rd down and 1. Achane not gonna get the first, but with just 3.5 to go, going for it. 4th and 5. It's a sack. No, Steelers get the job done on defense. And now things are looking really dire. We can't get a stop, and we're not getting one here, as 3 minutes are ticking down. We're going to start using timeouts. 1st and 10, and that's going to be a stop in the backfield, loss of 5. They get 4 more and force 3rd and 11 as that pass down the middle. Great defense, and that would have been the dagger, but we get another try at it. Maynard, do you have a game winner? He's going down again, and Pittsburgh's pass rush just so dangerous, thrown across his body. Achane, 21 yards. What a play, as Maynard clean pocket and delivers. And another play. It's going to be another play to Achan. He's been incredible through the air. Is now down the save. Caught down to the 1 with 28 seconds to play. First and goal. Quick pass. Touchdown. Dolphins are up by 1 with 20 seconds to play. Steelers, Josh Allen, will it be more heartbreak for Allen? 10 yards at a timeout. You gotta go. Still another 2 plays, another chunk play, as that's a completion. Gotta get down. Timeout. 10 seconds. You get 1 shot down the middle and a timeout. For the field goal, you get the middle, but he's not gonna be there in field goal range. You're not gonna try it from 65. Instead, Hail Mary, Josh Allen to go to the Super Bowl. It's going to be incomplete. And the Dolphins are going back to their 3rd Super Bowl in 4 years to try to replicate what New England did and win 3 in 4 years, as Josh Allen couldn't get it done. Doesn't matter the team, it's the same result. As can we get it again? Our 3rd ring, as it was a defensive battle. We didn't even get the same sack production that we typically do. It was the Steelers getting the sack production. So it was a little bit of a role reversal, but we are back here in the Super Bowl. This time, it is going to be a matchup where we take on the Atlanta Falcons. And not only are we taking on the Atlanta Falcons, it's not going to be Michael Penix. They got a new quarterback. I guess Penix didn't work out for them, but it's still Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and all these other guys still doing their thing. How about another game in Miami? We got another home Super Bowl, as it's funny how this has just worked out that this way we make the Super Bowl whenever it's in Miami. So we are going to have another home Super Bowl. We lost the one, our first Super Bowl appearance was at home. It was against the Packers. We lost it. Let's try to win this one for the home crowd, as we take on the Falcons in a 4th quarter where we are down by 8. But the first play of the 4th quarter sees Achan run us for 12 yards. We're at the 6-yard line, so we don't got to panic or anything. As we hand it off, Achan slips through, and Devon Achan, I mean, he's like 30 years old and he's still playing this well. 2-point conversion. Maynard back in the end zone. Stockton got the 2, and it's a tie game, 21-21, as the Falcons stepping up, throwing. Passes floated, but it's caught and out of bounds. Pearson, the quarterback for the Falcons, as he's going to throw middle, caught, and they'll have 8 more. 3rd down and 2. Toss it out. Here's Bijan Robinson, and he's got nowhere to go. They punt it, and Maynard takes over. He'll check one down outside and hit down, loss of 2, 2nd and 12. Maynard, throw middle, caught for the 1st down, and that's Felix, the tight end. I think he lost his superstar throughout this playoffs because they update dev traits in the Super Bowl. I think he was just superstar and he lost it, but it's going to be another 1st down completion, 2nd down 11, and that's going to be a pass that was a laser, but no one was there for 3rd and 11 as Maynard intercepted, and that is going to be James Pierce dropping into coverage, and he just wasn't ready for it. I don't blame you, I guess, as Bijan running the football in Bijan. I mean, he's like 30 plus at this point. He's still as slippery as ever, as Pearson to throw the ball, and the short drop's gonna get him to Kyle Pitts for the 1st down. And now at the 33, 7 minutes to go. Bijan, middle, run, double-digit yards, and now closing in on the red zone where they find themselves in there now. 13-yard line, as Kyle Pitts is going to help them be at the 12-yard line after the sneak. 1st down, and that pass should have been picked. He just let it slip through his hands. Instead it's 3rd and 10, and they get another try at points as they'll throw. It's knocked away. I thought he had that, but Dejeed got it away from him, but we should have had an interception there. Instead, the Falcons get a field goal with 5 minutes to play. We're down by 3. Can it be Denzel Maynard making some heroics happen to get us a Super Bowl win again? He's scrambling for 8, 3rd down and 2. Pass for Sierra is caught. And Sierra every time comes up big, as that's going to be Achan dropping defenders with his juke moves and falling forward for a 15-yard gain. Maynard to the outside, and another completion 34-yard line, 2nd down and 2. Maynard is pressured and sacked. Jalen Walker, and it's picked up by the lineman. It's 3rd and 11. Maynard to the air with just 2:40 to play. It's going to be caught. He got it out. Jalen Walker was pressuring him, but he just got it out in time for the first. As now play action, as outside another open man, but it's not going to be much. 2 yards, 3rd and 7. Maynard stepping up. He's running, and Denzel Maynard inside the 10. He's in. Touchdown. Maynard with 1:18 to go. Might have just given us a game-winning rushing touchdown. Can the defense finish the job as Kenneth Grant would have hit on Bijan? 2nd and 13 as Pearson is going to complete it for the first down. 33-yard line. Pearson to throw with under a minute to play, and that's Drake London for 18. As now 50 seconds to play, swing it out to Bijan. He's chased. He's down. Loss of a yard. 3rd and 11. 38 seconds. Atlanta has 1 timeout. Pearson chase. He's sacked. And the defense. 1 more play. 4th and 21. They're hurrying it back. This is it for the Falcons. Can they pull this off? 4th and 21 for the Super Bowl. He's throwing down the field. It's incomplete. And the Dolphins, 3rd Super Bowl in 4 years, and they complete that little dynasty run that we wanted to solidify our spot in history as an all-time great team. It's one thing to win Super Bowl spread out across 24 years. It's another thing to dominate the league at a point where you are winning the Super Bowl 3 out of 4 years. Maynard has his 3rd. And he is really now, talking about his legacy, pushing himself into talks that not many quarterbacks in the history of football are in, because not only is he winning these Super Bowls, he is got an MVP. He is a driving force. I mean, I know the 0 touchdowns to a pick, it's not great, but I mean, he had the rushing production and the rushing touchdown to give us the game winner. And I mean, so many players perform so good in these situations. Hutchinson with another Super Bowl sack. Sheffield got a pick. He wins Super Bowl MVP, actually. And we move on. As Aiden Hutchinson, man, Hutchinson retired after that. And, I mean, look what he did when he got here. He played 6 years in Miami, and he put up legendary numbers. He's going straight to the Hall of Fame. But now we got to do it without Aiden Hutchinson, which that's a big blow to our defense. As Stockton goes for 1,400, Sierra, Myers go for 1,000 each. Double-digit touchdowns to go around. As Maynard, you've seen his MVP season. You've seen we put up a top-level offense. We see that this defense as well was also really good. I mean, you can see why the sack numbers for Hutchinson aren't popping up, but I showed you his stats, and we still have negative money, and we're going to use our franchise tag no longer on Aiden Hutchinson. We're going to use it on Bridges, the tackle, but yeah, just still kind of stuck in the negatives, as it's really like we have to just keep the team together. I do think we need a running back, because HN is going to be like 31 years old. He's not going to be viable for much longer. Oscar Gore, 13th in true talent, but he's a normal development, so that's kind of brutal. We go into the 4th round, and we find another running back, an undrafted player with round 1 to 2 talent, Pat Levine. He actually is hidden development, so I guess that works out fine. I mean, we got just as good of a player in the 4th round as we did in the 1st round, which is what it is, but we'll take it still. I mean, HN's still fine for now. He's an 88 overall X Factor. We don't need to replace him right this second, but I mean, also we lost some players, like when it comes to just like minor roles. Like Blackburn is gone. A couple of other players weren't really able to bring them back because we're just kind of sitting in negative money. Adrian Bridges, I want to get him locked up. We have some money for now that we can allocate. 6 years, $33 million. Milton Sullivan, I mean, he's an X-Factor linebacker at 25 years old. Mr. Irrelevant, deserves a big contract. Kirk Johnson, we've kind of moved him into center, but this is a guy who's a round 1 talent that we got in like the 4th or 5th round or something. He was a superstar dev. I want him to be the center of the future for this team. 7 years, $10 million. Michael Sheffield just won a Super Bowl MVP. Got a cheap little contract. I mean, $3.5 million a year. As we actually don't win the division this year, so you know, it's been a little bit since we're a wild card team, like a proper wild card, not hosting in the 1st round. But here we are, taking on the Chargers once more. So I think this is our third matchup against the Chargers as the Patriots won the division. I mean, we still went 12-5. It's not like we were bad or anything. Patriots were just really good. But let's see if we can get things done, as Maynard had taken home another MVP on his resume. Oscar Gore getting some run time here. It's now a little bit more of a rotation with these running backs as Achane slowing down. Want him to be effective in his limited touches, as it's going to be Maynard play action. And that pass caught for a first down. They're down 24-21, but now in Charger territory is the play action again. Maynard floats one to the outside, and that's caught. First down and more into the red zone. And Myers, a receiver, just giving this team a red zone opportunity as he's thrown back in the end zone, incomplete. Third down and 11 with 9 to play as Maynard running, and he's sacked as that's going to back us up. Tui Pelotu is going to get him down, and it'll still be pretty makeable field goal from about 47 yards out. Kick is good. Tie game as Herbert and the Chargers take back over, as that's going to be a completion, as Herbert's been one of the quarterbacks who's been stonewalled, much like another Charger quarterback, Phillip Rivers, who was stonewalled by Brady many a times in New England. We are stonewalling Justin Herbert from ever reaching the Super Bowl, as third down and 5 hits as Herbert to the air. Completion, first down to the 28, but maybe this is Herbert's year. Maybe this is the Chargers' year, as they got 7 yards on the play. 5.5 to go. Play action. Herbert has got time, stepping up, and he's gonna run. He's got the first down, as that was brutal to watch, as we got pressure in this time, and you know, it's not been as successful without Aiden Hutchinson, but we'll take a sack there. 3rd and 19 as Herbert to the air. He's hit as he's throwing it. It's incomplete, and a field goal try will be good. 27-24, Miami down as the run, and oh my goodness, Gore got lit up. 3rd down and 11 as Maynard to run it now. He's actually going to scramble. He's got the first and more, and Maynard gets 21 on the ground. As from the 48, handoff to Gore. He's going to weave his way through in the first round. A rookie gets 8. 3rd down and 1. Sneak for the first down. 2:15 to go. In position to tie this game with another solid play. Not like that, though. Loss of yards, 3rd and 15. But on 3rd and 15, with a strike for the completion and a first down. 28-yard line. And another one. That's Sierra to the 13-yard line, as that's gonna be another completion, one after another, and the run play is not gonna get the job done on 3rd and 1, as it looks like we could be headed to overtime, and we will be. So it was looking like Maynard was just completing every single pass down the field, and then he tried to run the football. It did not work out, and you know, not having Achane out there right now really does hurt. But we'll just try to make do with it, and in overtime, it's going to be the first play! Are you serious? Cooper DeJean, interception! Wow! Herbert just may have thrown the Chargers' chances away as a completion inside the red zone, and the field goal will win this game. Don't gotta do anything crazy. Stockton holds onto the ball after a big hit at the 13. Just don't turn it over. Maynard inside the 10. He's actually going to run us all the way to victory with a touchdown. Wow, Herbert threw it away. And a pick by DeJean sends us to the next round. And that's got to be just so depressing for the Chargers, as Maynard has an 85 completion percentage game, 300+ yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, adds another a little bit on the ground. Stockton with 10 catches for 118 yards on the day. It was Stockton putting up the big game. And the pressure from Robinson and Grant. DeJean with the big pick, obviously. We get to take on the Cleveland Browns, who are pretty crazy. They're 13-4, and right now the Browns are actually winning 31-21. If they want to have another back-to-back Super Bowl victory, they're going to need to pull this template comeback off. They're already doing a good job at the 21-yard line, so field goal will pull to a one-score game, but you love that touchdown first. Nice catch on the outside, goal to go as the throw on the run, off play action, Sierra touchdown, and the Dolphins right back down by 3. So Cleveland did not hold that 2-score lead for long, as they'll get stopped on the ground, and it's 2nd and 12. And the Browns completion. He's going to get a first down, but fumble, and it goes out of bounds. so close to getting that ball back as Cleveland on the run, 3rd and 9. How did he catch that? Wow, it's Josh Allen in Cleveland. We have caused the legendary quarterback to just team hop every year to try to beat us as he gets sacked by Kenneth Grant. It's 4th down. They got to punt it, as this would be so depressing for Josh Allen if he's not able to win this one. He's just never been able to win, no matter what team he's on. He wanted to get out of our division. He did. He goes to the Steelers. He couldn't beat us. Now he's on the Browns, and he might not be able to beat us here either, as Miami can make this a tie game, maybe even take the lead if he's going to keep running like that. Maynard to the 40-yard line, as it'll be 1st and 10 with 6 minutes to play. Draw, and that's Levine for a 9-yard gain. 3rd down and 3 though, as that's gonna be a throw on the run. He hangs on, as that's gonna be a red zone opportunity now. Screen, Felix, he's gonna have about 5 yards on the play. 3rd down and 4, as Denzel's rolling, sacked. He just tried to run too early. Instead, they'll have to settle for a field goal. We're tied up. Josh Allen, will it be 3rd team's the charm? I don't know how many teams he's played for at this point. I have only seen him in Pittsburgh and Cleveland, but he might have played elsewhere too. As on 3rd and 14, what a completion! Allen keeps the drive alive as he'll go play action, throwing, and that's a completion into Miami territory with under 2 to go, as he'll throw it deep now. Pass up in the air, it's a little underthrown and incomplete. 3rd down and 3. Allen is gonna fire one for a 1st down, and things are getting scary now for Miami. They're in field goal range. The run, 1st down and more to the 21. Miami's burning timeouts. Allen, could he finally do it? He's running. Josh Allen, spin move. Allen decked at the 1, but it's gonna be a goal to go. Running, and it stopped Miami. I mean, you might as well let him score, I feel like. 2nd and goal. Allen, touchdown. Josh Allen on the Cleveland Browns delivers to Amon-Ra St. Brown for a touchdown, as everybody's teaming up to try to beat this Miami team. 55 seconds down by a touchdown. Sierra with a short pass to him, 6 yards. They're going to need a lot more than that with no timeouts. You got to get some downfield plays, as Maynard has to get rid of it out of bounds. 4th and 4. 38 seconds to go. Could this be it? No, it's not done. Cleveland has to play some more defense. 25 seconds to go after the spike. From the 40, pass is caught by Felix as he's caught him to the 47. But again, no timeouts, and you need a touchdown from 47 out. He's going to run up, spike the ball. 13 seconds to play. You could take shots down at the end zone right now. He's going to go outside. Got to get out of bounds, but he can't. And that's gonna do it. I don't think they're gonna get him off in time. Will he? He will. One more play as they're gonna go down the field. He got it off. End zone. And incomplete. No. Sierra actually had it in his hands. And it's incomplete. Josh Allen finally beats Miami in the playoffs. And it took him hopping to a whole bunch of teams to do it. He plays a good game. Kenneth Walker, Judkins, Amon-Ra had 3 touchdowns. This is a wild team in Cleveland. But, I mean, everybody, I guess, all went to Cleveland to go chase a ring. And it might just work out. Maynard throws 44 touchdowns to just a single pick. HN got hurt at the end of the season. He was playing pretty solid, having a typical season. Stockton, 1,300 yards and 11 touchdowns for yet another highly ranked offense. But without Aiden Hutchinson on this team, the defense took a pretty big hit for a defense that had been, consistently in the top 5. Aiden Hutchinson leaves and we slipped down, so it really kind of shows you the impact that he had for this team. As Chop Robinson, though, still got a double-digit sack season. DeJean with 3 picks. And we will have to move on to see that the Patriots made it to the Super Bowl, lost to Washington. So, I mean, the Browns didn't even make it. I mean, the Browns didn't even make it. Josh Allen still isn't going to get a ring, even though he did all that. But we go to free agency here with, our guys to re-sign. Kyle Hamilton is a free agent. Achan is a free agent. Achan's an 84. We're going to let him go. I think it's time for Jonah to go as well at 30 years old. We can only keep one player with the franchise tag, and between Pat Myers, Devon Achane, Kyle Hamilton, Jonah, we're going to keep Kyle Hamilton for one more year. So we had to say goodbye to a couple of players there, and that's kind of the issue you run into. But, you know, we go with the 8th overall pick in the draft, and, you know, how about looking at a edge rusher, JP Jones? We need edge rush help now that we have no Aiden Hutchinson. We need to find somebody to fill that gap. You could see how far our defense slipped. JP Jones got some nice speed off the edge, has some solid athletic traits, is young, 31st in true talent, but normal development, so that's unfortunate. And then you go with the 12th pick in the draft. We still need a running back because neither of the other 2 running backs were all that great for us. Alan Tulloch, how about drafting him? Because Gore was a normal development. I want to just try to land a great running back. He is hidden, and he'll be all right, I think. A first-round pick is getting traded. Another first-round pick is getting traded. We'll stock up more later on. And then in a late second-round pick, we lost a wide receiver in Myers. We only need a number 3. How about Lance Robinson, who is, you know, pretty fast, got some nice athletic tools to him. He's 34th in true talent with hidden development, so we'll take that, obviously. And, you know, just to double down on running back a little bit, Ramon Butler is a 2nd to 3rd round projected undrafted guy, very late in the draft. We'll take him. Hidden development, so we got some dart throws at running back. We got a potential number 3 receiver of the future, depth tackle, and maybe if all goes well, a running back. So interestingly enough, Butler turned out to be kind of the more intriguing running back prospect for us because you can kind of tell, even though they're hidden, you can kind of tell what their development is through training and how much XP they gain and everything. Butler is the one with the higher development trait, so we're just kind of going to roll with him and bet on the development. But with $64 million in cap throughout the season, Kenneth Grant, his contract expires. Cooper DeJean's contract expires. They're both 30 and 31. Sierra's contract expires. So it's really getting tight here. Like, I mean, we're losing players because we just keep paying. We keep paying. Obviously, you want to keep paying the key players to your team. But, man, it's getting rough because we just are getting more expensive and in turn losing players. So Sierra resigns, Cooper DeJean resigns, we make the 3 seed, we win the division, we get a Lance Robinson Rookie of the Year. So that's pretty cool. You know, 2nd round pick wide receiver actually wins Rookie of the Year. And we take on the Tennessee Titans here, 15-12 against the Cam Ward-led Titans, who got lit up there. And they'll have to punt the football away. So Miami takes over, doing a little throwback jerseys in the playoffs because why not? I mean, again, where else am I going to wear these jerseys? That pass caught by Sierra, and they're going to be in enemy territory, handing it off. And that run is going to be a 7-yard game. It's really just a full running back by committee with no HN here. We have Levine, we have Gore, we have Butler, we have all these guys. Like, we have a billion different running backs. Whoever gets the carry is going to, you know, hopefully they can do their thing, but we don't really have a committed guy. None of the running backs I really love right now, but I do love to see the rushing of Denzel Maynard because he is such a great rushing threat. And then the pass to the outside, Felix, touchdown, and it's 22-12. Tennessee needing a comeback here with 7 minutes to go. Cam Ward running for the first down as he will have them dropping to throw. Blitzing in, and Milton Sullivan, Mr. Irrelevant X Factor, gets his 2nd sack of the day. And Cam Ward now launching one deep as for some reason, I don't know what happened to my Elgato when I was doing that. For some reason, like, the feed cut out for like a second there. That wasn't on your end, that was on my end, so I hope I didn't scare anybody there. But it cut out for a second, and he caught it. He caught it. I guess they had a little temporary blackout there, but Ward down to the 5-yard line. That pass caught for a touchdown. And Tennessee, a 3-point deficit now with 4 minutes to play. And can we rely on our run game? No, we're going to go to the air as Maynard completes it. Stockton, first down, 17 yards. We're eventually going to have to rely on that ground game, and right here we go. 5 yards, as I really just haven't loved the rushing attack since Achan's been, you know, not only gone but hurt as well last year. But we're converting on first down through the air, and now Stockton 1 yard shy. 4th down. Tennessee burns the timeout. We'll kick a field goal. It's good, but that means it's winnable for Cam Ward. Can he do it? Cam Ward, what a throw in a tight window for the completion of 1st down to the 46-yard line. Ward, oh my, Millen Sullivan's having one heck of a game. Lights up Ward again as that's an incomplete pass. 4th down and 12. Game on the line for Ward. He's going to throw down the field. Tipped, intercepted. Cooper DeJean. And the game is over. 25-19. And Miami moves on once again. I mean, after coming up short last year to a Josh Allen retirement home ring chase squad, let's see if we can, avoid that this year, go back to the Super Bowl. It was Levine getting the carries this time around as Milton Sullivan, oh my goodness, 2.5 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, 13 tackles, and some really big hits. But now we take on Jacksonville. They're 13-4 on the season, and right now they're up 21-17. And that running back from the Texans, remember him, the one that they traded all those assets for? Yeah, the Texans, he's on the Jaguars now. The Texans didn't want to re-sign him for some reason, as Jacksonville has a touchdown. 28-17 your score now, so Miami down by 11 in the 4th quarter. Can we have a signature comeback type of moment, as this team has had some great comeback type of plays, but I mean, it's been 1-score deficits mostly. How about a 2-score deficit as that pass completed for a 1st down? Maynard with 10 to play. It'll be a keeper, and he kind of got bumped by his lineman, and that's not going to go far. 3rd and 13 as Maynard is running backwards now, running up forward, throw in out of bounds. Just wanted to maybe salvage the field goal try, and he does. Field goal up and no good. This is brutal now because it stays a 2-score game. Chop Robinson gets the sack, but losing time, losing field position. Screen on 3rd and 21. Defense does force the 3 and out, which is awesome, but we're all the way backed up to our 35-yard line with 8.5 to play after having it in scoring range before to cut it to a 1-score game. So now, got to do it all over again. 3rd down and 1 situation. They'll hand it off. Levine has got the stiff arm and a 1st down, as he's kind of been the guy they've leaned on here in the playoffs, which is interesting, as they'll go back to him again, and an 8-yard gain. As Maynard, 2nd down and 2 over the middle, and it's caught. That's Stockton again. And a 1st down and 10 from the 30. Maynard got another pass underneath, and Sierra for 7. 2nd down and 3 again. The handoff as Levine. I mean, they're moving it well, but down to 5.5 to play as a quick drop. He's going to scramble forward. He's inside the 10. He's in all the way. Touchdown. And the scrambling of Denzel Maynard always coming up big. 2-point conversion to cut it down to a field goal game as that pass is caught by Stockton. 2 points is good, and we are right back in it, but Lawrence delivering. And Trevor Lawrence with one big play gets them into Miami territory. Now looking for field goal range, and they got it as the double-digit yard run. 13 yards, 4 minutes to play. Quick pass to the outside, Brian Thomas. Put to the ground for a 1-yard gain as they'll run to the edge. He's got room. He's got a 1st and more into the red zone. Gain of 17 on the play. And now Lawrence, can they find the end zone to seal it? 1st and 10. He'll run it. Trevor Lawrence hit down by Hamilton, but it's 1st and goal. As from the 5, Lawrence sacked up the middle. We needed that badly. As now goal to go from the 10. Run play. He sheds through the line. Breaks another tackle. We'll get 5. 3rd and goal. Can they stop him? Yes, we can. And we will give ourselves one chance added. Field goal is good. Under 3 minutes to play in a 6-point game. Kickoff back deep, returning it is going to get him. A solid return to the 41-yard line. We will take that. 59 yards of field in front of us for Maynard to go in a game-winning drive to make the comeback, as he'll start with a 6-yard gain. Now run it, Levine goes to the left, gets the 1st down, and a gain of about 9 yards on the play, as there's another completion. Maynard's just so composed, so calm, so good in these situations. 2nd down. He's launching for the end zone. Incomplete. One-on-one didn't go our way. Third down, though. It's incomplete as well. Fourth down and the game on the line as he's going to try to run, but it's not going to happen. And this might be game because they can run this down to maybe 30 seconds to play as it's going to be a timeout. We got to get the 3 and out, though. First down will end it. There you go. Another stop. Timeout as they can kneel it here if they wanted to get it down to like 20 seconds. Instead, out of bounds. And we catch a major 40-second break, and now with just under a minute to play. How did they just catch that? Oh, we might be able to pull this off. Come on, hurry back to the line. 36-yard line. Gotta spike it. Gotta save time. We have 40 seconds to play, and we are 36 yards out. What a miracle this would be to pull this one off right down the middle. It got by. Sierra, touchdown. Are you serious? Jaguars, you did not just let that happen. As Jacksonville, they got 3 timeouts, but they got barely any time. 20 seconds. Lawrence down the field, incomplete. Big hits jarring that loose. 4th and 2, and Thomas, incomplete. Wow. And a massive choke from the Jaguars, but clutch from the Dolphins. A 1-point win to go back to a conference championship. And will we get ourselves a chance at a 4th Super Bowl ring? Sierra, of course, came up big in the end. Stockton had the touchdown. He had a 2-point conversion as well. Bunch of sacks from the defense. A lot of guys contributing. You know, it wasn't just a one-man show down there. But we take on the Ravens. And notice, it's not Lamar Jackson. It's actually Jaden Daniels for the Ravens. What a seamless fit. Jaden Daniels already an option. And look at Jaden go. Lamar wasn't able to get the job done, so the Ravens went to the NFC to see if they can get somebody who can. And right now, they are taking care of business, 21-10, and they're in the red zone. So things looking a little rough right now as Jaden Daniels 3rd and 7. Pass is caught, and a touchdown. Ravens. It's a 3-score Raven lead, as this is maybe going to be a little bit too much to try to come back from, as that's a loss of yards. 2nd and 14, and Maynard outside, caught, reaching for the first down is Felix, as they'll have it from the 38 in a run. Can't really afford to run it much, though, and you need to put points up every single drive the rest of the way, most likely, as Sierra gets free, and he'll have it to the 33-yard line. 1st and 10, the run, as he'll get to the edge, big run, and inside the 10-yard line, out of bounds at the 7. And Levine playing well. Goal to go, as Maynard running, throwing, caught, touchdown Felix. And it's a 2-score game once more. So not done yet as the defense. Can they come up with a big stop? There's a tackle there for 4th and 3rd down and 6 for Jaden. As he's going to throw, and that's a first. More time can come off the clock, and for the Ravens, that's all they really care about is they're running it again. Another solid run, 3rd down and 2, very makeable. They're going to go with the keeper, Jaden, running for the first down. And things are looking dire as they're in scoring range. You can't allow a field goal, but it's the time that's the issue. 3rd down again. Jaden running again. Not going to get it this time around, but 4th and 2, they're going for it. Bold call, and it's not going to work out. Ravens turn it over, and Maynard goes down. 3:40 to play. 2nd and 17 screen as Levine is going to get the sack yardage back, but that is it. 3rd down and 10 for Maynard as 3.5 to go. Pass to the outside, caught in a first down. Out of bounds 2, that helps. And now from the 47, floating down the middle, is Sierra to the 26. And things might be getting interesting. Pass is caught inside the 15 to the 10. It's basically goal to go. As from the 10, Maynard is sacked. And now you might be having to think about the field goal here. 2:30 to play, pass to the end zone, incomplete. And you were able to at least hold on to all your timeouts, kick a field goal, make it a 1-score game. So you don't have to kick the onside. They're not going to. But the Ravens immediately with a big run. You can't afford to let that happen. Another first down could do it. And it's going to be 3rd and 1 for the game. Handoff. He's caught it. And the Ravens are going to do it, it looks like. As how about for good measure, more running, more first downs on the horizon at 3rd down and 6. Jaden Daniels, perfect. And the first down for the Ravens to end the game. And man, our trip to the Super Bowl, maybe we shouldn't have even gotten here because of the Jaguars game, but so close. And now we, after having 3 Super Bowls, have gone 2 straight years without making it to one. I mean, it's not like we're panicking because we still at least have 3 of the needed 6 minimum Super Bowls, and we are just, about 10 years in. But still, the team is getting more expensive, the team getting a little bit older, and the team is getting thinner. So there's that. Still really performing well, though. How about Robinson as a rookie going for 14 touchdowns, though, and 1,200 yards? I mean, that's really impressive for him. I guess if we really want to have that definitive surpassing Belichick in his run, I mean, we talked about that little drought that the Patriots went on. It was a little bit more than just a small drought, considering it was like a decade long of them not winning a championship, having the 07 season, having the 2011 season, just not being able to beat the Giants. And we don't want to be, locked out of winning a championship for that long, but obviously we do not have any money. And then going into the draft, this was unfortunately like the 1 year where I didn't have a top pick, and Desmond Wise, an edge rusher, is a top 5 talent. It is hard to find that good of edge rush talent, and I really wanted to trade up, and I was willing to send a lot to make a trade up to get to the top pick to go and get him, but 2 firsts, 2 seconds still wasn't enough to do it. I can't trade any players because it'll have like the cap issues, which I think is kind of stupid that you can't get rid of a player when you're in negative cap because it will put you over the cap even though you're freeing up cap space. I don't really understand that, but, I wasn't able to give up a player unless I wanted to give up like 4 first-round picks. Wasn't going to be able to do it, so I had to just watch Desmond Wise get drafted. And because it doesn't matter if I know his development, he is an X-Factor 79 overall, which is really unfortunate. I wanted him a lot. So we didn't really get to make a whole lot of additions to this roster, just a bunch of depth draft picks, basically. And, it's just kind of one more onto the bit of an issue with this team getting older and becoming a little bit more thin is we are now the 7 seed, so we don't even win the division. We barely sneak in. Maynard, though, does win MVP again, so I mean, he's doing his job. But against the Tennessee Titans, we were able to take them out last year in the playoffs, but now this year it is looking a little bit more in Cam Ward's favor. 35-20 is your score, so Ward with the football as well on a 3rd down conversion. So they already got a 2-touchdown lead and the football and another first down past midfield, breaking the tackle and getting to the 42. A field goal might already put this one out of reach because it'd be an 18-point game. And this Dolphins team, I just don't know if they have it anymore. Look at the running back, so difficult to bring down, just not going down on 1st, 2nd, or 3rd contact, it feels like. But that's a big hit. There you go. And injuring a player is going to be on our team. I'm pretty sure they got an injury as Tennessee in the red zone. I think this one is not going to go in our way unless we have another crazy comeback in us. But this one would top all the previous ones, like the Jacksonville game and some other games where we've had some come from behind or game-winning opportunities. As Cam Ward throwing on the run, end zone, knocked away. It'll be 4th down, but they just went and chewed about 5 minutes off the clock on that drive and got a field goal. So we're down by 18 as Maynard's got to have to pull a rabbit out of his hat to try to win this one. He's going to start things off with a 25-yard scramble for a first down. But you got to go and score a touchdown very quickly, and you can't go and get sacked like that. I'm thinking you got to at least score before the 5-minute mark to have a chance in this one, as you get a big completion there to the 31-yard line. Under 6 to play as Maynard's just trying to scramble around, and he does get away. He gets the first down and more. He is just so explosive to the 6-yard line right at the 5-minute mark, and he's throwing, caught right at the 1, and now the clock's going to tick to 4:40 to play, and the handoff. Levine down, 4th and goal at the 1, and this is your game as it's going to be Maynard finding it open, man. Touchdown, Lance Robinson. I said you got to score before maybe the 5-minute mark. We scored the 4-minute mark, and don't kick it onside, and letting Tennessee's running back just run through us. I think an onside was maybe worth a try there, because I don't know if we're going to be able to stop them, and even if we do, we'd have to burn these timeouts. We're already down to our final one. It's 3rd down and 8. Cam Ward, 1st down, and yeah, that will basically do it, because they're going to be able to run this thing down to under a minute to go, and then with one more 1st down, they get the rest of the clock out of here. 41, they ended up tacking on 3 more points just for good measure. I don't even know why they needed to do that, but they win it by 2 touchdowns. And, you know, the worst season we've had in a little while. Just 10 wins and 1 and done in the playoffs. And now it's been, what, 3 years since we have gone and won a Super Bowl, which, I mean, doesn't feel like a lot, but a video where we have a sense of urgency to go and win Super Bowls, especially in the window that we have with Denzel Maynard. We don't want to have to rely on ourselves to win too many rings without him, because are we even going to find a quarterback nearly as good as this? Look at this. 45 touchdowns, 73 completion percentage, about 4,700 yards. I mean, he almost hit 5,000 all-purpose. Stockton and Robinson combining for, 2,700 yards and 30-plus touchdowns receiving. I don't think we're going to find players quite like this. I mean, it's maybe, we could find a receiver, or we could find a couple of linemen to replace some of the guys we have, but are we going to find a quarterback like Denzel Maynard? I don't think so. Caleb Williams goes and wins the Super Bowl, takes out Cam Ward and the Titans. Cooper DeJean also then goes and retires. So, or down Cooper DeJean. We have nothing really at cornerback other than DeAndre Harrison and DeMarcus Burton. And Burton's still a normal dev. He's an 86, but normal dev, which is not great. Ashton Ferguson, though, 27 years old. I just want to lock him up for like the rest of his career. He wants to go and test free agency. At that point, I'm probably just going to end up franchise tagging him. And with $32 million in the bank, it's a $22 million tag. So for the first time in a while, we actually have positive money. The issue is we had to let Chop Robinson go to make that happen. And, I mean, there is also a little bit of I'll call this a bit of a cheat code, because Sam linebackers in this game are horrifically, awfully undervalued for some reason. They just act like the Sam linebacker position doesn't exist. And, I don't want to cheese the game a lot, but like a linebacker is a linebacker. And if the Sam linebackers who are a 90 overall are $2 to $3 million, like this dude right here, JJ Dorris, he's asking for 1.7 a year and he's an 87 overall. We just go and snag 2 great linebackers, and I mean, you could just go and change their position to other linebacker spots. So you then go on the trade block and you actually see a really interesting player. An 86 overall edge rusher is sitting on the trade block, and all the Chiefs want in Trade Finder is Pat Levine, an 81 overall running back. Yeah, we'll do that. Chop Robinson has been replaced. Sorry to see him go, but how about another edge rusher sitting on the trade block? Cameron Hunt is a 24-year-old X-Factor player. We're going to end up trading basically nothing to get him. And then Oscar Gore, who was kind of a bust running back for us, we just kind of deal him for a safety. DeMarcus Burton is sitting in free agency. With the money that we have, we're going to try to offer him a contract to keep him around, because we don't need, nor do we have the, ability to go and pay Chop Robinson. So, respect to what Chop Robinson was able to do for us, but we are going to just have to say goodbye to him at 33 years old. We're going to make a trade as well to move up in the draft a little bit, going from pick 11 to pick 7. We give up a 2nd and a 4th to do that. That's obviously not for no reason, as there's some players here that I am very interested in, mainly another cornerback. Let's take another dart throw at a cornerback. Jerome Ryan's number 5 in true talent. And there's the hidden dev we were looking for. Burton's was not that, but Jerome Ryan's is. I think we've pretty adequately filled in the shoes of Cooper DeJean. Now with the 17th pick, how about Louis Medina? I've had real struggles trying to find like a draftable, premier hidden dev edge rush talent. It's just not gone my way. And with Louis Medina, he is going to continue that streak, because he is also normal development. That's why getting Desmond Wise last year would have been so awesome, because he was like one of the rare great edge rushers that I found. It's hard to find hidden dev edge rushers. Like, I don't know why, but It's brutal. We have some extra money as well, though, and, you know, in this game, they got a defensive tackle problem, so, you know, an 88 overall just sitting in free agency, let's go and do that. How about some players wanting to range chase as well? Ashton Genty is sitting there in free agency at 32 years old. He's an 80 overall, but why not as a backup running back? Bring him in. So going into next season, we'll have $97 million. How about trying to re-sign some of these guys? Jalen Morrison, we just traded for him. He's 28 years old, 86 superstar. Why not get him on an extension for, you know, pretty fair price? And then Denzel Maynard, that's going to be where most of our money goes. He's 31 years old. He's still a 99 overall. And yeah, we're just going to try to send him on a massive extension. This one's even bigger on a average money per year than the last one. How about $77 million per season? And he's going to be sticking around with us. Ashton Ferguson, we weren't able to get him on a loan extension last year, but how about this year? How about a clean $20 million per year? He accepts. Tracy Stockton also is expiring, so you can see where all this money is going. He is 30 years old, $40 million for him, and we're right back where we want to be. 1 seed, first round bye, all those moves. Denzel Maynard wins another MVP. And yeah, I think we've made some good moves to try to set up this team, not just for today, but also for the future, as we are here in a divisional round matchup against the Indianapolis Colts as it's 14-12. We are on top right now, but the Colts have the football, and they're at about midfield right now with 11 minutes to play, handing it off right up the middle. That was like a little fullback dive for a first down, as now they backed up third down and 11, 2 plays later, as they're chucking one deep down the field, one-on-one, and it's caught! Touchdown, Colts! All right, we did not expect that to just happen right up the gate in the fourth quarter. And the Colts take the lead, and this would be one devastating loss for us because we went one and done last year, but at least you could say we were the 7 seed. As the 1 seed going one and done would be pretty brutal, as Maynard play action and not even a chance. It's a sack for Indy, and it's going to be 2nd and 19, as just got to get some of those yards back to set up an easier third down try, but 3rd and 12 still is not going to be easy. Maynard to the air. He's looking, throwing short of the line, and that's Robinson well shy. Will punt the football, and a big hit there for Miami's defense isn't going to give us any fumbles or any incomplete passes. He hung on, and now a big play for the Colts offense. And I'm getting a bad feeling about this game. 7 minutes to play. I mean, we got to shake things up here. We did not want to have it be 4 years in a row with no Super Bowl success, as they're stepping up and running. And he's going to run for not only a first down, a gain of 20 into the red zone at the 19. 6 minutes to play. Got to hold them to 3. But they're finding their way to the 11-yard line, closing in on a goal-to-go situation as they run in. First down, puts them on the ground. Touchdown, Colts! And a 2-score lead. It's been all Indy in the fourth quarter. 26-14, as Maynard, you need to come out here and do something now. You can't go out as an MVP in a one and done again as he gets sacked. And now the offensive line letting him down. 2nd and 15, Stockton has 7. 3rd down and 8. 4 minutes to play. Maynard underneath. It's 4-down territory, so it's going to be 4th and inches. Got to go for it, obviously. Read option. Maynard has the first down. And we'll have it at the 39 with 3.5 to go. Screen is not going to go anywhere. 3rd and 12. Maynard, he's going to finally just say, go deep. 1-on-1, and it's incomplete for Sierra. And it's 4th and 12 from the 42. And you got to go for it. Maynard, they send the extra man on the rush. He gets in, and it's a sack. Are you serious? Colts take over. And they have another big play on offense. The run into field goal range. And a field goal, I mean, it still keeps it a 2-score game, but that's just more to add to the problem here. Another first down will end it. They're not going to get that, but still, they run this clock all the way down to a minute to play. Kick a field goal. We're at a timeout. And I think we're actually going to lose this game in a very disappointing fashion. Not only that, we fumble it on the last possession. As if we couldn't have any more embarrassment. A loss 29-14 to a wild card Colts team. And Maynard did not play a great game. Didn't play like awful. 83 completion percentage. He threw a pick, yeah, but like, man, I mean, Robinson fumbled at the end there. The offensive line was really letting us down, and I mean, the defense was allowing a lot of big plays in that fourth quarter. So that's a really disappointing season, especially when Maynard, we're wasting an MVP year from him, and he's going to be 32 now. Like, how much longer does he have? Hey, I would love for him to be Tom Brady and have, like, you know, age 44 season and be a good player still. I don't think that's realistic to expect, especially since he is more of an athletic quarterback. He can throw the ball amazingly, yeah, but running is kind of his thing as well. I don't think he's going to be able to do that at 40 years old. So, how many years do we really have left of Maynard? I had made some changes in the offseason last year. I think maybe some more changes could happen, or maybe just ride out some of these players that we're trying to develop a little bit, like the cornerback room. And the Colts did make it to the Super Bowl, but they lost, so we once again lost to the Super Bowl runners-up, and it keeps getting more rough. Kenneth Grant retires, and I think I at least want to pause to give Kenneth Grant his respect for what he did for this team. I said I wanted him to be a Dolphin lifer, and how about 5 double-digit sack seasons from the interior, a number of Pro Bowls for him as well. He was every bit as advertised as a superstar level defensive tackle that we could have asked for. So here's where we're going to really start pushing down for some aggressive plays. We're restructuring contracts. We're making moves. We have a lot of rookie reserve money because we got some draft picks, a lot of picks, good ones too. And we're going to really try to free up some money as well. At 32 years old, I'm thinking realistically the window 3-4 years of Maynard left. I mean, realistically 36 years old kind of sounds about right for when he'd retire. And if we're sitting here at 3 Super Bowls, I need to get, I feel like, at least 1 or 2 more. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, are we gonna find a quarterback as good as Denzel Maynard, or even nearly as good? I don't know. So we got the number 2 pick in the draft. That's why the rookie reserve money is there. Now, I don't need the number 2 pick because not only is there no one really at the number 2 pick that I'm looking for, it's also the money. It frees up a lot of money. That freed up $12 million trading the number 2 pick because of the rookie reserve money. So let's go into free agency. Running back's been an issue since Achan's left. All the guys that I've drafted, even if they're good developments, they just don't play well. Let's go into free agency and go and grab Jack Boston and try to fight for him. An X-Factor, 26-year-old, 88 overall running back. It's not the overalls that matter. Ramon Butler's an 88 overall for us. He just doesn't play well, and that's kind of one of the things with running backs in this game. The overall doesn't matter that much. It's performance for these guys. We get Jack Boston, so that's huge, which means Ramon Butler is very much expendable for us, but here's what Jack Boston's been able to do so far. Just to kind of give you some context, he ran for 1,000 yards. He's been steadily getting a little bit better every year for the Chiefs. But yeah, like I said, Ramon Butler, an 88 superstar running back, very much expendable now. And with the retirement of Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle is a need. So let's trade for the Steelers defensive tackle, and he's a 24-year-old player. How about Michael Sheffield? He's a 30-year-old safety. For some reason, the Rams are offering us a superstar 84 D tackle. I mean, I don't know if I'll ever be able to re-sign him for big money, but I'll take that for a 30-year-old aging safety. Thank you, Sheffield, for your, you know, Super Bowl MVP, but you're not needed here anymore. And then how about trying to trade a first and a second-round pick plus Alan Tulloch, one of the other running backs that we had, for an 88 overall safety. And then on top of that, the Titans had Vince McKinney, an X-Factor tight end, on the trade block. We swapped Felix in a third to go and grab McKinney. He was just sitting on the trade block. He was their backup tight end, so we'll take that. And then the big trade I want to make, I was really looking at him in the draft. I was distraught to not get him. I want to send the farm for Desmond Wise. He has turned into a great player at 25 years old, 88 overall. It took a first, a third, a fourth, another fourth to go and grab him. That renders Cameron Hunt, the X Factor that we traded for last year, pretty irrelevant. And let's go and get some more cornerback help and grab Dante Sharp. So we made a lot of moves this year to go and try to make things happen. We freed up a lot of money to go and try to win now. Winning now is important, and we have a little bit of extra money too. Let's go and grab an 86 overall fullback just sitting in free agency as well. How about getting Mabry at defensive tackle, 87 overall? Bring him in. Get some more depth, some more players on the team. I am full on ring chasing this year. If anybody wants a ring, you can go and hop on the bandwagon. We're going for it. Michael Penix, we need a backup quarterback. Why not? Michael Penix sit on the bench this year just in case. Let's ring chase is the thing this year. Who else wants to join the ride? How about Tet McMillan? We faced him in the Super Bowl before. He's still an 80 overall. I could use a number 4 wide receiver, so Tet McMillan, welcome to the team. Let's see what you got still in the tank. And we had him last year, Ashton Genty. He's still down here at a 76 overall at 33 years old. Let him ring chase a little bit as well. So we're, like I said, full-blown ring chasing as we have Stockton. Sierra's pretty washed at this point, 82 overall, but McMillan 4th. We have an X-Factor tight end. We made some moves to get Desmond Wise, who's still an X-Factor. We have a pretty loaded cornerback room, new safety, new D-tackle room. Everything is really a lot different now, and we're going to continue that. Robert Hutchinson was the player we just traded for. I said I didn't know which D-tackle I'd kind of sign. Well, how about $8 million a year for him to stick around for a very long time? And then the Miami Dolphins are the #1 seed once again, so let's make it happen this time. I think we are ready, as let's go and take on the New York Jets. Let's do a little rivalry jersey matchup between these two. I know there's a little bit of a color clash here since it's a lot of dark jerseys on the field, but I think you'd be able to tell with the big teal numbers on our back that it's us. As the Jets were a team that took us out very early on this video in heartbreaking fashion, a 35-34 win on like a late game touchdown. Let's see if we can get a little bit of revenge all these years later, as Denzel Maynard and Slaughter, I think, still the quarterback here for the Jets. Very different players these days, as they're now in their 30s, having a whole career ahead of them. I'm pretty sure the Jets have a Super Bowl on their resume, and Slaughter does have that Super Bowl for them, so hey, this is a big matchup for us. We're up 24-10 though, as the Jets trying to get back into this one with a 1-score deficit, but they're not going to be able to do it on this drive. They settle for a field goal. There's still like 8.5 minutes to go, so you didn't need to go for the touchdown there, but it would have been nice for them to go ahead and do that, as we have Boston getting a first down run. We have so many X factors on this team, we can't even activate them all, as that's going to be a sack as Maynard goes down. 3rd down and 10. Throw it underneath. That's Tracy Stockton, but he's short of the line. Ball goes back to the Jets. A Slaughter on the screen throws it out, and we'll have a 6-yard gain. We will move to 2nd down and 4 with 6:30 to play. As that pass caught and with room to run, as he's going to get to the 44-yard line of Miami, as you can settle for the field goal here, and they'll go underneath, and a catch and run again. He makes a man miss, and the run after catches being the big moving deciding factor for this Jets offense on this drive. It's goal to go to cut it down to a 1-score game. It is incomplete, and they will manage to get it down to 1 score, but a very different kind of 1-score game, an 8-point game, as we'll take over with 3 minutes to play. And look at this, it's Jack Boston. Can he go? He's not a speedster, he's more of a power back, and he gets all the way to the 4-yard line. How about Jack Boston with a massive run to potentially ice this game, as the throw up top in the end zone's incomplete. But I said about ice in the game because we are able to respond with 3 points of our own to go right back up by 11. Boston was not brought in to be a home run hitter. He's very different from A-Chan. He was brought in to just be more of that grinded out. We wanted to, you know, not set ourselves up in these bad 3rd, 2nd down situations as Slaughter. That's a very interesting play. See, he still got a first down from it. But yeah, we wanted to like not go for the home run hitters. Not everyone's going to be A-Chan. Let's not, you know, have a DeAndre Swift moment where we're over here trying to shoot for a 20-yard gain and end up losing 5 yards. Let's just go for those 4- and 5-yard gains. And Boston does hit a big one though, which we will be so happy with as a run for the Jets. I mean, they're still running it this late in the game, but I mean, they're down in the red zone with 1:20 to play. 1 timeout though, so the onside kick is going to be what they're relying on. As that pass incomplete. 3rd down and 10 from the 15. Slaughter is going to go to the back corner of the end zone, knocked away, and they'll take the field goal now. that's fine. You know, it doesn't really matter what order they do it. They just need to get the onside, and they're not going to, as Sierra picks it up, and we'll go and win the playoff game. Thankfully, we won't have to deal with 3 one-and-dones in a row, just the 2. We kind of end that little drought there, but let's try to end the Super Bowl drought because it's been a couple of years. Denzel Maynard, fine game. Jack Boston, 126 on the ground, including that 70-yard run. Touchdown for McKinney, the X-Factor tight end. 3 sacks for Desmond Wise, and that's why we go and pick him up as now against the Cleveland Browns. How about this? 31-15 is the final, but it was 31-7 late in that fourth quarter. They put up a garbage time touchdown, but we dominate Cleveland, which means very quickly we're back in that familiar place, a Super Bowl appearance. Jack Boston had 2 receiving touchdowns that game, which is really interesting, and Wise with another sack, couple of more sacks from these other guys, interception by Crosby, another new pickup. The new pickups are doing their thing. Boston, Wise, Mabry, Crosby, all of them are impactful, and we're back in the Super Bowl after 4 years of missing it. We are ready to go and capture our ring, as it's going to be us taking on the Chicago Bears, and I think this is not just a Chicago Bears team that is the typical ones that we have faced in Madden. It's a Chicago Bears team with no Caleb Williams. He's moved on. And once again, we're at home. Is this our 3rd home Super Bowl of the video? How do we keep making it when we're at Miami? Like, there's other Super Bowl locations. There's Minnesota, there's Atlanta, there's Texas. You know, I think either of the Texas stadiums. There's New York, I think. I don't know. There's a couple of locations that the Super Bowl happens. Like, well, we keep ending up, though, in Miami. We haven't even been in Tampa Bay. It's just been straight Miami. And right now it's 21-18. And Denzel Maynard, how do you start that fourth quarter with a run like that? As we are not only winning, but we are in enemy territory, as we're going to go to Jack Boston in a first down carry for him. He's got 62 yards on the day, and a nice performance from him so far, as Maynard is going to run it. And Denzel Maynard making moves all the way inside the 10, gain of 19, as he's now our leading rusher. Maynard on the goal to go, running it again. Touchdown, Denzel Maynard. He saves his best rushing performances for the Super Bowl, as he had the game winner, I think, in our last Super Bowl victory, as now we are up 28-18 on the Chicago team. And can they get it done without Caleb Williams, as that pass incomplete? 3rd down and 10 from the 42, and that pass is caught. Didn't even need to reach. He had that first down pretty comfortably, as they'll throw once more and another first down, as they are right down to the 31-yard line, in position to cut this lead right back to a 1-score game, and they're in the red zone, and they're trying to respond with a touchdown of their own, but a sack comes in, and that is going to back them up. 3rd and long. He's going for the end zone, though, and he got lost in coverage. Touchdown. That was whoever number 32 is. I don't know what you're doing there. I don't know who he's looking at, but he let that one slip away. And now a Miami sack taken, as it's going to be a long-distance conversion. Maynard just erases that sack with the quickness, as Boston is going to lose yards. And now another long distance situation. 3rd down and 13. Maynard scrambling, is throwing away the football. He didn't really have room to run, and he did not want to do anything crazy there, as look at that big hit. What a shot. Oh, holding as well, so that hit is going to back them up, and the penalty will hurt as well. They'll go 3 and out. A disastrous possession for Chicago, as they still need to get a tying field goal going. 2nd and 13, Sierra. I don't know how many more games Sierra has left in him, but he's got another Super Bowl catch on his resume. 3rd down and 6. Maynard's going to run for it, and we could end this game right now. They're starting to burn timeouts. Can we get the first downs we need? As Boston, another one. Come on, one more first down and we could end this. Sierra lit up on the sweep. 3rd down and 14. 2-minute warning heading. Pass is caught. And not only a first down, touchdown, Tracy Stockton, touchdown. Miami takes the 2-score lead in the Super Bowl, and we could have ring number 4 coming home and staying home, really, because the Lombardi don't gotta travel anywhere. It's already here in Miami, and Chicago needs a miracle comeback to come in this one and steal it away, as the completion is going to get them nothing. All it's gonna do is waste time. 3rd down and 6 for Chicago. He's scrambling, and he's got them into field goal range. It might be smart to just take the field goal now and try to get the onside kick and, you know, save as much time, but they're going for the touchdown first, and, well, you're running out of time in a big way. 20 seconds to go. They'll throw inside the 10, goal to go, but there's just not enough time. 5 seconds, and there's no 10-point play in 5 seconds. They'll score the touchdown, but will recover the onside kick, and that means the Super Bowl trophy is staying in Miami. It's number 4 after 4 years of no rings. We make a couple of moves in the past 2 years, really bulk back up this defense. Our defensive rankings were taking a tumble when Aiden Hutchinson retired and some of these other players aged out of their prime, but we are right back where we want to be. And even though our defense isn't, you know, special #1 ranked defense, it still was an above average group, and it was enough to combine with our MVP quarterback and our top 5 offense to get the job done. And now Denzel Maynard is got 4 rings. We as a team got 4. I think we can shoot for 5 with Maynard. Also, Tet McMillan, elite ring chasing from Tet to go and grab 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. He didn't even have 2 touchdowns in the regular season. But I think with Denzel Maynard, the goal can very much be grab 1 more ring with him while he's still with us, and then try and see if we can go and snag 1 or 2 more without him. But Stockton, how about a 22 touchdown season, 122 catches, 1,600 yards? What a year from Tracy Stockton. I mean, my goodness, he's over here putting up an all-timer, as Desmond Wise as well, 12 sacks. Jalen Morrison with 10 sacks. This team, I feel like throughout the years, has not done anything when it comes to grabbing interceptions, but Denzel Maynard takes home a Super Bowl MVP, and all the ring chasers retire. Sierra retires, Darrell Irving, Michael Penix, Ashton Genty, Tet McMillan all retire. Nick Sierra, how about a little respect to Nick Sierra, who has 6 1,000-yard seasons, was a little bit of a Super Bowl hero for us, never made a Pro Bowl, though. How about that? For a guy who had 10,000 receiving yards in his career, never made a Pro Bowl. Here's some more restructurings we did. No major ones, I mean, aside from the fact that we restructured Denzel Maynard, but we're going to go and just try to sell off our top 10 pick that we just have sitting here. Again, it's to free up more money because we're in that win now mode. So let's free up that money, get a 1st-round pick next year, and then look at wide receiver. Lance Robinson, we had to let him walk because of some issues, but we're going to go and bring him back. I am not letting Lance Robinson walk out this door. I am doing everything I can to keep him, and as we, you know, get our offer out there, it's by far the best offer. We are able to keep him around. There was no way I was letting him go. Him and Tracy Stockton are staying here. They're retiring, Dolphins. I'm not letting them go. But in the draft, we have just 2nd-round draft picks, and yeah, let's go and try to grab some more D-tackle help because we had to let go of one of the D-tackles that we had, and also Mabry was like a 1-year deal as well, so we need some more D-tackle help. And we draft 2 guys there, both hidden devs, both in the 2nd round. Those are really our only draft picks. And then we move on to the next season where team's still looking great. We don't have a good number 3 receiver, but we have like the best wide receiver, top 2 in the league. And then at defensive tackle, we're a lot thinner, but everywhere else is basically the same. So we're just as good as we were. We are going to the playoffs. This time, though, not the 1 seed. We're 12-5, but we take care of business over a 9-win Patriots team, 38-13 in the wild card. So basically a 1st-round bye. That is full disrespect to the Patriots, I guess. But yeah, I mean, a 9-win team. Tracy Stockton goes for 133 and 2 touchdowns, and a sack party for the defense. Desmond Wise, 2.5 more for him. But let's go into the next round where we're taking on a really tough Pittsburgh Steelers team. They're up by 10 right now. We're on the road, and I mean, if we want to have another try at a back-to-back, which would be awesome, then yeah, we got to go and get this done. We got a field goal opportunity here, so we'll be able to cut this down. And it is a 7-point deficit now as the Steelers take over and they'll throw for a first down right off the bat, an 18-yard play to start their drive. Now from the 40-yard line, 9:40 to play, handoff. He'll find a little bit of room, get them about 5 yards, set them up 3rd down and 2 right after as Castro, the quarterback for the Steelers, throwing that football in into 2 defenders, and he completes it. Neither guy able to get that one broken up as the Steelers moving it for another first down to the 28-yard line, 1st and 10 again. Run play and nice open field tackle, 3rd down and 9 from the 27. Castro is going to try to run forward. He's got just enough speed and not a speedster. He was getting chased by Wise, but he had just enough to get there, and now he's going to throw right on the run again. Nice pass and an even better catch for a touchdown. Steelers, they got a 2-score lead, and now it's 2 touchdowns as Maynard's got to have to respond to this one, and a sack from the Steeler defense. It's not TJ Watt, he ain't playing anymore, but the Steeler defense still putting on the pressure as they got a 4th and inches for Maynard. Throwing in the flat, Boston breaks out of a tackle and gets the first down, and a gain of about 12 yards on the play, but we're down to 4.5 minutes to go, down by 2 touchdowns, and this one could be over and done with really quickly, as this would be an unfortunate way to defend our 4th championship. As Maynard on 4th and 11, that's a lot of time, but no one got open, and he's not gonna get the first down. With 3.5 to go, Steelers got the football. With every year we come up short at this point, I mean, it gets more and more just brutal because Maynard could retire at any point. He doesn't have a whole lot left to prove unless he's trying to chase Brady and chase records, as the Steelers are going to run for a 2nd and inches play, 1st down, and yeah, this one, it's probably over unless we get a miracle turnover here. We'll throw up top for the end zone, incomplete, and the Steelers field goal for a 3-score lead with 2 minutes to go is good, and that will do it as we go down in our title defense, as that is just, man, I knew the team was a little worse this year because we had to let some of those kind of 1-year win now players go. Also, nice, Ramon Butler was the running back we drafted. He goes for 100 on us, you know, it happens, but I don't think I'm really sweating it. Jack Boston's been a good pickup, so I don't really regret moving on. It does always hurt though when a former player of yours goes off, especially in a playoff game. Maynard under 40 touchdowns, but yeah, like Jack Boston, 1,200 yards, 5 a carry, 10 touchdowns. Again, not sweating it. Stockton goes for 1,500 more yards and another 20 touchdown season. So yeah, send him to the Hall of Fame. Another, you know, group of guys with sacks. No double-digit guys, though. Wise did get banged up this season. He missed a couple of games. That's probably why he didn't get double digits. But, yeah, Steelers go and make the Super Bowl, but they get absolutely destroyed 52-23. And we're right back kind of where we were a couple of years ago with a negative $48 million in cap space where we have to just go and pick and choose. We only get to keep one guy, and we're obviously going to keep Tracy Stockton. Even though he's 33 years old and regressing a little bit, I'm not letting him go anywhere else. But we are looking at the draft here, and I have identified a player that I want. Arian Samuel's the #1 player in this draft, and this might be the best defensive tackle I have ever seen in my life. This dude is a 300-pounder who ran a 4.3 and is strong, yet we weren't able to get Desmond Wise last time. I want to trade everything. We have the #4 pick. I am trading everything. 3 first-round picks, a 2nd, and a 4th. I want to get him so badly. Let's throw it, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. 3 firsts and a 2nd is going to be the price to move up to #1. That's a very realistic trade package, and we're doing all that for a defensive tackle. That's how much I believe in Arian Samuel. I mean, look at the traits, man. Like, elite in, like, almost everything. He's got A in almost everything. This is the greatest defensive tackle I've ever seen. Is this just Aaron Donald reincarnated as the #1 sure talent? No surprise. He's got 93 strength, 86 speed, and he is, he's also from Washington State. Another thing, we also got the 2nd rated player in the draft, which is cool. I mean, it's a punter, but still, we got the 1st and 2nd player. But the reason I bring up Washington State is I believe Desmond Wise is also from Washington State. I don't know what's going on up there in Washington State there, they're putting out some crazy defenders, though, and we got both of the ones that we have identified as stars. Yeah, Samuel was an 87 overall player. Knowing that makes me feel real good about giving up every first-round pick I had at my disposal. Desmond Wise, speaking of these Washington State defenders, yeah, I want to sign him for a $39 million a year contract. Darryl Crosby, one of the players we traded for, how about $20 million a year? Go bring him back on a 2-year deal. And we're 13-4 once again. Hey, Kenneth Grant, though, we salute you for what you've done, but we might have a defensive tackle that can eclipse you. The issue here in the playoffs, though, we're missing our 2 offensive linemen, 2 of our best ones. We do get to take care of business, though, in a game against the Chargers. Another wild card domination for us, so we'll take that, obviously. Maynard runs for 89 yards and a touchdown. He had a 56-yarder. Robinson goes for 100 yards, and man, I mean, just insane stuff from our team, man. Like, as soon as we got Arian Samuel, our defense just skyrocketed in rankings. But yeah, another domination, 42-20. I mean, because Denzel Maynard's still like a 99 overall. Like, he's not regressing quite yet, even though he is 13 years into this, as we are really cruising to a potential Super Bowl matchup. But standing in our way in the AFC Championship game is going to be team that stood in our way last season. How about the Pittsburgh Steelers? Once again, they were a 13-win team last year. Took us out, made it to the Super Bowl. Now as the #1 seed, 14-win team, they are going to try to take us out once again. And going into the 4th quarter once again, we are losing to the Steelers as we go play action. Maynard to the air, down the middle, and a catch. It's Tracy Stockton still getting the job done, you know, closing in on his mid-30s, as he is just a legendary wide receiver for this team, as he's going to go with a pass underneath for a completion to the tight end. That's going to get us a couple of yards there. Hand off, gets the cut, and that's our backup running back. I don't even know who that dude is when he scores a touchdown out of nowhere. I have not really invested in the backup running back too much, so I just kind of got whoever in there, and he comes up big. Jack Boston needed a rest, and he comes up with the big play with his backup offensive lineman. As look at the Steelers with the big play now to midfield. Castro still their quarterback, still dicing up this defense. Even though we're a lot better than we were last year, we are still allowing the Steelers offense to shred us in the air as they go to jet sweep and a stop in the backfield. That was Desmond Wise. He's got X Factor now as they're throwing one up top, incomplete. 4th down, and they'll settle for a game-time field goal, as if also you needed me to confirm this. Arian Samuel, our defensive tackle, an 87 overall rookie. No shocker, he's got X Factor, but now we take over in a tie game with 7 minutes to play. 2nd down and 3. Maynard is going to scramble. Maynard past the 40. And he's sprinting past midfield, falling forward inside the Steelers 40. And now we're in scoring position and trying to take this lead, and a nice completion. That is a tough throw to make, and Maynard in the red zone. Play action. And so shot almost there to the 1-yard line. And the handoff. Look at the backup running back again. Touchdown, Dolphins. And we have ourselves a 7-point lead, trying to get revenge on this Steeler team. Running back's going to just fall down and get 7 yards. Butler did not want to get hit as they get a completion across midfield, as now from the 46 with 4 to play. Desmond Wise sack, and it's backed up to 2nd and 14. Completion will set him up 3rd and 7 now with now 3 to play. Wise gets in, hits him, and they get the throw up, but it's incomplete. They'll try a long field goal. Oh, was 60 yards, and he got it. That is really interesting, to get a 60-yard field goal instead of trying to go for it. That's not going to do them anything if he can't get a stop here. And this backup running back is doing his job. Jacoby Adams is his name. I will learn your name, as that's going to be Maynard for the 1st down to seal the game to Tracy Stockton. That is a really interesting decision to go and kick a 60-yard field goal, which is already a very low percentage kick in a game where you're down by 7 with 3 minutes to go on, it was like, what, 4th and 7? I think you just got to go for that, as I don't know why he'd kick that. It's an impressive make, though. Tracy Stockton, 11 catches, 150. I mean, he has just, like, hit his prime, like, as he's hit 30 years old in these last couple of seasons. It's been 20 touchdowns, 15, 1,600 yards. Let's go back to the Super Bowl, guys. How about chasing ring number 5? This would be kind of the goal here, to get that 5th ring before Maynard retires. You know, I would like to think that we can tie Belichick at least and get that 6 rings. I don't know if we're going to be able to get 2 without Maynard. That's kind of the thing here. That's what I'm worried about. So let's get the job done here and try to lock things up before retirement happens by our Hall of Fame MVP, multiple times Super Bowl MVP quarterback. We're taking on the Dallas Cowboys. We're in Minnesota this time, so no home Super Bowl. But we are taking on not only the Dallas Cowboys, but Drake May in the Dallas Cowboys. So Drake May had to go and leave our division, go to the NFC, and late in his career is looking for his first Super Bowl, as I think the Patriots have made a Super Bowl. I don't know if it was with Drake May, but I think they did make one. I don't think they won it, though. I'm trying to remember all these Super Bowls that have happened. We're already like 15 years deep into this. It's a lot of Super Bowls to keep track of. As Drake May, it's 14-10 in the Cowboys' favor, and May's got this offense in Dolphin territory, and the handoff is not going to get the first down, as they're now going to go for a long field goal, about 58 yards. Dallas knocks it through, and it's not Brandon Aubrey, but it looked pretty dang good if that was from 60 plus, as Miami takes over. 3rd down and 2 with 8 minutes to play. Maynard throws an interception, but there's a flag down, and this one, it might have been picked off for a reason, as it is going to be a pass interference on Dallas. So we'll wipe that interception clean off the board, take that football for a first down as a handoff. It's another backup running back getting some action as Boston banged up, as that's Lance Robinson for the completion of first down to the 35-yard line. Down by 7, needing a touchdown. We got backup running backs in there trying to get the job done. Maynard to the air, 3rd down and 4. He's going to roll and run it, and Maynard first down into the red zone. 17-yard line, handing it off, and that's going to be our fullback. Why was our fullback in there at running back? I don't know, but he gets a touchdown. You weren't expecting the handoff to the straight fullback, and it's going to be a long run in the red zone for a touchdown. And at 17-17, Dallas breaking off a tackle after that completion. And now midfield goes Drake May, handing it off. He shreds off a tackle, avoids the loss, and shreds off another one. Gets 8 yards. As now it's 2nd and 2. Run on the football again. Big hit, but a first down to the 39. Run again. Another one. No first contact going down. Injuries are happening on both sides. 2nd down and 3. They go back to him, this time on a screen. And he is getting them down to the 25-yard line. 2nd down and 7. That was May. Completion. First down and more. Inside the 10 to the 4. It's goal to go. May and zone. Touchdown. With 2 minutes to play, Drake May gives them the lead, and now it's up to Denzel Maynard to have a clutch drive in the Super Bowl. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Maynard throwing, completion, a lot of room to run, and he's got him to Dallas territory already. 1:15 to play, 45-yard line. A lot of time in the pocket. Maynard back shoulder, and it's caught. It's gonna be to the 29-yard line. Screen set up. He's got some room. He won't get the first down, but he will get 7 yards as we're under a minute to play. Maynard to the air. He's throwing, and that's caught by Stockton down to the 3. Can he put it in the end zone for another clutch drive? End zone knocked down. 3rd down and goal. 4 yards away with 40 seconds to go. Maynard sets it up. Got the pass off. He's in. Touchdown. Dolphins. And no 2-point conversion. We could be headed to overtime, but Drake May, not so fast. How about 19 yards? And now May, quick throw. They're in enemy territory. We've seen them hit for 58 already as they're into field goal range. Just like that. It'll be a 52-yard field goal for the Super Bowl kick. It's doing something upright, but it goes in. Come on. Cowboys win the Super Bowl, and even though Maynard went on a clutch 2-minute drill all the way down the field to tie the game up, it wasn't enough because the defense allowed them to get into field goal range and then a doink into the upright. I never see that happen in these games. It always hits the post and gets rejected, and our hopes for ring number 5 go down sad. Drake May played a really good game, though, so I can't even be too mad at that. I mean, he just did really good as his team goes down, unfortunately, and I mean, Desmond Wise had 3 sacks, really impressive. But Maynard throws for almost 5,000 yards, 36 touchdowns. Boston had 12 rushing touchdowns. Stockton, 1,400 yards. Robinson's caught up at this point. He's at 1,300 yards, and no one got 20 touchdowns this time around. But Desmond Wise, 14.5 sacks. And man, we are now looking at some retirements that are devastating for this team. 3 Dolphin lifers. Tracy Stockton first is going to retire, and look at the legacy he leaves. 2 20 touchdown seasons, a number of 14, 15, 1,600 yard years, 11-time Pro Bowler, Offensive Player of the Year was at 3 times over. Then Adrian Bridges, a 9-time Pro Bowl left tackle who was a number 1 overall pick, and then also our 14-year kicker who we drafted like in the first year. He's been with us the whole time. We'll need a new kicker as well. We got to make some moves if we're going to go and recoup that. We're restructuring some contracts. We cut one of our older linebackers who saved us about $4 million. We restructured Wise. I think we're going to have to end up doing that. Robinson, all these other guys. We're going to do that so that we can keep guys like Vance McKinney, who's our 88 overall tight end. He's not X Factor anymore, but still superstar. 86 overall D tackle. No need to keep him anymore because we have Arian Samuel, so him, package that 86 D tackle with a first rounder. Let's get an 84 left tackle to try to help us out a little bit, and then in free agency, let's go and grab some new linebackers, a backup cornerback, a left tackle who we can kind of move around, and we'll have the 16th pick in this year's draft. I'm not like sweating these losses though. How about a top 5 wide receiver? We need to replace Stockton. How about Casey Richardson, a number 4 true talent playmaker, hidden dev? So we'll obviously be happy with that. And then an edge rusher, Brian Atkinson, hidden dev. But I'm actually not sweating these losses too much. Richardson's an 80 overall rookie receiver. Stockton was great, but he was regressing below a 90 overall. And then Bridges, same thing, regressing below a 90 overall. We'll replace him with an 84 tackle. Richardson's going to replace Stockton. And Lance Robinson, I think, is ready to kind of take over as that top receiving target for us. Also, letting go of our D tackle. You know, we have Arian Samuel now. We don't need another D tackle on this team. We go right back to the playoffs. We're the 2 seed this time around, and Denzel Maynard takes home another MVP. So not only that, Lance Robinson, I said, hey, he's ready to take over that role. How about Offensive Player of the Year for Lance Robinson? And right now against this Colts team, it's going to be a pretty dominant victory. 29-3. We scored the touchdown there. Didn't let him do anything else. 29-3 in this one as we move on to the divisional round. It's nice that, you know, the last couple of times we've made the wild card, it's been, you know, pretty comfortable, dominant victories in the wild card, and a really dominant performance from our defense, getting some turnovers, which is not something we are typically getting. And I think that's all our linebackers with interceptions. And also, all of our players are hurt. Look at all those injuries. That is the longest list of injuries that we have had. But, you know, despite that, we go into this game against the Cleveland Browns and we're up 28-13. We have the football right back after a stop. So despite the injuries, despite some things, we are cruising right now with Maynard with the football. He's rolling. He's doing what he does best, and he's scrambling. He's got a lot of room, and Maynard past the 40-yard line. How about Maynard always coming up with a big run as he is going to throw it to the outside for a completion, first down, 22-yard line, and things are just looking so good for us right now, but Maynard gets sacked. Now backed up to the 34-yard line. It's 3rd and 22. And what do you got, Maynard? He's going to try to run for it again. And here he goes. Maynard past the first down. Makes a move. Runs through a defender and leaps in for the touchdown. Denzel Maynard is going to run us all the way to the conference championship. 35-13 and 2 dominant victories in the playoffs, and the running of Maynard is incredible. 82 yards on just 4 carries, and he is just the most explosive scrambler I have ever seen. This is insane. You don't see scramblers like this in Madden or college football. This is ridiculous. AFC Championship, we are on the road, and I mean, right now it's looking like Tennessee can pull this within one score, but another fourth quarter where we start up by 2 scores. Tennessee only takes about 30 seconds to get them into the end zone, so it's a 3-point game, but I mean, we have been really just doing a phenomenal job in this run right now, and I mean, this is a team where we're 11-6. This isn't like our 16-1 or 15-2 year. This is not like our best team or one of our best rosters, but we're playing like it, and we are, like I said, you see the injury list, it's pretty brutal, but Jack Boston rushing attack is doing its thing, and another running back coming on in, getting a first down carry, red zone opportunity, pass to Lance Robinson for a completion to 3rd and 7 situation where Maynard fires to the end zone, and a touchdown for Lance Robinson, and the offensive player of the year puts it in the end zone. And I mean, I said when Tracy Stockton retired, I'm like, I'm all right. Lance Robinson can fill these shoes pretty nice, and he has been every bit as good as we have hoped for stepping into that top role, and you'll see the season he had. It was spectacular. I'm like almost excited to show you the season just as much as I am to even get to a Super Bowl potentially, because right now this defense, can they hold them to the field goal try? 5.5 to go. Tennessee underneath, short of the line of scrimmage, and he can't get there. It'll be 4th down. They'll kick the field goal. 27-20 your score with 5 minutes to play, and back to our offense. There's Boston running through a man and a first down carry. I love seeing Boston run over guys. He's got X factor, and he's got the screen, and he's running through one defender, getting 7 yards. 3rd down and 3. Maynard, quick pass to the outside, caught, and that is Casey Richardson, our young 80 overall receiver, as there's going to be a play action down the middle. Casey Richardson again, as now it's 2nd down in the red zone. Maynard throwing on the run, and incomplete. That was almost spectacular. 3rd down and long, and now he's going to run for it. He's got the first down. I mean, this is a guy who should have a permanent spy on him at all times, as a blitz set in. Maynard beats the blitz, runs it in, touchdown, 2-score lead with 2 minutes to play. And now Tennessee hanging by a thread. They go down the field, eventually find the end zone with just about over a minute to play, but needing an onside kick. Kick is going to be picked up by Miami, and with that, it is going to be a Miami Super Bowl appearance once again. We had that rough one against Dallas with the doink field goal at the buzzer. We are not looking to go down again in back-to-back Super Bowls. And Denzel Maynard, this rushing attack is looking amazing. And we got Casey Richardson stepping up. We got Lance Robinson finding the end zone. We got this defense teeing off of pressure, interceptions, and we're getting a little bit more healthy as well. We're still not fully healthy in the slightest, but Super Bowl appearance again for this Dolphin team, as we are looking for, I mean, I've said this already once before, that 5th ring. I've really kind of stapled in 5 under Denzel Maynard is the goal. It's the minimum. It's what we need. And now we have our chance to get it once again. We're taking on a different NFC East team this time around. Can the Eagles be the team to stop Denzel Maynard's incredible rushing ability? He might be in his 30s, but he's running like he's in his 20s. And now can we get the 5th ring? I want it. And even though we're not taking on the Cowboys, like I said, we are in Dallas Stadium, so, you know, no Miami home field advantage for us. We start off the 4th quarter. It's 28-21, but the first play of the 4th quarter, it's Lance Robinson, touchdown, Miami. Lance Robinson is doing his thing, and I'm loving to see it, as the Eagles down 35-21 run the football. They'll get tackled in the backfield. 3rd down and 11. Their quarterback Sherrill's throwing. We'll have the tight end a little block and release, and he'll get the first down. So he's had 2 interceptions on the day, but he's also thrown a couple of touchdowns as well. As that throw way out into the flats, they're going to count it as a run. It's going to lose 3 regardless. He's got 7 carries for 10 yards, and on 3rd down, nowhere near the 1st down, they'll punt it. And now Miami, can they pull away? As he actually tries. Maynard tried to run, couldn't get through, sacked. 3rd down and 12, down the middle, and it's incomplete. Going for Richardson, and we'll have to punt the football away. As Sherrills will throw for the tight end once more, and he has the 1st down, and he has a gain of 14 as they'll line up at 8 minutes to play in Miami territory, and spinning through. Look at that receiver, making 2 guys miss and getting the 1st. As Sherrills, he's over 300 yards on the day, so the passing attack doing their thing. Just got to keep the turnovers to a minimum, as that big hit's going to still get him the 1st down as he goes out of bounds. Now thrown to the tight end in the flats. He's got him in the red zone now. And the Eagles moving the football well. This is the drive that they needed. They needed this drive as badly as you could possibly need a drive, because cutting this one to 7 points is where you have a chance, as they're going to call that a touchdown. And he just got knocked into the end zone. 5 minutes to play as the Dolphins take over. Lance Robinson, you see that stat line down there? That is an incredible stat line. And Lance Robinson, oh, he's gonna go! Robinson, spin it down the middle, touchdown! 66 yards! Lance Robinson is putting on a historical Super Bowl performance. 42-28, Eagles, do you got a response in you? As you need another touchdown drive, and it needs to be a lot quicker than the last one. Just 3:40 to play, and that pass is caught out of bounds. You need to do a lot of that. Get out of bounds. Conserve your time and your timeouts, as Sherrills is going to find the tight end. Number 8 over there is having one heck of a game. He is finding himself catching the football a lot. A quick slant's going to get him the 1st down. We'll at least be okay with tackling him in the field of play, as Sherrills gets back to the line at the 25-yard line. Another pass over the middle. We'll give them all of that over the middle stuff. Keep the time going. 2:47. Pass to the outside. He stays in bounds, and he gets more yards because of it. To the 6. Goal to go. Eagles at the goal line, incomplete. 3rd down from the 6 as they'll run it. We weren't expecting that on a touchdown. That's not Brian Westbrook, but that's number 36 for the Eagles, as they'll kick the ball back to us, and we can get a 1st down to try to end this game. Maynard, he's going to scramble. Eagles didn't want to cover for the onside kick. They wanted to trust their defense, and I don't think that's a good idea. And one more 1st down. We'll do it, and there it is. Lance Robinson with the historical Super Bowl game, and sails it. I wouldn't want anyone else getting the football, because Lance Robinson put up one heck of a season, one heck of a playoff run, and one heck of a Super Bowl performance to get us ring number 5. That is how you do it. What a day from the offense. Even if the defense kind of lacked a little bit, allowing a lot of points, we were able to get the job done with our offense, and our MVP quarterback, our offensive player of the year. I know Denzel Maynard might win Super Bowl MVP because they just love giving it to the quarterback, but Lance Robinson, I am ready to turn around and hand you that Super Bowl MVP, because, I mean, Maynard did throw for 5 touchdowns and 368 yards, and on top of that, obviously put up some rushing production, so he had like 400 total yards and 5 touchdowns, but Lance Robinson, 14 catches, 229 yards, 3 touchdowns. Are you serious? What a performance. Makes you wonder what would have happened if we gave Casey Stockton, you know, the walking papers a little bit earlier, as Maynard does win Super Bowl MVP. I'm gonna be honest, that's Lance Richardson's Super Bowl MVP to me, but look at the season. This is maybe the greatest season I have ever seen a wide receiver in Madden ever have, at least recent history, when it comes to just pure simulation. A record-breaking 2,180 yards and 24 touchdowns. And not only that, you've seen the Super Bowl performance as well. Like, the Super Bowl performance, he also had the conference championship performance. Like, that is like the greatest receiver season ever. Like, Cooper Kupp, step aside when it comes to overall statistical production when in the regular season, in the postseason, in the Super Bowl MVP, in the touchdown, the Super Bowl. Step aside Cooper Kupp. Step aside Larry Fitzgerald and your incredible legendary playoff run you had in the 2000s. Step aside Calvin Johnson and your 2,000-yard season. Lance Robinson just eclipsed all of that in one legendary year. Also, step aside Randy Moss and your 20-plus touchdown year in New England. Step aside there. He's just setting all the records. Denzel Maynard is 36 years old. His contract is up. I'm just going to kind of string him along for one-year deals. At the point now, I said 35, 36 is kind of what we're like looking at for him retiring. He can retire at any point now. After this season, he's going to be 37. He could really retire any moment now. So as long as he's here, we're pushing things all the way when it comes to aggressiveness to try to get back to another Super Bowl and win one. We go and make the playoffs. We're the number 2 seed. Kansas City, it's been a while. Mahomes has been gone for a little bit, so it's been a while. But Desmond Wise actually wins Defensive Player of the Year, and I'm happy about that because Desmond Wise is just a player I absolutely love. Another wild card domination. The wild card is basically just a first-round bye for us. 34-17 over the Steelers. They were only a 9-win team, but still, nice domination there to have a game where also the Steelers threw 9 for 19. Castro, not what you used to be, I guess, because he was dotting us up a couple of years back, but not so much anymore. Lance Robinson, 120 yards and a touchdown. Let's just hope Lance Robinson doesn't have a Cooper Kupp-like career arc where he just kind of falls off a cliff because his hamstring is made of, like, licorice or something and he can't stay healthy. So let's make sure Lance Robinson can stay healthy and put himself into all-time great talks as we're into the next round against the Cincinnati Bengals. No Joe Burrow, but a Bengals team that has given us some troubles once before. But again, no Burrow, no Chase. So we'll see if they have it in them to beat us. 28-14, though, is your score. And there's your Defensive Player of the Year, Desmond Wise, grabbing a sack as it's going to be second down. They get 10 yards to get the sack yarders back to get him to 3rd and 9. But the pressure comes in, and as he's throwing, it's incomplete. And, I mean, a field goal in this situation with 10 minutes to play, not ideal, but it will cut down to 11 points as we hand the football off. Here's Jack Boston, gets a block, and Boston stiff far, and there goes Boston for a gain of 23 yards, and now handing it off back to him, and he will have 6 more. We can just go, and whenever we need to lean on the run game, we can, because it's not just Maynard scrambling. Boston's running is great. Casey Richardson over the middle in a completion. Don't forget about him, even though Lance Robinson is everything for us. We have another receiver that you can lean on, as there goes Boston on the ground. First down again as we are in the red zone. 3rd down and 6. And he shrugs off a sack and throws to the end zone. Maynard, you are ridiculous. Touchdown. Just shrugging off a defender, firing a laser to Casey Richardson. At 36 years old, will he ever age? As that pass for the Bengals is caught down the field. I mean, I'm still celebrating that play because it's given us a 3-score lead with just under 5 minutes to play. And the Bengals very well could put it in the end zone here, but it might be too little too late as they'll throw the screen out. He'll get up the sidelines before the touchdown as the Bengals keep themselves in this whatever so slightly, but the onside kick is going to be... Oh, it's scoped up by the Bengals! Hold on! Can't celebrate yet! Bengals get an onside kick! I was wondering if we'd go a whole 24 years without seeing an onside kick recovered. Well, no, they got one. And the Bengals now are going to get a completion for a 1st down. A field goal even cuts it to a 1-score game. They still got all their timeouts as well. Bengals down the middle! He splits the defense down to the 1. And now they still can keep all their timeouts, but a spear basically is going to get him down on the read option. 3rd down and goal. He's going to try to hesitate and run, and he's going to go down. 4th down and 6, and they're going for it. Bold call. He's going to scramble. He's going to have it. Touchdown. Bengals by 1 score, 2-point conversion read option. He's got it, and they kept all their timeouts, and they have the 2-minute warning as well. Bengals, can they pull off an improbable comeback down 18 and now suddenly down by 3 as the kick return is going to get us actually pretty good yardage on that one to the 42-yard line as we need a pair of 1st downs to end this one. Maynard to the air. They send the blitz. Quick pass. And there he is. It's Lance Robinson. And you cannot stop him. Touchdown. Just when you thought the Bengals might have been able to do it, nope, it's Lance Robinson to put the dagger in again as the Bengals, even though they're going to go down the field, score a touchdown with a minute to play. I don't know if you're getting 2 onside kicks. Bengals, what an effort, but the onside kick is ours this time around, and the scary comeback rally is stopped Thank you, Lance Robinson, for once again coming up big in the biggest moments, in the biggest situations, as Denzel throws for 450 yards, 5 touchdowns, an incredible play to Casey Richardson where he shrugged off that sack, and then, of course, a huge game, 190 and 3 more touchdowns for Lance Robinson. Also, Casey Richardson, 170 and 2 touchdowns. Won't even ignore that because that is incredible as well. We get to take on the Kansas City Chiefs in the conference championship now, as Denzel Maynard is now looking for potentially Super Bowl number 6, trying to match what Brady got in New England. Obviously, Brady went and got one in Tampa Bay, so trying to just match what Brady did in New England. And I think at this point, once you win like 4, 5, 6 Super Bowls, I think you can kind of put yourself in the GOAT conversation. Like, I don't think you need 7 Super Bowls to go and surpass Brady, especially if you go and you have as many MVPs as Maynard does, and you have all the statistical stuff that he does and all the moments that he does, because you can't even argue that, well, Brady's just a lot more clutch. Maynard's pretty clutch too. I mean, Maynard's always come up in the clutch moments, it feels like, other than his first Super Bowl, which, hey, it's his first Super Bowl. It is what it is. He's done it every other single time, though, as Maynard's going to run it, and he's going to run it for a touchdown. Yeah, you ain't seen Brady do that either. I mean, by the end of his career, I want you guys to debate that, because I think Maynard's put himself into that discussion, as the 2-point conversion is good. It's a dominant game right now, 24-7 on the Chiefs. Like, it is all Miami, and the Chiefs need to come out here and put points up on the board with 7 minutes to go, and they'll throw over the middle, caught, first down, and more into field goal range. I guess you could take a field goal. I doubt they will, though, as a 4th down and 2. Yeah, they're going for it. Quick pass, caught, and he's got the first down. So yeah, they're going for the touchdowns first. They need them. More importantly, they need those timeouts as well. They need the time. They need to get out of bounds there. He slides inbounds. Under 4 minutes to play. Run it right up the middle, and he'll have the touchdown. But that drive took up about like half the time that they had. Onside kick is going to be scooped up by Miami. No Cincinnati situation, thankfully. And with 3:40 to play in our chance to go to yet another Super Bowl, run for Boston, first down. He got out of bounds, but yeah, just keep the first downs going. We're in field goal range. Boston up the middle. There he goes. And there's Boston inside the red zone. Run out of timeout. Kansas City can't do anything about it. And Miami is on to yet another Super Bowl appearance. It wasn't even a big day for Maynard. It was just more running the football. And Lance Robinson, well, he still put up 70 yards and a touchdown. But this is yet another Super Bowl. This is our 3rd appearance in a row. Our 4th appearance in, what, 5 years or something like that? What are we at this point? I'm losing track. Yeah, I think this is our 4th appearance in 5 years. So if we win this one, that would kind of be in that, 3 and 5 year threshold once again. That kind of dynasty type of like run. If you win like 3 Super Bowls in 4 to 5 years, you're kind of, stapled in as a dynasty. The Patriots were able to do that. We were able to do that. The Patriots were able to do that. Then yet again, in the 2010s, winning a couple of Super Bowls. The Falcons won. The Rams won. They made it to the Eagles, won and lost. But then they also had the Seahawks, one that they won. So they were able to do it 2 times over. Can we do it 2 times over? We'll take on the Carolina Panthers here. So we already took on the Panthers once before in a Super Bowl. That was way, way back when Bryce Young and Ted McMillan were doing their thing. So this is a very different Panthers team, very different Dolphins team. It's 17-14 right now, as the last Dolphins Super Bowl against the Panthers was a really entertaining one, a big-time performance late in that game. I think that was the one where Sierra had the long touchdown, if I'm remembering correctly. It's hard to remember. We're in, like, year 17 right now, so, like, my memory's all over the place. This is one of the longest videos that I have ever recorded. I think this might be my longest ever recording session. This was like 30 hours of recording just to give you a peek behind the curtain, as that pass down the middle of the field is incomplete, as 3rd down and 10 hits, and Carolina hit as he's throwing, and that pass is not going to go far. They are not going to go for the field goal. Would have been 55 yards. Instead, punt is going to be a beautiful one at the 1-yard line. Man, I mean, A 54-yard field goal for a tie, though, could have been very possible. I guess they just don't got a good kicker, though. 3rd down and 6 for us. Will we be backed up and go 3 and out? No, we won't! That's Casey Richardson for the 1st down and a big play. Play action now as Maynard's going to scramble. No, not quite as fast. Maybe he's a little bit slower than he used to be. Maybe. I mean, he's 37, I think, or something. I mean, he's old. 3rd down and 8, though, as we will go and throw the football, but a blitz untouched up the middle is going to get us down. Good punt, though, backs them all the way to the 24-yard line, and they'll throw down the middle. What a grab! Can't even complain about the defense. That was just an incredible catch, but the play action here, wow! What a sack! That is incredible play recognition there to just jump in and just completely disrupt an entire drive. We'll get the football back as that's a short completion, just a gain of 1. I mean, we're just holding on to this 3-point lead as Maynard's going to scramble for it. I mean, it doesn't matter how old he is, though. He can still run it pretty well. Quick RPO. And that will be setting us up 3rd down and 3, spreading the field. It's a draw. Design keeper. Maynard. Yeah, you can definitely see the athleticism not quite as there. Instead, we'll try a field goal. This one, 58 yards. Kick. It's no good. And now the Panthers have great field position. That's a costly missed kick for multiple reasons, as now Carolina's running back in one big run has them flipped to the other side of the field. Now a screen to him. He's got a lot of room, and he's got him to the 21-yard line with a minute and a half to play, as the run is going to get them nothing. They'll maybe even lose a yard. 21-yard line, 3rd down and 10, as they'll throw. End zone, incomplete, nice hit. They'll go for a game-tying field goal with 1:15 to go, and we're set up for yet another Denzel Maynard game-winning opportunity with under 2 minutes to play. Getting the football to 29, and he immediately runs for a 1st down to the 37-yard line. As with 40 seconds to play, they'll throw the screen out, and they are going to get about 8 yards, 36 seconds to play, maybe 15 yards for field goal range, and there you go. 1st down to the 47 of Carolina. I'm thinking maybe I would like 10 more yards. He missed it from pretty long out. I would like a little bit shorter this time, and that is perfect. That's 11 yards, and that is gonna be enough to set up for a field goal. We could do it. Maynard did it again. Set us up for a game-winning field goal opportunity. They're gonna ice us. Come on. He missed one from earlier, but now he's got a shorter distance. He's got us in position, and for ring number 6 to tie Belichick, to tie Brady in New England for Maynard. Kick is on its way. It is no good. Come on. He missed a second one. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We're going to overtime. And now we have to do it again in overtime. We have to do it again in a clutch situation. Maynard, I gotta be frustrated. This is the 2nd Super Bowl potentially where he did his job and something else let him down. Panthers win the toss, and with the decision given, they elect to receive. So we will know what we need after this drive, but the Panthers will have the benefit of, if we both score, to have that first sudden death drive. So there's a kind of a strength and a weakness to having that option. You know, there's a pro and a con to both sides. So they'll get the 1st down here. 39-yard line as they'll run the football, and he will have 8. 3rd down and 2 for our defense. Can we get off the field and force them to have to play in that sudden death situation? No, they can't get off the field, and he's going to score a 1st down and a huge gain into Miami territory. And now another completion for 6 more. They're in field goal range. Run the football. He gets the 1st down, and that would have been a tackle for loss, but we couldn't get off the field again. Now a direct snap, and there's Desmond Wise for the tackle for loss. 3rd and 13. Wise got the X factor. Robertson to throw it. He's going deep. He wants it. Oh, back corner. It's caught. Touchdown, Carolina. And they got the touchdown, and now we need to put one back up to respond. What do you got? Come on, Denzel Maynard. Can you be clutch again? He'll throw. First play of the possession. Down the middle of the field. It's caught. He's gonna go all the way. He's hopping. He's skipping. He's got it. And we tie it right back up. Denzel's done it again, and now it's sudden death. Please, defense, please, just give Denzel the ball one time, one chance, give him a chance, it's all he needs. That's Carolina's kick return. It's a good one to the 35-yard line, and they need maybe 25, 30 yards for field goal range, and immediately they're going to get a good chunk of that. 13 on that play, 48-yard line, handoff, and he'll slip through, break a tackle, make it 2, and another good run. He's over 100 on the day. 3rd and 3, and they got another one. Completed to the 39 as he'll drop to throw. Come on, give him a chance. No, he's in the red zone, and they'll just settle for the field goal now. We're going to call the timeout to ice him, but Denzel's going to do everything he can, and he still might not be able to win, and it won't even be his fault. He did everything he could, but the Carolina Panthers, their offense just too much, and the field goal for the win. We missed ours, but the Carolina Panthers are gonna make their field goal and win it. That is about as heartbreaking of a Super Bowl loss as you're gonna find. We missed 2 fourth-quarter field goals, including the game winner, and then in overtime, Denzel Maynard only needed one play to go and grab a 78-yard touchdown to put it into sudden death, and he never got to see the football again. Every time Maynard touched the football in that game, he made it happen, and the defense let him down, the kicker let him down, and that's how we get almost ring number 6. And will that be the end for Denzel Maynard's career? Will he go out like that? Like, be such a sad way to go out, but will he go out like that? As Carolina, it took them a while. That's their first ever Super Bowl, so good on them for it. And Maynard, actually, this was the first year where he actually got banged up. He's been very durable. He missed a couple of games. He still had a nice season, though, so it's not like a performance issue or anything like that, but missing 5 games in the regular season means he's not going to be in the statistical profile or the accolades side of things quite as much. But Denzel Maynard, sitting here at like 37, 38 years old, he's old as heck, man. As Desmond Wise, also 21 sacks, gotta really acknowledge that. Huge season, most we've had since an Aiden Hutchinson situation where, you know, he was putting up 20 sacks and winning Defensive Player of the Year, but you don't see any retirements. Denzel Maynard is sticking around for another season. He is not done yet. I mean, it's not like he's at a point in which he's like washed or anything. He doesn't need to retire. He's still like a 98 overall. I think he's only regressed 1 overall. We're going to make a little trade. The quarterback we drafted like a decade ago, he's just been our backup for the entire time. He's randomly an X factor. I don't even know why, but hey, we'll trade him. We'll go pick up a cornerback. I mean, I'm treating every year as if it's Denzel's last, so win now, win now, win now. We weren't able to do much, though, because of our cap situation, obviously. We go and make a couple of draft picks, but we did have some positive money with some restructures. We're going to go and sign a 91 defensive tackle who's just sitting in free agency. He's 32 years old, yeah. Denzel's a 98 overall. He, like, still isn't even bad. Like, he's still amazing at, like, 37, 38 years old. Like, he's still insane. And now we are going to see if we could go back again to a Super Bowl. Arian Samuel is also a 99 overall at this point as well. I mean, obviously he's going to be a lifer. This Dolphins team actually goes 16-1 in this season, which I did not expect that. I mean, we're a really good team, obviously, but I did not expect a all the way 16-1 team as we hop in to our first game. And look at Denzel Maynard. How is he like the greatest scrambling threat of all time? Touchdown Miami, as this one was a dominant 44-17 victory to move to the conference championship. As we did not have much adversity in that game. Maynard throws 4 touchdowns, 380 passing yards. On top of that, a rushing touchdown, 37 more rushing yards. Lance Robinson, 150-ish yards, 2 touchdowns. It is still Denzel Maynard's league, and he does not have to ever leave unless he wants to, because I don't know if he'll ever be bad. We go into the conference championship, though, and it's not an easy one. 14-14 your score against Kansas City. It's close, it's tight, and Maynard throws it for a completion. Casey Richardson for the first down. I mean, Richardson's over here at like a 95-plus overall X factor. Like, Like, he is just kind of got lost in the shuffle. Like, he's amazing, but it's like Lance Robinson's just so good. You forget how good Casey Richardson also is, as he's making another completion to him there. And Richardson heating up in this one. Jack Boston still doing his thing at running back, and he's kind of weaving his way through inside the 10-yard line as a quick pass. There you go. Richardson, another one inside the 5 to the 2. Maynard for the lead. He's gonna get sacked, and he couldn't run away from that defender. He's just a little bit slower. Still amazing though, as he's gonna get sacked again. 4th down and 9, and the field goal kick is good. So we'll have the lead in this one with 8:45 to play as the Chiefs. And did they give Patrick Mahomes' number to another quarterback? Are you guys serious? Chiefs, what the heck happened with Mahomes? Did you guys go out ugly? I know retired jerseys aren't in the game, but that's kind of crazy. They just gave another quarterback number 15. But he's running pretty well right now, so I guess maybe he's that guy. I really think jersey retirements just need to be in this game. It's crazy that it's not in the game. That's unbelievable. I don't think I don't even think Madden's ever had jersey retirements. It's not even like one of those fake things where it was like, oh, a feature that used to be in the game but now isn't, and then they're going to re-add it and call it a new feature. It's just like, I don't think it's ever been in here, as this dude is running. He's going to get sacked, and it's going to be 2nd and goal from the 10 as they go play action, and they'll throw with time, but time's running out, and a sack. 3rd and goal from the 14, and he is gonna have it. He caught a touchdown, and oh boy, Chiefs got the lead. Last time we went 16-1. I'm pretty sure we didn't even make the Super Bowl. We don't want to let that happen again, as the keeper is gonna get us 3. 3rd down and 7 for Maynard to throw it down the middle, and he couldn't hang on. No! Wasn't a great throw, but definitely catchable, as now the Chiefs got the football with 3:45 to go, and it's 3rd down and 2 from midfield. Backup quarterback is in. We injured the starter. The backup is throwing a stinker of a pass, and we'll get the football back. We might have caught a huge break, and Maynard in another clutch situation. What do you got for us? I've never doubted Maynard in a clutch situation ever in my life, as I would like to give him the football and not a jet sweep to a receiver. Maynard to throw on 3rd down and 4. On the run, it's caught. Jack Boston out of the backfield for a gain of 18 as Maynard to the 47-yard line. There you go. Casey Richardson making a move, and Richardson to the 26-yard line. Come on. Jack Boston on the carry. Come on, let's go to another Super Bowl. 9 more in the red zone. 2nd and 1 from the 17. Hand off to Boston. He's running it well. He's getting us another 1st down with 1:15 to go. Take your time, because you know your defense might let you down, as that pass is caught. Down to goal to go from the 2. It's play action. Maynard throwing, and it's caught. Touchdown with a minute to play. He's done it again. Denzel Maynard now just got to rely on your defense, as a backup quarterback is still in. It might just be the break we need, as he got no mobility, but he's got a 1st down completion. Chiefs looking to take it to overtime, needing maybe 2 more 1st downs, as that could be one of them there. It's 3rd and inches from the 35. They'll throw it, and he'll scramble. He's so slow, but he's got him into field goal range. It's 55 from here. 20 seconds to play. He'll throw it, and that's caught, and he's down to the 20. They're going to hurry back up. Field goal. It's not going to happen again. Come on. Kick is on the way. It's good. We're going to overtime for a shot at the Super Bowl again. Maynard, he's got it first this time. He'll go underneath. Lance Robertson has got a 1st down completion to him. As now 3rd down and 6 from the 47. We'll go Boston on a screen. And Boston, he was a former Chief. He gets the 1st down. And past midfield we go. And now Maynard, he's going to try to scramble for it. Here we go, Maynard. That's a 1st down carry. As I really feel like we just need a touchdown, because I don't know if our defense comes up clutch in these situations. As that completion, it's 6 yards, 3rd down and 4. Maynard is going to scramble, and he's got the 1st down again. 20-yard line, red zone, Boston. Got some yards there. Injury timeout. 3rd down and 4. I think Boston went down. Maynard, he's escaping, and he's not going to get through 2, though. It's a sack, and we'll have to settle for a field goal, which means we have to allow our defense to actually potentially end this game, or at least extend it, because if Kansas City puts it in the end zone and comes up big like our defense has allowed teams to. It's going to be over, and especially with another kick return getting them to the 40-yard line. Chiefs 60 yards with their backup quarterback, and they could do it as that pass is caught. He spins off 2. He's going to get past another, and that's an incredible 8-yard play. 3rd down and 2 as the Chiefs are going to run it. He's got the first down and into Miami territory. Looking at maybe 10 to 15 for a field goal to tie it back up. And there's your 10. There's your more than 10. And it's all the way for 30 in the red zone. No, let it happen again as they toss it out and stopping them. 3rd down and 5. Please get off the field, defense. He'll throw it. We send the pressure. And it's caught, but it's short. And they'll kick the field goal. And this means it's up to us to do something again. 36-yard line, 2nd down and 10. Maynard floats one for a first down. Casey Richardson to the 45. It's 3rd down. And Maynard stepping up in a sack. We got to punt the football. And the kick is going to be a great one. And that is an amazing one. Kick down at the 1. It's like the 1-inch line. Handoff. He's mad. And they say it's not a safety. What? I think that was a safety. And now the Chiefs are out of the end zone. 3rd and 1. And they'll run it. And the defense is going to blow it up. We're on to 2nd overtime. Maynard gets the football back in great field position. Please just end this one. Come on with the clutch drive. Maynard gets the first down. And Lance Robertson is in field goal range. And we'll hand it off. Boston's back from his injury, and Boston shredding tackles to the red zone. And we're sending the field goal unit out and to go to the Super Bowl. Come on. Kick is good. We got one more try at this for ring number 6. And Denzel Maynard and this team has done it again in a crazy finish. We got a little lucky there with the quarterback getting hurt for Kansas City because the backup definitely wasn't as good, but we'll take whatever we can get. How about Nate Tiller? 21 tackles and 4 for a loss with a sack and a half. Are you serious? What a game from our linebacker. We'll go to the Super Bowl, though, as this is yet another Super Bowl appearance for us. And not only that, this is Super Bowl appearance number 4 in a row and number 5 in 6 years. Now, in those Super Bowls, it's kind of had like a fun little, back and forth. We won, then we didn't make it, but then we lost the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl, lost the Super Bowl. Trend says we win here, if that is the case, and we are back in Miami. This is the 4th Miami Super Bowl, and I think we are, 2-1 in Miami Super Bowls? We lost the first one, but I think we've won the last 2 in Miami. Let's make it 3-1 in Miami Super Bowls. Taking on the Detroit Lions this time around, so no Carolina Panthers rematch. As at least we've had a nice diverse set of opponents. I think we've only played one opponent, which was the Panthers, more than one time. As look at Boston getting the carry. It's a 20-20 game, so another close one for our 16-1 Miami Dolphins as a sack comes in. And now it's 3rd and 15 as that's going to be a deep pass. He's going to go one-on-one, incomplete. And we got to punt the football away to the Lions, so they go play action. Checking to the tight end out of the flats. And he will have 8 yards. 2nd down and 2 from the 25. 10 minutes to play. Shovel pass to the tight end, and that's going to be a big play. And the shovel pass does its job. That's nice. As the Lions have it at midfield. Play action. Wise gets picked up. And now the quarterback scrambling, and he's going down. Huge play. That was Arian Samuel with the sack, and now another one. Defense gets off the field, and offense takes back over as a hit in the backfield. Boston is just nowhere to go. What run defense. 3rd down and 12. Maynard to the air, and he finds a man. There you go. Maynard, is he going to go all the way? That's McKinney, the tight end. He's not too fast, but he's just fast enough. And it's McKinney. He rarely makes the huge play, but he did today. And the Super Bowl lead is ours as Miami now defense out there, 6.5 to go. And that completion has him to the 36 and a first down. Come on, man, please. I don't know if he's going to play anymore. He's going to be 38 years old. Defense, please get the job done with under 6 to play. A run up the middle and another first down. Please at least just hold them to a field goal. Give our offense a chance to end this one. As the street option, big run inside the red zone. He's diving at the 15 to the 12 now after another run as he'll get hit in the backfield. 3rd down and 8. 4 minutes to go. Lions stepping up. He's gotten sacked. Aaron Samuel, the 99 overall generational D tackle, saves us our lead. 27-23, 3:20 to play. Here's our chance, and that's Jack Boston with the big run of 20 yards. Come on, a couple first downs, and we'll have our 6th. Come on, please. Lions down to 1 timeout. 2 first downs is all we need. Maynard on 2nd and 6. There he goes. First down. And Maynard gets into the 23. Come on. 1 more. It's all we need. Come on. Boston to the edge. He's a yard shy. 1 yard is all we need. Hand it off. Boston, no. 3rd and 5. And now the handoff once more. Boston. He's got the first. And the Dolphins, number 6 on the board. And Denzel Maynard wins his 6th. And now we are 1 away from surpassing Belichick. We have already tied him. We've tied what he did with Brady. And Maynard has gotten another ring. And what a year this one was. 16-1. So, I mean, that's also what the most wins in a season in NFL history, getting to 19, which, I mean, I know we did lose a game, but the Patriots went 18-1. We went 19-1. So that is another thing that we have done, and you know, maybe check off our little bucket list here. I mean, even if you, depending on how you count it, I would have loved to have an undefeated season, but that seems to be really difficult. I think that one of those 16-1 seasons was our best chance. I don't think we're going 17-0, as will this be the end for Denzel Maynard at 38 years old, I think, and he has got 6 Super Bowls, another Super Bowl MVP, another Offensive Player of the Year for Lance Robertson, another MVP in the entire NFL for Maynard. I mean, he is still winning MVPs, throwing 44 touchdowns. Like, he does not need to retire. He could just play forever, I feel like. He's never bad. He's still not bad. Lance Robinson, 1,800 yards and an NFL record, 25 touchdowns. So, yeah, NFL records for Lance Robertson are broken, and the verdict is in. Denzel Maynard is going to retire. Not only that, we lose a couple of guys. Kirk Johnson, our longtime center, 10 Pro Bowls in 13 seasons. And Denzel Maynard, we also lost Jack Boston as well, but here's Maynard's career. Every single season in which he was a full-time starter, he had 1 season below 4,000 yards, and that was the 1 season that he got banged up for 5 games. That was also his only season below 30 touchdowns. He had 40 touchdowns. What is that, like 11 times? He won like 6 MVPs, won a bunch of Super Bowl MVPs, won 6 Super Bowls. His rushing numbers aren't insane in the regular season, but they were pretty insane in the playoffs. 16 Pro Bowls in 17 years. And like, this is just the most insane player. This is like unbelievable career. I mean, 6 MVPs, 6 Super Bowls, 16 Pro Bowls, like sets all these records and everything. I mean, that might be the greatest quarterback of all time. So in free agency, Niles Hatchett, I traded him for like a year. Now he's back. This season, though, we are very much kind of set up to fail. Like I said, every year as things went on, I was like, I'm treating it as if it's Maynard's last season. I'm treating it as if it were like all in, ring chase. Because of that, we have a bunch of like really expensive contracts. And even though we freed up Maynard's, you know, like $60 million, $70 million that was on our cap, we still are in a spot where we have a lot of like backloaded contracts because of the restructures. And our team is pretty old as well with a couple of our guys. So what we're kind of doing here, also, we did draft a quarterback here. About Clark Whitman, who was just kind of sitting there in the 2nd round. I decided to just take a swing on a quarterback. He's 75 hidden, so not bad. But we're kind of just in the spot where we're holding over. This is what the team looks like this year. We're not anticipating much. It's not a bad team, but we just don't have Denzel Maynard. We have an 83 overall quarterback who's, I guess, finally getting his chance to start at like the age of 34 years old. But I mean, yeah, Wise is old. We go 8-9 on the season. Like, we are just an old, expensive team. And not only that, Hatchin kind of got hurt. And the rookie Whitman actually played all right. A running back situation, though, we had to replace running back. We had to replace a couple of players. We're just trying to wait to free up money and kind of set up for one more championship run. We have a couple more years left in this, and I guess kind of we're setting up to hopefully get 7 Super Bowls, because that's, I guess, what would give us past Belichick Super Bowl wise. But Hatchet immediately retires after finally getting to start, which is funny. But yeah, we'll be kind of rolling with Clark Whitman. I think the only big money you really want to spend here, Arian Samuel is worth it. 99 overall after his rookie contract expires. We'll give him all the money in the world. Ashton Ferguson, you know, he's another one of these old players, 35 years old. He was the generational guard. We'll keep him around. And then we have $84 million. Casey Richardson at a 98 overall wide receiver. I got to keep him around. Like, if we're paying a couple of players, pay the 98 overall receiver and the 99 D tackle. But other than that, we're just kind of, you know, in a spot where this year we could try to push things forward. We had $30 million, but the free agency situation wasn't great. We do have 2 first-round picks, and I just decided, you know what, like, let's just double down here. Doug Stark, we have cornerback scouted. There's a couple of round 1 talents, so Doug Stark looks pretty nice. Second fastest, got some good athletic tools to him. With the 10th pick, though, let's just snag him. He's hidden dev, 95 speed, man-to-man corner. And then we also had the 11th pick, and I thought, well, like I said, let's just double down. This is a good corner class. Let's just lock up cornerbacks, because it can get a little pricey if you want 3 good ones. Well, let's make sure we at least get 1 good one and maybe even 2, 77 and 76 overall. We have Whitman starting at quarterback this year. I didn't really make any quarterback moves. I'm just going to roll with him. We have our top 2 receivers. Lance Robinson is starting to regress a little bit. He's a 94, but we still have a great dynamic duo at wide receiver. Samuel's still there. Wise is regressing a little bit. He's 92 overall, but we go 9-8 the next season and miss the playoffs. So after 2 years of missing the playoffs, we're kind of going to really push forward to get back to the playoff picture now, because Clark Whitman seems like he could be a nice quarterback. Like I said, it's going to be hard to find anyone even nearly as good as Denzel Maynard, but if we could find somebody just good enough to win with, we'll be all right. And I'd like to still maybe do it in the window that we have with some of our players like Lance Robinson still being good. I'd like to do it with him. Arian Samuel, meanwhile, is going and getting 16 sacks. We only had 1 interception as a team, but here's the situation. I did this to kind of, you know, fold for 2 years, because now we only have 2 players making big money. We have 3 players in total making more than $10 million. We have 2 $40 million contracts and an $11 million, but we'll go and add to that a little bit. Desmond Wise, a 1-year $40 million, and then, you know, we'll keep our guy Ferguson in there for another $20 million. Lance Robinson is down to a 90 overall. We'll keep him for 27. But other than that, we have a lot of money. We have about $70 million, and here's where we can get to spending. What I could have done was I could have, like, fully tanked and got high draft picks and stuff, but I didn't want to do that, because at the end of the day, we're also still chasing high win percentages. The difference between going 8-9 and 9-8 rather than like 3-14 or something like that is pretty massive when it comes to your overall career win percentage. So I really wanted to lock in and keep the win percentage up there. We'll make some trades here. First and a 2nd round pick. How about for an X factor 24-year-old safety? We're really overhauling that secondary. We've spent 2 first-round picks on the secondary last year, and then we went and signed one of the best cornerbacks in the league in Knox to make him our other corner. Now we're going and trading for an 85 overall safety, and then at the other spot where we already have our safety, Rashard Royal, as well at running back, a 4th and a 3rd. Let's get another wide receiver. Lance Robinson, I don't know how much longer he's got in his career. We're going to need a number 3 receiver and eventually maybe even a number 2 receiver. So let's go and bring in another X factor player here. That's what the team's looking like. We got a new running back who's an 89 overall. We got a new receiver. We got all new secondary basically now with developments, signings, and trades. And the defense looks pretty good right now. I really want to lean into going heavy on defense, because I don't know if the offense is going to be able to carry the load, because we don't have a carry job quarterback. We're back in the playoffs, though. Interestingly enough, we won 13 games, but we're a wild card team. We didn't even win the division at 13 games, so we're still, though, back into the playoffs, and with a few years left, we have our chance to go and make a run here, because at 13 wins, you'd like to think we can make a run. Right now, though, it's not looking too great as we are on the road at the Raiders. It's 30-20 in the Raiders' favor, and we're going to see if we can win without our GOAT-level quarterback. I mean, history proved that Bill Belichick, when he was in New England before and after Brady, wasn't really able to do much without him. Can we do a lot without Maynard? Can we win that one? I think that'd be the final kind of checklist thing. Can we win without Denzel Maynard in a way that Belichick wasn't able to win without Tom Brady? I think that would be the final big nail in the coffin for this one. I mean, we'll get to the final statistics at the end to see if we actually did eclipse him, but, you know, I think that would be a big check mark in our favor, as the Raiders, though, are going to get an incomplete pass on 4th down. They're actually going to go for it. 4th down and 2, and back of the end zone, touchdown. So the Raiders take a 3-score lead with 7 minutes to go. And I guess our quest to try to win without Denzel Maynard's not looking too good, as Lance Robertson gets a completion for a 1st down to him. He's still doing his thing at his old age, but another completion there is going to be to Reyes for a 1st down. I mean, I don't know how we're really going to do. Down by 17 as that pass incomplete. Down by 17 with 5.5 to go. 4th down and 4. Whitman to the air. He's getting hit as he's thrown, and it's incomplete. And very quickly we get bounced. Despite a 13-win season, we go out in the wild card route. It's been a while since, you know, we've had one and dones, but it's been a while since we've just been, you know, bounced in the wild card round. I mean, you know, at least when we went one and done, we got like the 1st round bye. But Whitman, 9 for 22, a disgusting game from him, and you can really see the quarterback difference here. That's why I wanted to lean into the defense a little bit more this time around. But, you know, even with the defensive talent that we have, it's still hard to put together some of the defenses that we had earlier in this video. Whitman, and the season as a whole, I mean, that's a really productive, nice year. And then Whitfield running the ball well. Lance Robertson still putting up 1,500 yards and 20 receiving touchdowns. I mean, like, he's over here trying to, I think he's already maybe past Tracy Stockton. Wise and Samuel combined for 30 sacks. That's still what we do have in our favor. But, yeah, the defense got a lot better there and, you know, really took a step up, as the Patriots are going to lose the Super Bowl to the Cowboys. And we do have one major retirement, Ashton Ferguson. We knew that was coming eventually. 15 years at guard, 10 Pro Bowl appearances. We'll be saying goodbye to him, unfortunately, but Desmond Wise, we want to keep him around, and we are able to get him for a little bit cheaper. Same thing with Lance Robertson, who's at 85 overall, and we'll restructure some contracts a little bit and go into free agency to try to make a couple more moves for this team. We're going to need an edge rusher eventually to replace Wise, because I would imagine he's probably only got 1 year left. Let's go and grab a fullback as well. Just make this team as well-rounded as possible. Grab a tight end to get some more depth in there. Another offensive lineman as well. And I want to make some big trades. There's some splash moves I want to make here. This one, Cam Fields, left guard, 90 overall for a 1st and a 2nd. Not only that, we pick up a 90 overall offensive lineman, but then we're going to trade one. We have our right tackle. He's 30 years old, but he's on the final year of his contract. I've only been paying him $3 million. I know as soon as his contract's up, he's going to be asking for like $20 million. I don't want to pay that. We're going to go and pick up a 90 overall edge rusher instead, trade the edge rusher we currently have starting now, and we are going to pick up an 85 superstar tight end. So we did some reshuffling. We downgraded at right tackle, upgraded at left guard, upgraded at edge, upgraded at tight end, gave up some picks, and now the defense, like I said, looks a lot better. I wanted to really key in on the defense. Wise is down to an 87, but we do get the #1 seed. So we're back in it. Welcome back to the playoffs. Lance Robinson is Offensive Player of the Year again, and Desmond Wise Defensive Player of the Year. So these old guys still got it a little bit, and we take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. So as the #1 seed with our old core and, you know, some of these new players coming in with Clark Whitman at quarterback, it's 20-16 in the Jaguars inside the 5-yard line with that scramble by their quarterback. 3rd down and goal. They snake it in. Touchdown. And the Jaguars take the lead, as we only have a couple years left in this video, so our chances to win the Super Bowl there aren't many left, and this could be, any year could be the last year for our guys who just both won Offensive and Defensive Player of the Year. Clark Whitman, you are not Denzel Maynard. You cannot scramble. He's not a mover. He's not fast. He's getting sacked. and it's 3rd and 19 as my controller was getting low. Sorry you had to see that, but it happens sometimes as he's not going to get the first down. 4th down, 13. We punt the football away and turn things over to the Jaguars, and the defense, which was our highest rated defense in terms of like NFL rankings in a long time. Like, this is the first time in a while we've had like one of those top 5 defenses, but I mean, it might not be enough because our offense isn't able to outscore this Jaguars team. And even though the offensive rankings aren't too bad, it's just the talent, it's just a little bit different when you don't have that guy at quarterback. Like, there's instances where having Denzel Maynard masked a lot, and if you have a quarterback who's like that, it can, you know, make those clutch plays, make those clutch moments, make those comebacks, have those game-winning drives. It's just a little bit different. But we're going to have a chance here. We forced the field goal. It's 26-20, so Clark Whitman, do you got it? I don't expect you to be Denzel Maynard, but can you do it? As he gets a completion there, you got the Offensive Player of the Year, you got a 99 overall receiver, you got an offensive line, and Whitman throws on the run. There you go. It's Richardson inside the red zone, and now just 14 yards away from taking the lead. Whitman is running into pressure. Who do you think you are? You got like 70-something speed. Whitman to the air is throwing for the end zone. It's incomplete. We're going to settle for a field goal. I know it's 4th and 12, but a field goal, we're going to have to trust our defense to get a stop, but we weren't able to get that leading touchdown as the Jaguars, big play, past midfield already. And a first down could end this one as Jacksonville gets a second timeout from us burned, and now our 3rd one gone. It's 3rd and 7. Can they get the game-clinching first down? Jacksonville! No! They got it! And they're going to win that game. So back-to-back one-and-dones. And we are really running out of time. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to go back to the drawing board because we can't get over the hump without Denzel Maynard right now. Whitman didn't even have a bad game, but, like, just tell it's not the same. We don't have the dynamic creativity. We don't have him being an elite passer. Whitman's not a bad thrower, but he's not as good, nor does he provide even half the athleticism. 38 touchdowns, 9 picks, we'll take that, but it's a little bit different when you get in those tight clutch situations, and we just don't have that. Lance Robinson, though, I mean, 1,600 yards, 24 touchdowns at that point in his career. Unbelievable. Richardson also puts up 1,100 yards, but got all the touchdowns hogged from him. And interestingly enough, Desmond Wise wins a pretty weak Defensive Player of the Year. 13 sacks and 19 tackles for loss is pretty good, but 13 sacks for an edge rusher to win that award isn't crazy by any means. And, you know, we'll have to go to the end of the year where, oh boy, both of them retired. Lance Robinson and Desmond Wise both retire. That hurts. So Desmond Wise, we traded for him, and what a trade it was. I identified him as a guy that I needed at draft day. We didn't get him. I waited 2 years. He goes and puts up 7 double-digit sack seasons and a couple of Defensive Player of the Years. Lance Robinson becomes one of the greatest receivers of all time, puts up a 2,000-yard season, a record-breaking year, and puts up 4 seasons of 20-plus touchdowns, including 2 24s and a 25-touchdown season. Incredible player, incredible career, and might have like passed Tracy Stockton's legacy and having also the greatest single season a receiver's ever had as well. Not having him the rest of the way is gonna stink, but we are running out of time. It is going to have, we only got like 2 years left. We need to lock in and do this now. So yeah, we're getting into restructuring. Anything can go, anyone can go. Nobody is safe, no draft pick is safe, and all the money is going to be pushed back because hey, we need to go and win now. Like, I need to prove I can win without Denzel. We need to do this now. So whatever it takes, really just whatever it takes, especially now with Wise and Robinson gone. We don't have like any part of that main core. We have Arian Samuels, but I mean, he wasn't there for all the Super Bowls. We are missing all of that main core, basically. No Boston, no Wise. We don't have the original guys who won the first couple of Super Bowls. We don't got Stockton. We don't got Robinson. We don't got any of them. So we're going to tag Clark Whitman. He's a 92 X Factor. Like, he's good enough to do it. I don't think I'm going to find much better at this point. We make a small trade for a quarterback. Nate Tiller, we're going to bring him back on a 1-year deal. But we didn't really have to do a whole lot in terms of making moves. like, I looked, there wasn't a lot to make. So what I did was I really just honed in on the guys that I had, focused on developing them, got the training camps going, did everything we need. I think we have the talent. Nothing was really safe, but I didn't have much to give up anyway. We still haven't won a playoff game without Denzel Maynard, and we get the 1 seed again, but we're just struggling right now. It's 14-10, and 14-10 in a divisional game. It's not like a crime or anything, but it's against an 8-9 Denver Broncos teams. These are teams that we would smack around in wild card rounds and divisional rounds with Maynard. And right now we're struggling. 14-10 as Whitman to the air. He'll throw, and he's going to... He's just so bad in the pocket. Like, he's just so bad. He just does not read the pressure properly as he's moving into pressure and a sack again. And if we lose to an 8-9 team, like, changes will be had for the final year, but I do not want to have to take this to a final season. We just at least win a playoff game without Maynard. If I end the career not even winning a playoff game without Maynard, then conversations will need to be had about my coaching career. But I need to prove we can do it. Come on, guys. Don't let me down. As Denver running for a first down. 24-yard line. It's a completion into the red zone and a first down to the 13-yard line. 1st and 10 with 6.5 to play. Denver scrambling. Come on, guys. No, he's down to the 1. 6 to play, and the handoff. We're losing to an 8-9 team. It's a touchdown. Another former running back for us, Royal, scores, and now we need to go on a game tying or winning drive. I mean, there's plenty of time, but please, Clark Whitman, do something here. I've labeled you just good enough. Look at that throw up top. Dangerous, but caught. Casey, thank you. As a handoff, and it's going to be a short gain. 3rd down and 7. Whitman, middle, caught. Reyes for the first down. And now in the red zone. Screen outside is going to get us to the 13-yard line. 3rd down and 5. 2.5 to play. Whitman, touchdown. Thank you. We needed that. Defense, get the job done, please, with 2.5 to go. As they'll throw. Oh, and the wheel route got open. You just couldn't get the linebacker over in time. At least he got the tackle. But 4-point game at the 2-minute warning. Middle, caught, and a 9-yard gain. As the Broncos, 47 yards away, they'll step up. And Samuel pushes the pocket into a double team. That is crazy. Double team, and it didn't matter. He still got the sack. And now the pressure, and again, and another sack. As this could be it. 4th and 20 for Denver with a minute to play, as we could finally win the playoff game that we have been looking for a couple of years. They'll throw it, obviously, and down the field, knocked away. Denver goes down, and we had to fight for our lives a little bit against an 8-win team, but we got the job done. We got that little pressure off of our backs. Got a playoff win without Maynard. It took us, what, this is our 5th year without Maynard. I know it's been pretty fast ever since he's retired, but we had 2 non-playoff seasons and then 2 one and done. So please, guys, I mean, it's so funny how this team is like the highest overall team I think I've built by the end of things, as we're actually going to dominate the Steelers 31-10. It's just funny though. This is like, I looked when I was hopping into games, we're like a 96 offense and like a 94 defense overall wise, which we got kind of lucky here that their quarterback got hurt. So I mean, their backup wasn't bad, but like still backup quarterback. But we got to cut a break there. We need all the breaks we can get. We're going to the Super Bowl somehow, some way. We're going, even though our team is talented and is, you know, one of the more talented teams I put together. It does feel different. It does feel different when you don't got the quarterback there to lead you, and going from a Hall of Fame quarterback to a fine player. I know his stats are nice. I know his overall's nice. I know he's an X factor, but like, you can just watch the games, right? He's just not the same. And I keep saying that, but like, I just really want to illustrate that point that the overall's a little deceiving maybe, but we're in a Super Bowl once again, and this could be the defining Super Bowl victory. We're at home again, guys. I actually don't know how we keep doing this. This is what we made. What? This is our 10th Super Bowl, and this is our 5th one in Miami. Like, how? How will we keep making it in Miami? It's just so weird how that works, because it rotates every couple of seasons. But we are historically, 3-1 in Miami Super Bowls, if my memory serves correct. Can we make it 4-1? As the Cardinals, it's down 13-6, and what a grab for the Cardinals receiver, as it's a low scoring, it's an ugly game. This Tiller lights him up. 2nd down and 5 as Arizona to the air. It's going to be a completion for a 1st down. Tiller brings him down, but it's enough for the 1st as they'll go handoff. In the backfield, we get a stop. 2nd and 13 as they will step up. Harris is not going to find anybody, and he's sacked. Come on, get a 3rd and 20 stop with 10 minutes to play. He's going to look. No one's getting open, though. He's finally going to throw it, and no one got open past the line, and they'll get a 4th and 6. They'll go for it, not settling for 3. Going down the field, knocked away. Our ball. And if we can go up by 2 scores, maybe we can pull this one off. As 3rd down and 9, Whitman in the air as he's stepping up. He's running. He's not fast, but he's fast enough. Diving down. He doesn't even know how to slide. 46-yard line. Whitman to the middle of the field. Got a completion and a 1st down. 38-yard line. Play action. Whitman again to the air. Outside. And a 1st down. Casey Richards into the red zone. 6:30 to play. As just don't turn it over. We'll take a sack. I will take that. Just get a field goal on this drive. 3rd and 11. Don't do anything stupid. Yeah, just run it. Run the ball. Slide down. Take a field goal. This is not the situations we used to be in. Oh my goodness, our kicker got destroyed, but he got the field goal off and it's good. But this is not the same situations where we can put up 30, 40 points and win a Super Bowl like we've done before. This is a spot where we got to rely on the defense. Offsides on our defense is going to help them out a little bit, but we got a 10-point lead with 5 minutes to play. Just don't let anything crazy happen as a big run for Arizona gets them free for a gain of 25 on the play action. Check it out of the backfield, and he will have 7. 2nd down and 3. Just make sure they stay in bounds, because I trust at least this rushing attack or offense in general to get like a 1st down or 2. Play action as they'll go to the flats, and he's brought down in bounds. 8 more yards. They're down to 3:45 to play. We send the blitz, and they'll get it off for the 1st in the red zone. 12-yard line, and they'll go with another completion. Just taking their time on this drive, but they are driving. 3:09 to play. Run. No 1st down. It's 4th and 1. They're going for it. They don't want to settle for 3. He's looking, throwing, end zone, touchdown. Arizona goes with all the risky calls, and they come up big, and now we got 2:40 to play. Come on, we just need 2 1st downs and we can win this game. 3rd down and 6. Arizona is not going to get the stop. We got a Casey Richardson. One more 1st down. Come on, run the ball up the middle. 1st down. Super Bowl number 7. We were able to do it, and it wasn't pretty after Denzel Maynard left us. It wasn't pretty at all, but we got it done. 16-13 in a low-scoring offensive struggle. We were able to do it, though, and at least I was able to get one without Maynard. But man, it would have been a lot easier with him. But that is ring number 7, and if there was any of the things for the challenge of this video that you felt like needed to be checked off for us to have that definitive claim to succeeding, it was getting more than the 6 rings, at the very least equaling. But we not only equaled it, we surpassed the amount of rings, Super Bowl appearances. We'll get into the final comparison in a very short time here, because we only got 1 year left after this, but we're able to do it just barely. We had 24 years to do it. We got the Super Bowl done in year 23, and now we move on to looking at the fact that Nate Tiller, also respect to him, he won a Super Bowl MVP, which is nice to see. Clark Whitman, I mean, no disrespect to him. He had a really nice season. 41 touchdowns, 2 picks. We'll take that. 3 1,000 yards receivers. All of them did pretty nice. But for the final season, honestly, our team's pretty wrecked. I sent everything for this season because I needed to win one. I needed to do it. And I restructured so many contracts, and then we had the franchise tag with Whitman and everything. We're in the negatives. We got a franchise tag Whitman again. Look at all the players we're going to be losing. We're losing Tiller. We're losing Fields. We're losing the 90 overall edge rusher as well. Like, the team is getting kind of destroyed in terms of some of its star players. Like, we're losing our Super Bowl MVP, our best edge rusher, our best offensive lineman. Like, not good. The team isn't going to be all that great next year compared to what it was this year, but we're at least going to just keep Whitman. I feel like that's at least worth doing. So we'll keep him on a franchise tag. We'll be negative $83 million. There's no rookie that we can get that's going to save our butts this year. We're a 90 overall team, which, at this point isn't anything crazy. But, look at the offensive line. Look how bad it is. The worst offensive line I've put together ever since, like, the start of the video. But still, we don't have anything left to prove, I don't feel like. So we'll go into this final season, see what we could do. Anything we're betting going with is house money at this point. We win the division at 9-8, so a pretty ugly division win. And while I feel like we still could have a chance to go on a run, unfortunately, Clark Whitman fractured his shoulder blade, and he's out 6 to 10 weeks. So any hope of getting a run here, it's a pretty sad way to end. Like, it would have been nicer to just retire after the 23rd year, but hey, this 24th year, it is what it is. Our quarterback was hurt. We lose 34-7 because we were playing a stinker backup quarterback. But it is what it is. Like, it just happens. We actually had some pretty good injury luck when it comes to our quarterbacks, at least. We had that one season where we did win the Super Bowl with, like, awful injury luck, and we had a bunch of players out. But still, like, we had pretty decent injury luck, especially when it came to Maynard, who only missed 5 games in his career and never missed a playoff game. We'll get into the final section of this video, though. We don't have anything left to do except check out the stats, check out the statistics, and measure up our resume compared to Bill Belichick. I have the side-by-side of everything, all the goals that we had to accomplish, all the things that I've pointed out at the start of the video. We'll have all that, but very quickly, I want to cover some of the other things, just because the history of what we were able to do here. Here is every single Super Bowl winner, Super Bowl MVP, all the awards, so you could just kind of verify, hey, I didn't miscount. We got 7 rings, and I won my Coach of the Year. You could see that on the side. So, I didn't miscount any of that stuff, but you could see who all was able to get the job done here. And we went on a couple of nice runs. We had, honestly, very much like the Patriots. We had, like, one section where we won 3 and 4 years, and then we had another section a couple of years later where we won 3 and 5 years. But for the active players that are legendary, there was one player that I felt like I still wanted to highlight because he hasn't retired yet. He's 10 years into his career, but Arian Samuel, 99 overall, generational defensive tackle. Yeah, that's a pretty crazy career for him, and he probably would have retired right next to Aaron Donald. That's the all-time greatest defensive tackle in NFL history. And then I wanted to look at some of the other stuff. I mean, he's 7 Pro Bowls in 10 years, Defensive Player of the Year. You can look at the legacy stuff. Look at Denzel Maynard's legacy. 65,000. And it's funny, Stockton and Robinson were also 4th and 5th, but all-time leader in touchdown passes, Denzel Maynard had 665 touchdowns in his career. NFL record. Receiving yards in a season, Lance Robinson, 2,183, is an NFL record, but his touchdown record actually did not stand. One player did beat him out by 1 touchdown, but when you look at the Dolphins records, we broke basically every career record except for one. Maynard had 75,600 yards. Achane ended up with 10,000 yards and 87 touchdowns. Robinson ended up 1 touchdown shy of Jerry Rice's record. He had 196. Rice had 197. That's crazy. But let's get into the final comparison, the final section of this video. Here is my resume stacked up next to Bill Belichick's, and you can determine if I won or not. It is crazy with how successful we were. We actually ever so slightly won a little less percent of our games. Bill Belichick won 68.7% of his games in the regular season. We won 68.1%. So very much dead even. In the playoffs, though, he went 30-12, winning 71%. We went 38-13, winning 74%. Interestingly, though, he had us beaten division titles. He won the AFC East 17 times. We only won it 16 times. We did have a year, though, where we went like 12 wins and 13 wins, and we didn't win it. But also the last year, we won it at 9 wins. So, a little back and forth. We were able to outdo him in Pro Bowlers. When it came to looking up Bill Belichick's all-time Pro Bowlers, I had to go and individually go player by player and count all the Pro Bowls that he had and everything. And 97 is kind of a rough area of where he was. There might have been 1 or 2 give or take. Regardless, we had 132. We eclipsed that. Even if I miscounted by 1 or 2, we were able to get it done. He won 3 Coach of the Years. We got 4. Brady and him, he got 3 MVPs with them. Denzel Maynard doubled it up and got 6 MVPs. In the final season that we like really dove into, year 23, we were able to get our 10th Super Bowl appearance and 7th ring, which by 1 beat out him. So we had 1 extra ring and 1 extra Super Bowl appearance. And then when it came to top 5 offenses and top 5 defense, he had us beating top 5 defenses by 1. We had some rough stretches in defense. Literally, it was hilarious when Aiden Hutchinson retired. Like when we had Hutchinson, we were like the #1 defense and we were doing great. Hutchinson retires, we immediately dropped to like a middle of the pack. And then when we kind of lost some of our guys like Kyle Hamilton and that, we were like number 20 in defense. We still had like the #1 offense a lot of the time, but I don't think I was quite the defensive mastermind that Belichick was, but I definitely had him beat in offense because our offense, we had 6 more years in which we were a top 5 offense. And you know, Maynard definitely represented that, but our receiving talent was incredible. I put out arguably 2 of, if not maybe the 2 greatest receivers not named Jerry Rice in NFL history, and you can even argue one of them did surpass Jerry Rice because he almost even broke his touchdown record in a lot less of the time. So we were really there when it came to putting out the offensive talent. When you look at these resumes side by side, I think the 1 extra ring, a lot more top offenses, 1 extra coach of the year, a lot more Pro Bowlers, higher win percentage in the playoffs, slightly lower in the regular season, but I think this is a challenge success. I would deem this a success, right? Like, my resume is better. I don't think I'm being biased here in saying that. So, at the very least, we equaled it. We surpassed it, though, I think. I think that's very much a challenge success, and honestly, after over 30 hours of recording this video, I would have been kind of sad if I failed this challenge, but I hope you guys all enjoyed. Please, for all the effort and time that this took, because you can see I went a couple of extra days without uploading. This is why I've been working on this one for a while, so please like, comment, and subscribe. All that stuff that helps me out and lets me know you want to see more stuff like this. I did this video for college football. It did very well. I wanted to do it for, you know, NFL and do it for Madden, and you know, I thought it was even a little bit harder because of some of the things you had to work with here, and you know, it was even a longer challenge because the NFL one was 7 more years than the college one. So yeah, it was a lot to do, but I really hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys all in the next one.